This kid just got reincarnated, and the first thing he did was slap his sister across the face. The girl had no idea what was going on as she watched her brother walk away, saying he'd never call someone like her his sister again. You're probably thinking this guy's just Chris Brown's #1 fan, but that's not really it. Once you find out the reason, I bet you'd do even worse. At least I would. This is Chin Feng, and before he got reincarnated he was the strongest guy in the world. The MC survived every kind of monster out there, and grabbed a ton of broken items that everyone wanted. But the backstab came from the person he least expected. His sister Qin Xiaoyu was his only family and he did everything to protect her, but he learned you can't trust anyone. The only thing he asked was why. She just laughed in his face and called him an idiot. Xiaoyu never cared about him because he was adopted. Her real love was someone else, Song Fei, a manipulative little pretty boy. Song used her to steal all of Feng's divine items, and once the MC was no longer useful he ripped his head off. That's where, with his head cut off, his story was supposed to end. But the gods had other plans. Feng wakes up in shock seeing he's alive and his phone shows a date 2 years back. That's when it hit him he'd been reincarnated. So he gave his sister that VIP treatment and decided to do everything differently this time. In his past life he missed out on tons of chances just to play bodyguard for her. But now his goal is to go solo and rip Song Fei's head off. In the class hall he remembered that before he became a warrior just to protect the girl. But since he's a lone wolf now, he picked the assassin class, which focuses on speed and reflexes. The Eye of Judgment shows up behind him revealing his stats are absurd, and because of that he's about to get the class and talents everyone wants stolen from him. Feng got the secret job Deadly Shadow, a hidden assassin class that's almost impossible to get. Feng set his new nickname to Shadow, and after confirming he landed straight in the starting village, Shelltown. Everyone had just respawned at level 1 and totally lost in the game, unlike the MC who already knows every trick in the book. When people saw his class was Shadow, they tried to recruit him for their team, but now he plays 100% solo and doesn't want to carry anyone on his back. One girl didn't take no for an answer and went after him. Following the guy, she saw him head into a sketchy place packed with broken monsters that would one-shot any noob down there. But the MC, with his spidey sense on point, immediately clocked that he was being followed and just vanished into thin air. The girl went crazy trying to figure out what happened, but the truth is he went invisible using his stealth skill. Feng went on his way. Now that he shook off the tail, he notices he's got leftover attribute points and dumped everything into agility since these creatures one-shot people. The meta here is going full dodge build. His first real test was a crawler. The thing came drooling straight at him, but with this broken class he dodged smooth and sliced the monster down in one hit. The MC was hyped as hell over this class. And he got even happier when the Judgment Authority activated the Infinite Evolution talent. It's a stupidly rare skill that gives him points to level up his own abilities for free, even though in this game every item and skill has a level cap. The MC already bumps his skills up to bronze rank and gets even more pumped with bigger invisibility, more damage, and cooldown almost at 0. Right after that, a cocky kid and a girl show up, flexing their strength on Feng, but the MC felt the boss music kick in and just popped his invisibility. Meanwhile, the two tough guys got crushed by a giant spider. This nurse spider boss has around 1600 HP, an insane amount of health for any beginner. Attacking head-on breaks his invisibility, which is basically suicide with the low HP he's got. So he uses the trick of throwing rocks which give the same stealth damage bonus and hit the boss straight in its blind spots. He repeats this trick over and over, kiting the nurse until he solos her by himself. Seconds later, back in town, the global ranking announces Shadow hit level 2 first. That left everyone shocked, because not only is it impossible to solo a boss at level 1, the guy pulled it all off playing solo. While he was scooping up all that XP, the items and skill points, the kid was shook to see that he got a god tier ability that gives a plus 20% chance of extra boss drops. That's straight up broken for him. In the past, some noob warrior got busted just off this one ability alone, but with Infinite Evolution, the MC can buff this drop and literally become a god. The story then shifts to the real world, where students are heading to school. Among them are Xiaoyu and her friend. As they walk, the friend urges her to call Feng and apologize. They skipped an important exam yesterday, just to secretly support Song Fei, and her brother had to be furious, but Xiaoyu refuses, saying she did nothing wrong. In her eyes, Feng is the one to blame for stopping her from seeing Song Fei. If anyone should apologize, it's him. Her friend tries to calm her down, reminding her how well Feng has always treated her, and even admitting she's jealous of how caring he is. Xiaoyu shuts her down at once. "Don't interfere," she says. "He's not even my real brother. Song Fei is." When they reach school, they find a crowd gathered around a desk, whispering nervously. Then they see why. Their classmate Zhang Ho is slumped over his desk, and his body is slowly fading away. Panic spreads. One girl asks what's going on, and another student says Zhang Ho only mentioned taking a nap before he started to disappear. Soon everyone is murmuring that this isn't the only case. Social media is full of the same reports from around the world. People are falling asleep, turning see-through, and no one knows the reason. Scared, one of the girls grabs her phone to call her parents and tells Xiao Yu to call Feng too. Still angry, Xiao Yu refuses. She says she hates her brother and even claims the world would be better off if he died. Meanwhile, in the game, the system confirmed Hand of Avarice had evolved from bronze to gold, raising its extra loot chance from 20% to 40%. It also awarded Feng 2 more evolution points and another 46 tradable days of lifespan. Feng was thrilled. On top of the extra points, he now needed only 1 more to evolve Hand of Avarice again. With 3 points, he could max it out and push the chance to 100%. The thought alone was enough to excite him. His rise was moving even faster than expected. Feng used latent image and vanished again, thinking the whole world had probably noticed the strange wave of people falling asleep and not waking up. Soon, huge numbers of players would enter the game, and he needed to stay ahead. Better gear came first. The system then confirmed he equipped the Dagger of Corruption, boosting his attack by 35 and agility by 4. He knew people would soon learn that game items and skills could be brought into the real world, and once that happened, everything would fall into chaos. To do that, 2 things were needed: reach level 10 and gather enough tradable lifespan. Checking his status, Feng saw that farming normal monsters would take too long. If he wanted speed, he had to hunt stronger bosses. Then the sound of battle reached him from far away. He followed it to the edge of a cliff and looked down. Below, a group of players was fighting a runner, a level 2 bronze monster, and they were clearly losing. Feng smiled. An opportunity had just appeared. Looking closer, he recognized one of the fighters, Wang Meng. Feng hadn't expected to see him here, but maybe the rumors were true. People said Wang Meng had entered the game with a 6-person team, and every member had a secret class. In the middle of the fight, Wang Meng used Sacred Barrier, forming a golden shield that blocked the runner's non-stop attacks. Feng watched quietly, remembering that Wang Meng's secret class, Sacred Shield Warrior, gave him double a normal warrior stats and an invincibility skill. Then Feng's attention shifted to a red-haired mage stepping up to cast Fireball. The spell struck the runner, but it only did 70 damage. Feng recognized her class too, Arcane Prophetess, a secret class that doubled magic damage. Next, he checked the team's archer and priest. The archer used a longbow and belonged to the sharp-eyed archer class, which had double stats and rapid-fire arrows. The priest was an oracle priest, able to heal for twice what a normal priest could. Even with non-stop shots from the archer and mage, the runner moved too fast and slipped past every attack with ease. Then the tide turned. The monster slammed Wang Meng, shattered his barrier, and sent him flying. As he tried to stand, the archer snapped that the runner was too quick to hit from far away. Even after the priest healed him, Wang Meng didn't back down. He told them to stay with the plan. He'd tank, the priest would keep him alive, and they'd wear it down. From above, Feng only smirked. That plan sounded fine on paper, but dragging the fight out was dangerous, and right then, new monsters showed up. Feng focused on the new threat: Contaminators, common level 2 monsters coated in dark slime that attacked from range. As they closed in, worry spread across Wang Meng's face. One teammate charged ahead, yelling a warning. He swung at the Contaminators with a massive sword, but only did 33 damage. Feng watched with more interest. The team had secret classes he didn't even recognize, yet they were still getting overwhelmed. The Contaminator fired back, spitting goo that pinned the players to the ground. Wang Meng's teammates recoiled from the awful smell and realized they couldn't move. At the same time, another Contaminator chased the red-haired mage, who ran for her life and screamed for help. That was enough for Feng. Without warning, he vanished from the cliff. A second later, the monster chasing the mage dropped dead, its head cut clean off in one strike. Wang Meng and his team froze, trying to understand what they had just seen. A Contaminator had been one-shot. As its body dissolved into light, the mage awkwardly asked if someone was helping them. The swordsman, now free of the slime, was stunned. Even a level 1 crawler took their whole group around 10 seconds to kill, and this level 2 Contaminator had died in an instant. Before anyone could react, another one dropped from a single hit that dealt 441 damage. Panicking, the swordsman asked the mage, Lizzie, if she saw who did it, but she only shook her head. Wang Meng quickly pulled himself together and told everyone to stay focused. They still had a fight to finish. Still invisible, Feng settled into a tree behind Wang Meng. With the Contaminators gone, only the corridor remained. Then his system screen popped up. 2 Contaminators killed, 40 XP gained, 1 evolution point earned, plus a new skill book, Poison Dart, and 8 more days of lifespan tradable. Feng checked the skill right away. Poison Dart was a ranged move that dealt damage over time, perfect for an assassin. He evolved it on the spot. It rose from normal to silver, and the upgrade was huge. 14-meter range, 120 damage on hit, plus poison that dealt 50 damage per second for 5 seconds. It couldn't stack, but the cooldown was only 5 seconds. Feng grinned at his new power. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's fight had become a disaster. The corridor was stronger and faster, and when Wang Mang raised his shield, its claws ripped into his side. Before he could recover, it struck again, drove its claws in deeper, and hurled him to the ground. His shield crashed beside him as Wang Mang cried out in pain. His teammates could only watch in horror. The priest rushed to heal him, but it failed. With blood running from his mouth, Wang Mang forced out one order: run. But before anyone moved, a projectile shot through the air and smashed into the monster's face for 845 damage, making it reel back in pain. Wang Meng's team stared as the boss's health dropped by half in seconds, and it kept getting worse. The poison made blood pour from the beast, weakening it until the corridor finally let Wang Meng go, and he collapsed, badly hurt on the ground. The monster shrieked as poison drained 324 health every second, until it finally fell dead. Feng's system screen appeared at once. Since he had dealt over 90% of the boss's damage, all the loot was his. He got 600 XP for killing the corridor boss. Then another notice announced he had reached level 13, earning 2 evolution points, and 55 more days of lifespan tradable. Feng was pleased. He hadn't expected Poison Dart to work this well with his other skills. Then he realized something big. While invisible, he could stay hidden and keep firing poison darts over and over. In the early and mid-game, that made him almost untouchable. Meanwhile, Wang Meng could only stare as the boss turned into items. The pain had felt so real that he started wondering if this was even a game. That thought ended when the items vanished in an instant. Feng had taken everything so fast that Wang Meng never even saw him. Forcing himself up, Wang Meng lowered his head and thanked the unknown person who had saved them, even though he had no idea who it was. Feng answered from the shadows without showing himself. He warned Wang Meng not to trust people so easily, especially in a place like this. Wang Meng accepted the lesson, thanked him again, and introduced himself. If the hidden savior ever needed help, he said, he would repay the favor. Nearby, his surviving teammates hugged each other, relieved to be alive. As for Feng, he quietly weighed his next move while holding the loot. He knew Wang Meng wasn't just strong, he also had government backing, which meant money and connections. That gave Feng an idea. He needed a safe way to sell the gear and items he wouldn't use. He activated Hand of Avarice on the drops, and another notice appeared. 3 more evolution points, 55 more days of life tradable, and a bronze item called the Runner's Greaves. The boots gave +9 physical defense, +5 to all resistances, and cut cooldowns by 15%. Looking through his inventory, Feng saw he had picked up plenty of useful gear for different classes. Once his bag was full, he planned to head back to Shell City and trade what he didn't need for more life. His progress was moving far faster than in his past life. With a cold smile, he muttered that Song Fei was in for a surprise. The scene shifted to another group of players battling contaminators and runners, already surrounded and losing ground. One of the players, seeing there was no hope, yelled for everyone to run, but before they could, they froze in fear. A huge twisted monster appeared in front of them, radiating pure danger. Then it attacked, firing pieces of its own body like arrows that pierced the players and killed them on the spot. A moment later, they respawned in Shell City, furious and calling the game unfair. They complained that monsters attacked in packs, and even ran when they were close to dying, proving they were smart. One player asked how anyone was supposed to escape the game if they couldn't even reach level 3. Another gave the harsh answer. Level 3 was the only way out, so they had to level up fast. Someone suggested making a bigger team of 6 to 10 people, but another player shut that down right away. He had already seen a group of 10 wiped out by a huge mob. A third warned that a team too large could attract bosses. He had just seen 40 players trigger one called the Accursed, and a single skill from it killed 30 of them. Elsewhere, the blonde girl and her team respawned in Conktown, shaken and frustrated. If they didn't reach level 3, they'd be trapped here forever. She clenched her fists, thinking that since everyone entered the game while asleep, only their minds were here. If they couldn't leave, their real bodies might starve to death. The thought made her shiver. One of her teammates, an assassin, said they had already died 3 times and had less than 10 years of lifespan left, but she cut him off at once. Dying again was not an option. Just then, the Conktown rankings appeared in the air. Everyone stared. At the top was the mysterious Shadow, already level 3. Below him were Wang Meng and Bala, both still level 1. The blonde girl immediately started wondering how he was leveling so fast. He had to know something they didn't. She made up her mind. If that player knew how to level quickly, they had to get his help. Clenching her fists, she ordered her team to spread the word. If Shadow could help them reach level 3 and escape the game, she'd personally pay him 10 million once they returned to the real world. She smiled, sure no one would turn down that offer. The scene then returns to Shadow, who was casually killing contaminators with poison dart. When another monster dropped, the system told him he had gained 20 XP and 1 evolution point. Since he now had enough points, he upgraded Hand of Avarice right away. The screen confirmed 5 evolution points were spent, dropping his total to 0. Then the next notice appeared. Hand of Avarice had evolved from Platinum to Jade. Its extra item chance rose from 110% to 160%, and it also gained a 20% chance to raise the extra item's rarity by 1 tier. Seeing that, Shadow understood how huge this was. A skill that could boost item rarity was insanely valuable. While thinking it over, he noticed a bright light in the distance. Then a huge, strange creature appeared, the same monster that had wiped out a whole group earlier. Feng knew it right away when the system named it the Accursed, a bronze boss. It was sucking up the blue energy left behind by dead players. From that, Feng realized it was evolving into a silver boss, and the number of lights told him it had likely killed around 40 people. But when he checked his inventory, he hit a problem. It was full. Even if he killed the boss, he couldn't carry the drops. So he switched plans and marked the spot on his map. Since the evolution would take a while, he had time to go back, sell what he didn't need and return. With that decided, he used latent image and disappeared into the dark. Back in Conch City, the players were reeling from a huge offer. The blonde girl promised 10 million to the top-ranked player if he helped her level up. In the crowd, one girl broke down, saying people like her had no chance to escape, but someone quickly dragged her away, showing how tense everyone had become. Then the mood shifted fast. A strong pressure filled the area, and every head turned to the newcomer. It was Feng, and his presence alone silenced the crowd. He said nothing and opened the system window to sell items. Right away, a giant notice appeared overhead saying he had opened a shop for gear and skills, and it would only stay open for 10 minutes. Sitting there calmly, Feng laid out the items he had collected. The crowd erupted. Some were shocked he had returned so soon, while others stared at the bronze gear and extra items for sale. Then they saw the name, Shadow, the top player. Still, his face stayed hidden by the concealment setting. One player pointed out that since game appearances matched real life, Feng had to be hiding who he was on purpose. As the whispers spread, a woman stepped up. She looked like a mage and immediately asked the price of cone of ice. Feng gave her the price at once. He recognized her as Grey Rosie, ranked 11th in the city, and noticed her face was hidden too. Grey Rosie hesitated and tried to bargain, saying 100 days was too much. Feng didn't move. He told her Cone of Ice was one of the best early skills for mages, because it made hunting much faster, so 100 days was already fair. She asked if real money would work instead, but Feng refused. If she had cash, he said, she could buy lifespan from other players and come back later. After thinking it over, Grey Rosie looked to her two teammates. They backed her right away, reminding her they had reached level 2 so fast because of her. One added that with Cone of Ice, hitting level 3 and getting back to reality would be much easier. So she told them to transfer their lifespan to her and promised to repay them with real money once they escaped the game. Then she paid Feng the 100 days and bought the spell. He quickly judged that a level 2 team like theirs must have killed 30 or 40 crawlers, which explained how they had over 100 days together. The sale went through, raising his total to 368 days. Just as Grey Rosie was leaving, someone familiar showed up. It was the blonde girl, walking over with a smug look. She said she had finally found him, then flashed a proud smile and made her offer. Help her reach level 3, and she'd pay him 10 million once they got back to the real world. The players around them were stunned. So the rumor was true. Someone was really offering 10 million that easily. She kept bragging, saying her father was the president of Yong Industries, so money meant nothing to her. Feng didn't react. He recognized her as Yong Li. In his past life, she had led a criminal group later taken down by the authorities. She used money to trick people into giving up lifespan, then kidnapped and enslaved them. Anyone who fought back met a terrible end in the real world. Keeping his face cold, Feng flatly turned her down and told her to get lost. Yong Li froze. She couldn't believe anyone would reject her. Angry now, she warned that even if he was strong here, no one knew how this world really worked, and if he joined her, he'd have wealth and anything he wanted. Feng stayed calm and told her to leave if she wasn't buying. He already knew money would soon mean nothing. Tradable lifespan was the only thing that would matter. Her face twisted with anger. She spat insults at him and warned that if this were the real world, she would have already dealt with him. Feng had no interest in threats. His eyes darkened as he warned that if she said one more word, he'd make sure she lost every last day of her lifespan. To prove he meant it, he let out a crushing aura that made everyone shiver. Yong Li and her teammates backed off at once, their bravado gone as they hurried away. Once things quieted down, Feng went back to selling. The system confirmed another deal, a tunic for 19 more days, bringing his total to 546. The buyers were amazed by the new gear, but Feng's mind was already elsewhere. Now that everything was sold, it was time to deal with the boss. He activated latent image and vanished. As he left, Feng thought about how clueless the others were. None of them knew tradable lifespan had another hidden use, one that would soon shake the whole world. While the players stared at the empty spot where he had been, completely confused, Feng thought about the truth. Soon, everything the rich and powerful relied on would mean nothing. In the coming age, only one thing would matter, and anyone who missed that would fall behind. Then the story cuts to Zheng Li and her team, breathing hard after running. Furious, she says Shadow not only rejected her offer, but even threatened her. She swears that once she's back in the real world, she'll find him and kill him. At that moment, a man walks up and introduces himself as Mai Li Jian, also called Lao Mao. He says he's level 2, and knows a few ways to level faster. Then he asks if he can take the deal. Shadow refused, 5 million to help her team reach level 3. Since he's not as strong, he'll do it for half. Sheng Li narrows her eyes and asks what these tricks are. Lao Mao says the key is putting all 5 attribute points into agility. That makes them just a little faster than the monsters, so they can fight without getting hit too badly. Her eyes go wide as she realizes how stupid it was to put all her points into strength. She accepts his offer right away, and Lao Mao agrees, adding that Shadow must be crazy to turn down that much money. The story shifts back to Feng, as he returns to the place he marked on the map. Still invisible, he sees the accursed has already reached silver level. The gray mist around it shows the process isn't fully done yet. Feng figures it would need another 7 or 8 hours to reach gold. He wasn't waiting that long, so he fired a poison dart. The surprise hit landed for 659 damage. Poison kicked in, draining 219 health each second. Feng moved in, figuring a silver boss should have 2 or 3 times more health than a bronze one. Suddenly, the monster pulled a huge amount of energy into its hands. Feng knew he needed 2 or 3 more darts, but the boss attacked first, blasting everything around it. Feng knew the accursed was a magic boss with brutal area attacks. The second he threw that dart, he pulled back and barely got away. Even while invisible, he understood one direct hit with his current stats would have left him dead. The fight kept going. The monster began charging another attack, but Feng stayed cool, moving carefully and watching his cooldowns. His plan was simple: wait for an opening, strike, then vanish before the counter. A moment later, the monster stumbled. That was the perfect chance. Feng rushed in and landed another poison dart for 659 damage, setting off the poison again. Now that it was in trouble, the boss tried to run, but Feng wouldn't let it. He chased after it with a cold stare. Its attempt to escape was pathetic. In one fast move, Feng vanished and reappeared above its head, slamming it into the ground. The system declared his win. The accursed, now a silver boss, was dead. Notifications flooded in. 1,800 XP, jumping him from level 3 to level 5, plus 4 evolution points, and 124 days of tradable lifespan. Feng smiled. One boss had pushed him up 2 levels, and even gave bonus evolution points. As the body broke apart into loot, he used the upgraded Hand of Greed. The skill worked, and the rewards got even better. Another 4 evolution points, and another 124 days of lifespan, doubling those gains. He grinned. Not bad. Altogether, the silver boss gave him 12 evolution points and 372 days of lifespan. But there was more. Hand of Greed's extra effect kicked in and upgraded one silver item into a gold one. A golden tier. No wonder this skill had reached Jade level. He checks the drops, around 8 items, but only has 10 free backpack slots. Feng sighs. Going back to the city after every boss would waste too much time. What he really needed was a storage ring. Right as Feng reached for one of the items, the story jumps back to the city, where Lizzie from Wang Meng's team appears in a flash, clearly relieved. The others return soon after, and thank Wang Meng, saying they never would have hit level 3 or made it back alive without him. He brushes it off and gives credit to the whole team. Lizzie is still stuck on one thing. She never got to add that guy as a friend during the fight. She figures it was because she was covered in mud. A teammate teases her, saying now that she's cleaned up, the mystery player might not turn her down. While they're talking, a system notice rings out through the city. The rankings have updated. Shadow has reached level 5. Everyone is stunned. One player blurts out that Shadow was level 3 not long ago, so the only way he jumped that fast was by killing a powerful boss. Someone else says they saw him selling items in the square just 10 minutes earlier. In the middle of the chaos, one guy half jokes that his little sister just turned 18, so if Shadow liked her, it'd be great for the family. His friends shut that down fast. This is the guy who turned down 10 million, so no way he'd care about a marriage setup. Wang Meng's team starts to panic. They had barely finished celebrating level 3, and Shadow was already way ahead. But Wang Meng stays calm, and tells them to stop worrying about that. What matters now is getting out, returning to real life, and warning their families and friends about this dangerous game. As they begin to log out, the system confirms it. Wang Meng leaves them with one serious line. If the world is really falling apart, the least they can do is protect the people they love. The scene shifts to the real world. Wang Meng opens his eyes, and someone immediately shouts, "Captain!" He wasn't just a player. Wang Meng was a police officer. His co-workers rush over in concern. One tells him they were terrified because his body had started turning transparent while he was unconscious. That made the truth clear. Dying in the game didn't just log you out. It erased you from the real world. There was no time to freeze up though. Wang Meng gets to his feet and orders everyone to gather. Something serious has happened, he says. At the station, a senior officer goes over his report. Even with a huge edge from having secret classes, Wang Meng's team was almost wiped out by one monster, and only survived because an unknown player stepped in at the last second. Shadow. Wang Meng confirms it, and explains just how crazy Shadow's growth was. When Shadow saved them, he was level 3. By the time Wang Meng's team finally reached level 3 themselves, Shadow had already hit level 5, an unheard of jump. The officials grow uneasy. One asks the obvious question, does that make Shadow the strongest player in the world right now? And how did he level so fast? Wang Meng suggests one answer, maybe Shadow killed an extremely powerful boss, or pulled off something unbelievable. Another official points to something odd. Shadow was already level 3 when he rescued them, so why didn't he leave with the others? Did he have no family, or friends in the real world? No reason to come back? Wang Meng admits he knows nothing about Shadow. Then a female officer throws out a wild guess. Maybe Shadow is a transmigrator. She says those people show up from nowhere, get strong fast, and are often orphans, which could explain why he didn't return. The room goes quiet. Once she realizes what she just said out loud, her face turns red. The senior officer, not amused, calls her Amy and tells her to stop joking at a time like this. He says she's read too many novels, then moves on to the important part. Secret reports had already uncovered something scary. A lot of elderly people were dying in their sleep. When researchers compared that with game data, the result was horrifying. Those people had also died several times in the game. That confirmed it. When a player's life hits 0 there, they die in real life too. One officer calls the game an anomaly. No one understands. The chief agrees and says it might even be an invasion from another dimension. That leaves the room in silence. Then the chief gets straight to business. The government will issue an emergency order. Every officer must build a team, enter the game, and collect as much information as possible. He explains this goes far beyond the police. The whole government is moving, and every country is racing to understand the new world first. If they fall behind, they lose power. With that, he makes his choice. Amy will lead Team 1. She accepts at once. Wang Meng is named vice captain, and the two of them can pick their own members. He agrees, fully aware of how serious this is. The chief then brings up Shadow again. Based on the report, he doesn't seem evil, so Amy and Wang Meng are ordered to get close to him, learn who he is, and try to work with him. The chief says Amy is in charge for a reason. Her gaming experience and love of fiction make her the best fit to look into someone like Shadow, whose actions already feel almost unreal. He says he hopes they can bring Shadow to their side. As for the rest of the police, they're to keep order and stop panic from spreading through the city. With that, the meeting ends. As evening sets in, the officers get ready for what's coming next. The next day, the story moves to a school, where Xiaoyu sits at her desk, lost in thought, while everyone around her excitedly talks about the game. A group mentions that Zhang Hui, who had gone missing, made it to level 3 and got out safely. One girl shares what he learned. If several people from the same area fall asleep at the same time, they all start in the same city. That news makes everyone both hopeful and nervous. Another girl panics and says she needs to rush home and bring her parents into the game, since they know nothing about games. But a classmate disagrees. Better to get stronger first, then protect their families. Later, Xiaoyu keeps staring at her phone, getting more upset by the minute. With something this huge happening, she can't understand why her brother still hasn't contacted her. She expected at least one message, but got nothing. He hadn't checked on her, and he hadn't apologized for hitting her either, which wasn't like him at all. Usually, after they fought, he always tried to make up, but this time there was only silence. Their parents had never even hit her, and now her own brother had done it. She pouts and tries to excuse herself. She only skipped class to see Song Fei's concert, so was that really such a huge deal? Crossing her arms, she decides she'll forgive him only if he calls and says sorry 1,000 times. But then her anger melts into excitement when she thinks about Song Fei. At least she went to the concert yesterday, she tells herself. If the game changes everything, she might never get another chance. She pictures Song Fei on stage, and lets out a dreamy sigh, thinking about how amazing he was. Then a thought suddenly hits her. If everyone enters the game by sleeping, then idols will end up there too. Just imagining meeting him inside makes her blush. Could this be fate finally bringing them together? The idea makes her heart pound. As she gets ready for bed, she remembers that Song Fei reached level 13 really fast, which means he already knows the game well. Wanting help, she sends him a message and asks for any good tips before she goes in. The scene switches to Song Fei, surrounded by classmates. When he sees the message, a smug smile spreads across his face. Even Xiaoyu, a girl like her, came to him for advice. To him, it feels like heaven just handed him the perfect chance. He replies right away, full of confidence, saying she asked the right person. Then he gives his secret. At the start, put every stat point into agility. Otherwise she won't be able to outrun monsters and will die fast. When Xiaoyu asks if that still applies to mages, he says yes. According to him, agility also boosts casting speed, which matters a lot early on. Still unsure, she asks what happens if extra agility still isn't enough to win. Song Fei tells her not to worry. Once someone in their city reaches level 5, a teleport gate will open and connect the starter cities. When that happens, he promises to team up with her, help her level, and come find her. Hearing that, Xiao Yu lights up. In bed, Xiao Yu grinned. A fool like Song was easy to use, and now she had someone to carry her in the game. Then another idea hit her. She'd get in before her brother, level up fast, and make him suffer later. No help, no one to carry him. Pleased with herself, she drifted off, ready for the adventure. Back in the game, Chin checks the boss drops when a glowing ring stands out. The system says it's the cursed ring, a gold tier item. Any class can use it. It gives +8 to every stat, 26 dark resistance, and 1.5 times weak point damage. With only one condition, you need to be level 4. The protagonist quickly figures out that +32 total stats is like gaining about 3 levels. It's an amazing item. Before he can think more about it, another notice pops up. He's gained a new skill, Instant Shadow Strike, a silver tier move. It sends out several slashes in one direction, reaches 15 meters, and makes him invincible for 5 seconds. Chin can tell right away it's a strong area attack, so he learns the skill at once. Since he still has evolution points left, he upgrades Hand of Avarice. The system uses 8 points and raises it from Jade to Diamond tier. The boost is huge. Extra item drop chance jumps to 220, and the chance to raise an item's rarity goes up to 40. Running the numbers, MC figures each monster should now give him at least 2 extra drops, making every kill worth about 3 times more. Not wanting to waste his leftover points, he raises Instant Shadow Strike by 3 levels. The skill shoots up from silver to platinum tier. Its range grows to 21 meters. Invincibility lasts 7 seconds, and the slashes increase from 3 to 5. Best of all, each hit now deals 200 damage. He looks through the rest of the loot. Most of it is trash, but one thing stands out. A Silver Warrior skill book. He realizes that selling it should bring in a nice amount of lifespan. Just then, a sound grabs his attention. He turns and finds 3 huge creatures charging straight at him. He recognizes them right away. Limb crawlers, level 4 monsters. Instead of worrying, Chin sees a perfect test for his new strength. He instantly uses Instant Shadow Strike. In a flash, a string of fast slashes tears through the monsters and wipes them out with ease. The crawlers are shredded before they can fight back. When it's over, the system rewards him with 80 XP and 5 more days of tradable lifespan. A dark heavy aura rises from Chin as he calmly takes in the result. One thing is clear now, he can kill much faster than before. He checks his lifespan and sees 618 days, but he needs at least 900 to bring his skills and items into the real world. So he makes a plan. Sell off the valuable gear in his inventory and build up lifespan fast. Once he hits level 10, he'll finally be able to bring things back to the real world. Then the protagonist heads back to the city, hidden by his skill. Without being noticed, he overhears a nearby talk. A man is praising a woman for reaching level 3 and reminds her of a promise. MC realizes it's Meng and Wan. Their deal becomes clear. Wan helped her reach level 3 so she could leave the game, and in return she owes him 5 million. Meng tells him not to worry, and asks if he really thinks Zheng Industries can't pay. She says she'll leave the game and settle it in the real world. Before going, she gives him her phone number, and tells him to call once he gets out too. Then she makes another offer. She wants to buy all his tradable lifespan for 10,000 per day. Wan agrees right away, thrilled at the chance to make real money. With a smug grin he mocks him for turning down her offer, not knowing he is right beside him hearing all of it. Wan also thinks all this talk about lifespan mattering in the game is nonsense. To him, the smart move is turning game assets into cash, and he feels like a genius for seeing it first. A little later, Chin stands before the city's teleportation portal. He touches it, and the portal lights up blue. A system window appears, congratulating him for activating the teleport gate in Kunk City, and giving him 1 reputation point. It says he can use the portal free once a day, while later uses will cost lifespan. For now though, it's useless. No other city has activated one yet. The protagonist understands the portal needs 2 ends to work. Someone in another city has to reach level 5 and activate theirs too. He remembers that in his past life, Song was in Firefly City, so he sets an alert to tell him the moment that portal opens. He's not waiting around, he's getting ready. As soon as it lights up, he'll go after Song. As Chin moves through the city, his goal is already set. Most players would be thrilled just to unlock travel between cities, but he knows that's only the start. What really matters is reaching level 10 and entering the realm abandoned by the gods to awaken his authority. Only then will the real game start. Soon after, he opens a shop. A system notice goes out to everyone. Items and skills are on sale, but only for 10 seconds. First come, first served. Players react at once. They rush over, calling MC an expert. Some say they'd been waiting for this, and had saved lifespan just for his shop. One proudly says he's got 150 days ready. Another brings up the last time MC sold Cone of Ice, the spell that helped Go reach 2nd place in the rankings. Then someone spots a Silver Warrior skill book, Battle Roar, and buys it immediately. The system confirms the sale, 300 days of tradable lifespan. A few players are stunned by the price, but another calls them idiots and says a warrior with that skill could earn back 300 days in under 2 days of hunting. Once they realize that, everyone surges forward to grab whatever is left. In moments, the whole shop is empty. He checks the result. In just a minute, he's made 650 days of lifespan, bringing his total to 2174. Even so, he still wants more. Some players complain that they missed out and ask if he'll open the shop again. He says yes. Then a female player speaks up, saying she has a treasure and wants to trade. When the protagonist turns, he recognizes her as one of Meng's teammates. The system identifies the item as a spatial ring with 12 inventory slots, and it doesn't take up backpack space or an equipment slot. MC is caught off guard because he knows how valuable it is. This kind of storage item is extremely rare. The drop rate is tiny, so getting one this early is crazy luck. He asks her price, already knowing what it's worth. In his past life, a similar ring sold for 3,600 days of lifespan, but she doesn't ask for lifespan. Smiling, she makes a different offer. She wants him to add her as a friend and join her to kill a boss. Chin agrees right away, and the system confirms that Black Plun has accepted his friend request. Once they leave the city, he asks about the boss. Black Plun says it's a gold-level boss, though she couldn't read its name because she was too far away. She tells him it's on an old boat floating in the swamp. The protagonist's eyes widen. Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? He remembers it as an ultra-rare boss. In his past life, whole guilds fought over it because of its drops. From Black Plun's description, he guesses this version is only around level 5, which makes it easier to beat. Even so, he can't understand how she found something that rare so close to the city. Then the clues start lining up. The spatial ring, her link to Meng's team, and now a gold boss showing up out of nowhere. Suddenly he gets it. Could she be the lucky carp from his past life? Chin remembers the rumors. People said Meng's team had a mystery member with absurd luck, someone who kept stumbling onto rare bosses and treasures. Back then, he thought it was made up. Now, looking at Black Plun, he knows it was real. He stares a little too long, and she notices, asking why he's looking at her like that. MC snaps out of it, says it's nothing, and focuses on the road ahead. As they leave the city, a bald player watches them from behind a tree. Then the story cuts to a rough gang. Their long-haired leader, surrounded by bald followers, brags that he beat his own brothers and became the boss of Sand City. He promises they'll all thrive if they stick with him. Before he can say more, the scout comes back and reports that their target left the city with a girl. The leader smirks, brushing Chin off as another dumb young guy led around by a pretty face. He immediately gathers his men and orders them to move in for the outside the city. Feng laid out the deal. If the boss dropped gear Black Plun could use, she kept it. Everything else was his. She agreed. She only asked for one thing. If anything useful for her team dropped, he should sell it to her cheap. Feng agreed. With that settled, Black Plun said they'd move once Wang Meng and the others logged back in. After a while, she finally asked where they were headed, and Feng told her they were going after a gold-tier boss. That stunned her. It sounded crazy. He was an assassin, and she was a mage. Taking on a gold-tier boss with just the two of them felt like suicide. Feng stayed calm and said she wasn't fighting anyway. He'd handle the boss alone while she watched from far away. Black Plun still couldn't believe it. Just as she was about to argue, Feng suddenly stopped like he sensed something. Without a word, he used latent image and vanished. Black Plun was left staring in shock. At the same time, the bald group was still tailing them. Seeing Feng disappear, their leader smugly decided he'd ditched Black Plun. Grinning, he told his men to grab her, but before they could, a dark figure appeared in front of them, and the leader froze. His grin disappeared at once. Before anyone could react, Feng used instant shadow strike. It ended in a heartbeat. One slash flashed by, and the whole group dropped. Then Feng vanished again. The system announced 5 kills and 12 days of tradable lifetime. Feng barely looked at the bodies. To him, they were no different from weak mobs. Before Black Plun could process anything, he was back beside her. She asked where he'd gone, and Feng simply said some people were following them, so he sent them back to the city. She started throwing out questions, even joking that his invisibility skill must be handy for bathroom breaks. Annoyed, Feng cut her off and told her to hurry. They needed to reach the boss. The scene shifts to the city. Xiao Yu had just logged in, and the staff in her hand showed she'd become a mage. She looked around, amazed by how real everything felt. Holding her staff, she proudly thought about her secret class, Sacrifice. Sure it would be strong enough to help Song Fei. Then her mind drifted to her brother. She got annoyed, thinking he was never around when she needed him, but quickly brushed it off. With her secret class and Song Fei helping, she didn't need her brother anyway. He could handle himself. Then, she noticed the city rankings. Feng was already level 6. That made her wonder why Song Fei bragged so much when he was only level 3. The real pro was Shadow. She figured that if she got close to him, she'd level much faster than with Song Fei. The problem was finding him. Nearby, Wang Meng and his team were dealing with a problem. One of their members had vanished, and he couldn't contact him. He asked if anyone had an idea. One teammate said the fight would be rough without a healer. Another pointed out they couldn't solo like Shadow. With no better choice, someone suggested bringing in another healer. Xiao Yu jumped on the chance and walked over. Wang Meng noticed her right away. Smiling, she offered to join them, and said her secret class was sacrifice and life. The scene cuts back to Feng and Black Plun as they reach a cliff. One looked down, and Feng knew he was right. It was the Golden Ghost ship. He instantly used latent image and disappeared, telling Black Plun to hide and watch for other players while he dealt with the boss. He headed in. She agreed. Then she carefully moved down into the swamp. A notice popped up. Because of the boss, this whole area burned through lifespan 100 times faster. Feng quickly worked it out. 15 minutes here would cost a full day of life. Still, that didn't bother him. The system showed the boss was level 5 and would vanish in 45 minutes. That was plenty of time, so Feng moved in. He opened with instant shadow strike, and the damage was brutal. 549, 3 times in a row. Then he threw a poison dart straight at the ship's weak point. It landed as a critical hit for 621 damage right away, plus 207 more each second from poison. The boss answered with an area attack, sending water pillars bursting up all around him. Luckily, Feng's agility let him avoid them. Then the real battle started, when the boss summoned 12 water phantoms with silver level strength. Since Feng was invisible, the phantoms couldn't track him. He got into place and wiped them all out with one instant shadow strike. Watching from afar, Black Plun was stunned. So this was how the number 1 fought. In only a few minutes, the gold boss had already lost half its health. Then Feng suddenly called her little Blackie, and said he was about to die. She had no idea what he meant, and asked what was going on. Feng only told her not to do anything. Just wait for him to revive. Still confused, she complained about the nickname. Her name was Black Plun, not Little Blackie. Feng ignored that, and kept using it anyway. The scene cuts to the idiots Feng killed earlier. Their furious leader still believed Black Plun had beaten them. Then, one of his men ran up and said he'd found her watching Shadow fight a boss. The leader grinned, gathered everyone, and said this time they'd win. Back in the fight, Feng knew the Golden Ghost ship always used its deadliest move at half health, a wave of souls. Right on cue, the boss used it. Feng knew the problem right away. The attack covered a huge area, and would paralyze him for 5 seconds. With his current stats, he couldn't dodge it. The soul wave exploded outward in a massive shockwave. Even Black Plun, watching from above, was shaken by how huge it was. Then the hit landed. Direct damage, 1059. A system notice confirmed it. Feng died. Another message followed. Player Shadow has died. Lost 326 years of non-negotiable life. Lost 1087 days of negotiable life. At the top of the cliff, other players arrived just in time to see it. They laughed, mocking Shadow for trying to solo a gold-level boss. Then they noticed the loot he dropped. Judging by the amount, it had to be worth at least 300 days of life. Greed took over fast. With the Golden Ghost ship already at half health, they figured they could finish it off and take both the boss rewards and Shadow's loot. One of them proudly declared they were about to steal a top player's kill. Confident, they rushed in and got wiped out. The scene jumps to the starting city, where that same group respawned in total confusion. One of them wondered how Shadow could be so weak, but still have health like a gold-level boss. Another complained they barely stepped into the swamp before the boss's water columns erased them. Their leader wasn't laughing. Angry, he said they couldn't let this slide, and ordered everyone to go back for another try. Meanwhile, back in the swamp, Feng revived and looked around. Life orbs were scattered everywhere. He called out to Black Plun, asking what happened and why there were so many. Amused by how fast he returned, she explained that a bunch of overconfident players had rushed in thinking they could beat the gold boss, only to get blown away by its water column attacks. Feng laughed. Typical. Those guys clearly thought too highly of themselves. It also reminded him how much this same boss had made him suffer in his past life. Focusing again, he reviewed the boss's patterns. That big attack at half health was a one-time threat. After that, the rest would be easy for him. Normally, the boss might teleport away once its health dropped that low, which ruined things for most players. But Feng already knew how to handle that. Without waiting, he used his poison dart and aimed at the bright bells hanging from the ship's mast. The shot connected. The Golden Ghost ship moved to strike back, purple energy spilling from its core. But Feng didn't flinch. Still protected by invincibility, he pushed forward with a smile. He'd already memorized all the boss's patterns. In an instant, he closed the gap and used a heavy shadow slash, cutting into the boss with perfect aim. Just then, the same group returned and reached the battle again. One of them shouted that Shadow was back and fighting the Golden Ghost ship. Their leader, still bitter, saw his chance. If he took out Feng and the boss, all the rewards would be theirs. Black Plun noticed them, and wasn't even surprised. These idiots always cause trouble, and with the fight almost over, she couldn't let them interfere. She quickly cast lightning and fired at the group on the cliff. The blast hit the leader and one of his men, knocking them back. Shaken, the leader got up and searched for who attacked them. His men pointed toward Black Plun. That only made him madder. He grabbed his weapon and ordered everyone to attack. Realizing she'd become the target, Blackplun ran and shouted for help while they chased her. At that point, taking her out came first. At the same time, another team stayed hidden in the trees and watched everything. Unlike the first bunch, they were patient and focused on the real reward. Feng kept circling the boss, calm and in control. Just like he expected, the fight was nearly over. Even with a level 5 boss, it dragged on because his damage was still low, and that delay brought trouble. He knew 2 groups were watching him, one up on the cliff, now busy chasing Plun, and another hiding in the swamp. Their plan was simple: let Feng finish the boss, then jump him and steal everything. Neither group got the chance. Feng landed the last hit, and the golden ghost ship finally fell. The system instantly announced the win. Feng had beaten a gold-class boss, gained 4,800 experience, reached level 8, earned 7 evolution points, and got 216 days of lifespan. As the loot started to drop, he used Shadow Snake and vanished right before the swamp group moved in. At the same time, everyone in the starter city got a system notice. Shadow was the first player to kill a gold-class boss, and earned 3 reputation points as a reward. The message set off a storm of talk. Players kept asking who Shadow was, how he pulled it off, and whether he came from their city. Wang Meg was stunned. Not long ago, Shadow had been fighting a bronze-class boss, and now he had already taken down a gold-class one. The gap between him and everyone else felt ridiculous. Xiao Yu, though, had no doubts at all. To her, Shadow was the strongest player, and if she could get his help, she could level up much faster. Back in the swamp, the boss loot covered the ground, and there was more of it than anyone expected. The hidden players stared at it greedily. Their leader quickly figured out Feng had not picked anything up, which meant he was still nearby and invisible. Staying careful, he told Wang to find Feng and kill him, before he could claim the rewards. Wang raised his bow and fired a green energy arrow. Mid-air, it changed into a horned ghost eagle, a tracking skill. The eagle swept over the spot where Feng had vanished, searching for him. Still hidden, Feng recognized the skill right away. He had not expected to see a detection move this early, but now their confidence made sense. Even so, it would not work. Their tracking skill was only level 1, while Feng's assassin bonus pushed his invisibility to level 2. That tiny edge kept him safely out of reach. When the eagle found nothing, Wang told the others Feng must have run off, scared of their numbers. The leader laughed and decided Feng had been smart to back off. Full of confidence, he brought his men closer to the loot and told them to stay sharp while they waited the 5 minutes until anyone could take it. Then, while they stood there, a figure slipped out of the darkness. Before anyone could react, Feng struck. A surge of black energy wiped out the whole group in an instant. Their bodies dropped as loot. Feng muttered that things were finally quiet, then looked over the huge pile of items and wondered where Plun had gone. He could search for her later. Before picking anything up, he spent his saved points to evolve Hand of Avarice. The system confirmed it had risen from Diamond rank to Epic. Now it gave a 220 to 300 chance to get extra items, and every bonus item had a 100 chance to be 1 rank higher than normal. To get the most out of it, Feng pulled all the loot orbs together first, then used Hand of Avarice. Light burst across the area, and the system hit him with a flood of notices. 7 evolution points, 3x 216 days of tradable life, and 3x Ghostfire bells. Feng held 2 bells and grinned. He had managed to get 2 instead of 1. The system explained what they did. The Ghostfire bell kept a player from losing life expectancy on death, with a 560-second cooldown. Its passive effect, Soul Absorption, boosted life gained from monsters by 20, and that bonus doubled if 2 bells were equipped. Its active skill, Soul Shock, froze enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds, with a 521-second cooldown. Best of all, it counted as an item, not equipment, so it used no gear slot. Both bells also fit in 1 inventory slot, making them even better. Feng was pleased with his luck, but then a familiar voice cut in. Plun was screaming for help from the swamp. The same group had caught up to her, and from the way they laughed, they clearly meant trouble. Too bad for them, it would not last. Plun was trapped at the edge of a cliff. The leader mocked her, saying she had run well, but now she had nowhere left to go. One of his men told her to give up, and promised they would make sure she felt good before she died. Plun looked at the cliff and made her choice. In one quick move she jumped. After the fall, she died on impact, and her body turned into spoils. The leader admitted she had guts to choose her own death. At the same time, Feng got a message from Plun. She said he did not need to save her anymore. She had already died and respawned in the starter city. It hurt, but her tradable life expectancy was safe with Captain Wang Meng. Feng told her to wait in the city and promised to bring her share of the loot when he returned. She agreed. With that settled, Feng checked his gains. His tradable life expectancy had risen to 3,115 days, and his evolution points were up to 21. He planned to upgrade Hand of Avarice again, but the system stopped him. The skill had already reached epic rank, and the next upgrade would cost 10 times more, 210 points. Since he did not have that many points, he chose to strengthen his attack skills instead, so he could kill stronger bosses and earn better loot. The moment he started, golden light wrapped around him. A system window said Shadow Cut had evolved from platinum to diamond. Its range grew from 21 to 24, then 27 meters. Invisibility increased from 7 to 9 seconds, and total skill time reached 10.43 seconds, enough for 5 to 7 strikes ahead. Each slash also grew from 3.1 to 4.1 meters, and now dealt 300 extreme damage. Another notice said he had used 10 evolution points, leaving only 3. Backstab also rose to gold rank, and its damage bonus climbed from 15 to 30. Feng quickly realized something important. After evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, its damage had doubled. Even outside stealth, he could now deal 3,000 damage with a stealth breaking effect. Combined with Backstab, all 7 slashes could reach 6,000 or even 7,000 damage. Feng looked through the loot and knew a gold-level boss would usually drop only 2 to 4 silver pieces of gear and a few gold ones. But thanks to Hand of Avarice, he got 11 gold equipment pieces and a skill book. On top of that, there were 2 platinum items and another skill book. He was especially happy because 3 of those items were for assassins. One was the Ghost Ship's Dual Blade, a platinum assassin weapon. It gave 136 attack, 22 agility, 24 attack speed, and 17 armor penetration. It only needed level 5, so he could already use it. Its special effect doubled normal attack damage. Feng did not think that effect mattered much, since he relied more on skills. Still, the high attack, agility boost, and faster attack speed were all useful, since they would help his skills come out faster and shorten cooldowns. He also found Ghost Fire leather armor, a gold item that gave 25 physical defense, 50 fire resistance, blocked 14 damage, and added 419 health. His base health was only 350, so that bonus was huge. With this armor, he figured most players would not be able to break through his defense. He chose to hide the armor's appearance to keep his assassin look and avoid showing his gear. The last item was a skill book called Ghost Shadow Blur, a gold passive for assassins. It gave a 15 chance to dodge, and when activated, it granted full damage immunity. Feng was glad to finally get a survival skill. He remembered that it normally was not this strong, since building around dodge could weaken other stats and become deadly if the dodge failed. For him though, it was different. Because he could keep evolving skills with evolution points, he could raise the dodge rate without giving up other stats. That made it far more valuable. On the way back to the city, he thought about the rest of the loot, gear for warriors, priests, and archers. As promised, he planned to sell it to Wang Meg and the team at a 10 discount. They probably could not pay for everything right away, but Feng was sure Wang Meg would accept buying on credit. Thinking it over, he knew this progress was all thanks to Plun, his little black. Without her luck, he never would have found a level 5 golden boss, so he felt he owed her. As Feng headed back, the group that had chased Plun was returning too, their leader clearly furious. When they crossed paths, the whole group panicked and ran. The henchmen dashed off first, leaving their leader behind as he also tried to escape. Feng used latent image and without any rush, cut down the henchman with instant shadow slash. Only the leader was left, still trying to get away, but Feng appeared right in front of him and blocked the path. The leader immediately begged for mercy. He admitted attacking Plun was a mistake, and swore he would never do it again. Desperate, he even called Feng daddy, and said he had less than a year left to live, so dying here would be the end for him. Feng coldly asked whether he had thought about that when he went after people like Plun. He hits the leader with poisonous earth. The skill deals damage every 5 seconds, and soon the man is bleeding while green fluid runs down his head, making him scream in pain. As Feng keeps walking, a red aura wraps around him, and an assassin title shows up above his head. A system message says he has entered the first stage of assassin status for killing so many players. If he dies now, he will lose 75% of his remaining lifespan. Feng doesn't care much, since the ghost firebell should keep him safe. Thanks to that item, even a careless death should not cost him years of life. Soon, he reaches the starting city, and when he drops his stealth, the nearby players are shocked to see him. Some of them whisper that Shadow must be back after taking down a gold rank boss. Not long after, he runs into one of the teams that tried to jump him during the golden ghost ship fight. Their leader claims Feng cheated with bugs to kill the boss alone, which is why no loot was left. He also asks why Feng looks like he has no gear on, proving the hidden equipment trick is working. Seeing Feng walk over with an annoyed look, the leader quickly tells him to stop. Then he offers up an assassin skill book. He admits attacking Feng was a mistake, and says they spent part of their lifespan to buy this book, hoping Feng will take it and let the matter go. Feng accepts it, and a system notice names the skill Impale. It's a common assassin skill that adds 20 damage to one strike, stuns the target for 2 seconds, and has a 22-second cooldown. Since it's a control skill, Feng decides to keep it. Then he turns and walks away. One teammate, clearly upset, complains to their leader, Xiao Xiao. They already lost to Feng, and now they had to hand over a skill book just to calm him down. Another member backs him up, asking since when they started letting people treat them like this. The first one argues they should call in their connections and gather enough players to crush Shadow together. Why should they be scared of one person? Xiao Xiao cuts him off. Shadow is leveling way too fast, which means he's hiding a major secret. If they can track him down in the real world and grab him, they can learn that secret and force him to farm resources for them, like a slave. The group loves the idea and praises Xiao Xiao. He says he'll have his family send a woman to get information out of Shadow. From the way Shadow talked, Xiaobei guesses he's an outsider, and probably poor, so all they need is someone beautiful and skilled enough to lure him in. Meanwhile, Feng meets up with Plun, calling her Pacana Negra. He asks her to accept the trade so he can give her some items. Plun thanks him, then laughs and corrects him. Her name is Grande Plun, not Pacana Negra. A little later, Plun excitedly tries on what he gave her. She says the items are incredible, and that she'll grow stronger fast. The skill and necklace boosted her damage a lot, and more than doubled her mana recovery. She thanks him again, but Feng brushes it off, saying he's only keeping their deal. Then he asks for the spatial ring Plun promised, and she happily gives it to him. After that, Plun mentions something else. While running through the forest, she found a cave that looked like the entrance to a ruin, and she asks if he's interested. Feng is stunned by her luck. First a golden ghost ship, now a ruin. He realizes being friends with her could be very useful. He even wonders if she would have shared this spot if he hadn't treated her fairly. Once he takes the ring, his inventory grows to 27 slots. He asks where Wang Meng is, since he wants to sell some items to the group before heading to the ruin. Plun says Wang Meng and the others may be busy for a while, because they're training the new priestess. She already marked the ruin on his map. According to her, the entrance is hidden by bushes behind a stone slab, and she moved one to make a hiding spot for herself. She went a little way inside, heard screams, got scared, and ran. If that hadn't happened, she says, she wouldn't have been caught later. After hearing that, Feng activates invisibility. He says he gets it, and will head to the ruin right away, planning to trade with Wang Meng later. Plun is left staring when he vanishes so fast. Still invisible, he moves toward the location. On the way, Feng thinks he originally planned to grind somewhere else until level 10, but this ruin is clearly the better chance. The monsters inside should be bronze rank, with a chance for silver ones too, perfect for earning lifespan and evolution points. When he gets there, he finds the stone slab Plun described and goes in at once. Inside, Feng starts judging what kind of ruin this is. Starting city ruins come in 3 kinds: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. The wall murals tell him this one is a temple of faith. He remembers tombs are simple, packed with monsters and a gold rank boss at the end. Cursed ruins are filled with people twisted by evil gods. Temples like this one hold those gods' followers, and are usually built like a maze. Still, they often reward players with rare items or skill books. Looking closer at the murals, he recognizes the god shown there. This temple belongs to an ancient god of judgment, the same source tied to his Eye of Judgment skill. Then faint screams echo from deeper inside. The story shifts away from the ruin, and over to a forest, where Wang Meng is in serious trouble, blocking attacks with his shield. A monster roars and smashes him so hard that he's thrown backward. Lying on the ground, he looks over and sees Xiao Yu frozen in shock. One teammate yells for her to heal him, but Xiao Yu is too scared to move. She can't even trigger her skills, and can only cry out for help. The others know they're out of options and beg her one last time to save the group's priest, but Xiao Yu just collapses, shaking and repeating that she's scared. A moment later, Wang Meng and his whole team respawn in the starting city. The monster wiped them all out, and everyone is furious. Plun greets them with a smile and asks why they're back so soon. She also tells them Shadow hasn't returned yet, so they still can't buy gear from him. That pushes the group over the edge. They turn on Xiao Yu and start tearing into her. One member yells that he's never seen anyone so useless. She can't dodge, and she can't even use her skills right. Plun is shocked. She's never seen her teammates this angry before. She steps in to shield Xiao Yu, who is close to tears. Plun says they're being too harsh, and reminds them that beginners die a lot at first. The angry teammate tells her to move aside. Then, another member explains this wasn't one death, it was 3 in less than an hour, leaving Plun speechless. Kind as ever, Plun offers Xiao Yu a place on her team. She says Shadow gave her 2 strong items and promises that with her around, nobody will die. Wang Meng tries to calm everyone down and agrees it's a good idea. With Plun there, things should improve, and maybe they'll run into Shadow when they head back out. Xiao Yu apologizes and says she'll do better, but inside, she's thinking the opposite. To her, Wang Meng's team is full of losers blaming her for their own mess. If they weren't connected to Shadow, she wouldn't bother with them at all. Meanwhile, Feng goes deeper into the ruins. He keeps moving forward, listening to those same strange sounds. Soon he finds 2 figures kneeling in the middle of a temple-like chamber. The system identifies them as devout followers of the judged god, level 10 silver class monsters. Feng doesn't hesitate. He activates latent image and turns invisible. Then he strikes. Using instant shadow, he attacks at top speed, but the damage is tiny. Even with the bonus from attacking from behind and breaking stealth, their health barely drops. As level 10 silver class bosses, they're much tougher than expected, and together they have more health than the golden ghost he fought before. He also notices something strange. The followers kneel again, this time facing him, like they're worshipping him even though he can't be seen. Feng starts to wonder if they can sense his eye of judgment, and if that's why they aren't attacking. To test it, he asks if they can guide him, but they give no answer. So he decides they were corrupted long ago, and are now nothing more than beasts that steal other people's lifespan. Then, both followers suddenly grow restless and rush toward the temple entrance with poison glowing around their hands. A group of players has just come in, and the moment they see the monsters, they shout warnings to each other. Watching from the side, Feng sees panic spread fast. The players realize one silver boss is already too much, let alone two. They try to run, but the monsters wipe them out completely before they can get away. The dead leave behind a huge amount of lifespan. Feng recognizes them as the Grey Rose group, the same players who once bought a spell from him. Judging by their gear, they clearly weren't ready for this place. As Feng gathers the drops, he's shocked to find over 100 days of tradable lifespan. He hadn't expected them to be that wealthy. Meanwhile, the two followers go back to kneeling toward him like loyal worshippers. After searching the temple, Feng finds no traps and no treasure. Irritated, he decides the only worthwhile things here are the two silver mini-bosses, so he chooses to kill them. He fires poison dart and lands perfect headshots. A system window confirms both kills. Feng gains 4000 XP, reaches level 9, and gets 4 more evolution points. Then he uses his ability on the loot, and gains another 188 days of tradable life. The epic grade skills power leaves him stunned. He now has 32 evolution points and 1504 total days of life. He also collects several gold and silver grade items, including a gold grade assassin accessory called the Devotee's Pendant. The loot was great. It boosted his agility, cut skill cooldowns by 20%, and let him summon a silver grade follower to fight for him. Since the rest of the gear also needed level 8, Feng put it away to sell later. Then, he spots something odd. As he checks a mechanism in the temple, the whole place starts to shift. The floor drops like an old elevator, carrying him 300 or 400 meters down. When it stops, the way back seals shut. One look around, and Feng knows where he is, a hidden labyrinth. He had seen places like this in his past life, and every one of them was packed with deadly traps. With his current stats, one mistake could kill him. Luckily, the new pendant gives him an answer. Feng summons the devout follower and sends it ahead to test the route, making things much safer. Even so, he decides to spend his points first. He uses 5 points to evolve Phantom Shadow to epic grade. The upgrade is insane. Its passive dodge rate jumps from 15% to 75%, and when activated, it makes him immune to all damage. Happy with that, he puts the rest into Instant Shadow Strike and raises it to epic too. It gets better across the board. More range, longer invisibility, more slashes, higher damage, a wider area, and only a 12-second cooldown. Feng knows that going from epic to legendary costs 10 times more points than usual. That means skills that begin at epic are a huge advantage. Their first jump to legendary only costs 10 points, and with enough points they can quickly reach mythic, ancient, or even immortal grade. A normal grade skill is way worse by comparison. It needs 7 evolutions just to hit epic, and after that, the 10 times multiplier pushes the cost into the hundreds. The good part is that once a skill reaches epic, the cost stops growing so wildly. From here on, all his skills will be at least epic. Looking at his hand, Feng sees he still has 11 points left, enough for one more upgrade. He chooses Latent Image, spending 7 points to raise it from silver to gold, then to platinum. Its stealth now lasts 24 seconds. The hit that breaks invisibility deals 90% more damage, and the cooldown drops to 22 seconds. With his 35% cooldown reduction, that becomes just 16.3 seconds. Even then, Feng thinks it still lasts too long for a skill with weak burst, and starts thinking about replacing it later. Then his focus snaps back to the labyrinth. The follower he summons sets off a trap. A giant boulder rolls in and crushes it instantly. The body vanishes, and Feng knows he has to wait for the cooldown before summoning another one. With a maze this dangerous, he can only move slowly, and use the follower to test the way bit by bit. He just hopes the reward at the end is worth the trouble. Meanwhile, back in the temple above, the players who were wiped out earlier sneak inside again. One of them whispers to the captain that the 2 monsters who killed them are gone. That already feels strange, but then they notice the life item and loot they dropped after dying are gone too. It doesn't take long to figure out what happened. Someone killed the monsters and took everything. As they wonder who could do that so easily this early in the game, the captain names the only person she can think of, Shadow. Hearing that, one teammate lets out a relieved sigh, glad they won't have to die again. But the captain keeps thinking, When they first arrived, they saw someone who seemed to be talking to the two bosses. Was that Shadow? And if so, did he have some skill that let him work with monsters? If he did, that power was terrifying. Back in the labyrinth, another trap kills Feng's follower on the spot. About 3 hours pass as he explores carefully. Judging by the layout and what he remembers from his past life, he thinks he's finally near the end. He also knows that if people tried clearing a place like this by force, it would cost hundreds of lives. So Feng summons the follower again, and moves into what looks like the last stretch. The creature leads the way, until they come to a massive door. Feng tells it to open it, but even with all its strength, the door doesn't budge. That surprises him, since a silver-level boss isn't weak at all. Curious now, Feng walks up and touches the door, and it swings open with no resistance. For a moment he freezes, unsure what waits inside. Both he and the follower brace for an attack, but there isn't any danger. Inside stands a strange altar, and at its center sits a treasure chest ringed by silver spikes. Beside it is an NPC, but the strange part is that even the system can't identify her. It's the first time Feng has ever seen an NPC the system couldn't read. She greets him, but he can't understand a word, like his level is too low. Then she suddenly drops to her knees and melts away into yellow light, vanishing right before his eyes. At the same time, the spikes around the chest disappear. Confused, Feng guesses the NPC may have reacted to his eye of judgment. He turns back to the chest. Now that it's open to him, it shines with a golden glow, clear proof of an epic-grade item. Even so, he stays careful. It could still be trapped, or even be a mimic. To play it safe, he has the follower open it. Golden light bursts out, revealing a skill book, and not just any skill book, but a divine assassin skill. The system tells him he got Gift of Mercy, an epic book. Its passive effect is amazing, 100% accuracy on weak points and double damage when he hits them. Then comes the active skill, Throat Cut. It deals damage over time equal to 100% of the first hit every second for 3 seconds. Normally it has a 60-second cooldown, but his reduction stat cuts that to 44.4 seconds. Feng is stunned by how strong it is. The passive alone basically doubles the size of an enemy's weak points, making them much easier to hit. But the real standout is Throat Cut. He quickly does the math. A first strike that deals 300 damage becomes 1,200 total, almost tripling the damage from one hit. Unlike skills that spread damage across lots of fast attacks, this one puts everything into the opening blow, so timing and aim matter a lot. And since it's already epic, it only needs 10 points to reach legendary. For a skill this powerful, that's cheap. Feng is fully satisfied now. The labyrinth reward was absolutely worth it, and his damage just shot way up. Now it's time to leave. Feng decides to sell the rest of his loot to Plun's group. He messages her and tells her to bring everyone back to the starter city because he has valuable gear to sell. She agrees right away, shocked by how fast he cleared the ruins. But when Feng teleports back to the city, he gets a surprise. A huge crowd is waiting for him. Some want to add him as a friend, some want to follow him, and others come from big companies hoping to recruit him. A lot of them even traveled from other starter cities just to meet him. One girl from Underwear City even offers to become his wife if he'll help her level up. Others came from Aesir. Seeing all this, Feng figures out that the teleport gates between cities are active now, which means only one thing. It is time to head to Firefly City and find Song Fei. Without wasting a second, Feng activates his skill and vanishes. The crowd is left confused as he slips away in stealth. Soon they start blaming each other for scaring Shadow off, and the shouting gets so heated that some players actually start fighting. While everyone is distracted, Feng meets up with Plun, who leads him to her group, and when he gets there, he's hit with another surprise. His little sister Xiaoyu is there. She looks at him with open admiration, having no idea Shadow is really her brother. Feng can't help wondering how she ended up in Wang Meg's team. Knowing how unpredictable she is, he worries she might drag the whole group into trouble. He has to stay careful. Now that everyone knows Shadow, his secret identity is much less safe. If people found out who he really was before he could bring his powers into the real world, a normal weapon could still kill him. That was a risk he couldn't accept. At the same time, Xiaoyu is thinking too. Shadow feels incredibly strong, while the rest of Wang Meg's team looks weak by comparison. She starts figuring it would be much easier to find Song Fei if Shadow helped her level up. Meanwhile, Feng gives Wang Meg gear for the whole group, matched to each class, along with skill books that would make them much stronger in battle. For everything, he asks for 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Meg immediately sees that the gold and silver grade items are far beyond what they can afford, but Feng tells them they can pay later, making it clear he trusts the group. Wang Meg thanks him sincerely and promises to repay the favor someday. Feng nods and hands over the items. The whole team is amazed to get such rare gear this early, and Wang Meg is especially shocked by how much his damage rises. He starts to wonder if Feng's generosity means he truly trusts them. In all the excitement, Xiaoyu waits eagerly to see what powerful item she'll get, but gets nothing. Wang Meg explains there wasn't any gear for the priest class, and another teammate says she should already be grateful just to be there gaining experience with them. Xiao Yu quickly introduces herself as the team's priestess, and walks up to Feng, expecting an item. She even tries to add him as a friend, but he only gives her a cold stare before disappearing right in front of her. She just stands there, completely lost. Xiao Yu froze, asking where he went. Wang tried to calm her, guessing he just didn't have priest gear. Another teammate said it looked more like he ignored her on purpose. Plun just laughed, saying his showy entrances and exits were pretty cool. Far away, the protagonist appeared beside the teleport portal. He knew he did have a gold-tier priest staff and matching skill book in his bag. He just had no plan to waste items like that on his sister. She was reckless, and keeping her around could ruin his deal with Wang's team. Qin also saw a bigger chance here. Instead of slowly selling gear piece by piece, he could use Wang's police ties and government backing to move high-level items in bulk. For that, the team had to be dependable, and Xiao Yu wasn't. So he made up his mind. She had to go, and he already knew who should take her place. That person was Gu Yichu, also called Xiao Shu. In his past life, she managed the Goodslayer Guild and had a rare priest class, White Avian Priestess. It came with a white bird that could heal and buff allies. She was even the only priest MC had seen solo an epic boss. Compared to her, his sister was dead weight. At the portal, he realized something else. Gu Yichu was from Firefly City, the same place as Song and also where he was heading next. Perfect. He could find her there and bring her into Wang's team. The moment he passed through the portal, he turned invisible. Firefly City's constant sunlight made that skill even better for moving unseen. Soon he heard two players talking about a silver-tier monster they wanted to kill. They were also raging about Song, saying he had gathered all the girls in the city and somehow turned them into obsessed fans. They couldn't believe a minor celebrity had followers that loyal, and swore they'd take him down today. Shadow found that funny. Song's trail was easy to follow, but those two had no chance against him. If anyone was going to kill Song, it would be Shadow. Curious, he tailed them to the Valley of Laments, a level 5 zone with Amorites and Correntes. As soon as he entered, he found signs of fighting, and moved in to check. It was a mess. One group was battling Marine, a flaming silver-tier boss with 2 heads. Instead of working together, some players were busy fighting each other. Right in the chaos stood Song, surrounded by his fans. The 2 players from earlier got ready to rush him, yelling that Song's group had jumped them and stolen their lifespan. One of them charged in with an ancient magic skill called Locked Jaw. He never made it. One of Song's mages cut him off and smashed his head in one hit. Watching that, Shadow remembered Song's title, Heaven-Defying Mage God. In his past life, Song tricked his fans into picking mage, then slowly took their gear and skill books to power himself up. Cheap, but effective. A team of pure mages couldn't last forever though. To make it work, the fans built their stats in different ways. Some all intelligence for huge damage, some agility for harassment, some vitality to act as tanks, and the crazier ones even raised strength, turning into battle mages who beat people down with their staffs. Early on, that setup worked great. Song and his mage swarm crushed enemies and stole lifespan. Later, it fell off, and most of those fans got left behind. Even then, Song kept stringing the rest along. He'd act heartbroken, say they were working too hard for him, and wish the silver-tier boss would die soon so everyone could rest in a world of love instead of violence. A chubby fan instantly said Song was the one suffering most. She rallied the others, urging them to kill the boss fast, so he wouldn't get hurt. Fired up, they attacked with everything they had, even singing about how Song was the best. Then the monster roared and lunged at Song. One fan jumped in front of him and took the hit with her own body. The moment she turned into loot, Song dropped to his knees and acted worried. Even after dying, that same fan kept cheering the others on. She said killing the silver-tier boss would push Song to the top ranks and let him finally pass Qin. That only drove them harder. Nobody wanted to let Song down, and their attacks started wearing the boss down. Inside, Song was thrilled. He was already thinking about the kill, while wondering how the protagonist had soloed a gold-tier boss when this silver one was such a pain. He decided the protagonist had to be abusing a bug. It bothered him even more because, with all this help, he was only level 7, while the protagonist had gotten way ahead alone. Song smiled to himself. Once the boss died, he'd hit level 8. Since MC had been stuck at level 9, Song was sure he'd pass him soon and become the game's top player. Then he struck. In a flash he grabbed Song by the face and ripped his head off so fast it was hard to tell whether he sliced it or tore it free. Before the body even fell, the protagonist used instant shadow slash, cutting down everyone nearby and blasting Song's head and body into pieces. His fans stood frozen in shock. They didn't get time to recover. Qin came for them next. He carved through everything there, including the silver-tier boss. A system message announced he had killed the 12-headed Ember Fiend and earned 1,500 experience. Song's fans died too, including Sky-Defying Maiden Goddess and others with ridiculous names, like Song Fei Meow Meow Forever Faithful Follower. and little Fei Mei. When the Ember Fiend turned into loot, the two players watching were stunned. MC had erased the boss with one skill for over 1000 damage, around 10 times stronger than anything they could do. And since it was a daily skill, it wiped out the boss, Song and all his fans in one move. They couldn't imagine anyone else pulling that off except the famous him, the solo player who got the first gold tier boss kill. Right away, they started cheering for him and celebrating Song's fall. It wasn't real support. They were scared he might kill them next, and Chin knew it. In his past life, when he was weaker, players like that would have jumped him without hesitation. Back in the starting city, Song had just respawned, still confused about how he died. Then the system told him, killed by Shadow. He had lost 1106 days of tradable lifespan and 18 years, 113 days of non-tradable life. Song clenched his fists, wondering why Shadow had shown up in Firefly Town, out of all the starting cities. His fans crowded around, upset and demanding answers. Song instantly made one up, claiming Shadow wanted the silver tier boss and attacked while they were distracted. The fans started cursing the protagonist non-stop. Just then, a shy girl stepped up and asked to join Song's group. She introduced herself as an archer with the rare Eagle Eye skill, which could detect stealth. Some fans got annoyed, saying they only took mages and that her weak damage would drag down Song's rank. Song stepped in at once. He told her that while they usually accepted only mages, her passion mattered more. Archer or not, he said, she was welcome in the family, and they'd grow stronger together. Touched by that, the girl declared her love for Song. That fired up the others. One announced she was an assassin with stealth, and would avenge him by hunting Shadow. Another said she had a control skill that could freeze him. Song welcomed everyone, saying anyone who wanted in could join their big family. The fans shouted that they'd follow Song anywhere, ready for revenge. They called Shadow a coward for attacking from ambush, and swore he'd pay for hurting Song. Nearby players heard the noise and asked what happened. Someone told them Song had just been killed. That shocked them at first. He had so many fans protecting him. But once they heard Shadow was the killer, it made more sense, even if they still wondered how he dared take on that whole crowd. Meanwhile, Song was smiling. To him, this was perfect. With so many witnesses, when he beat Shadow, everyone would see a solo player's strength meant nothing against him. Far away, Chin used Hand of Avarice. The system listed the rewards: 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable life, silver boss loot multiplied by 6, and gold boss loot multiplied by 1. Then he chose to evolve Gift of Mercy. The upgrade cost 10 evolution points, and raised the skill from epic to legendary. The boost was huge. The passive weak point correction doubled from 100% to 200%, making enemy critical spots much easier to hit. The weak point damage also went up a lot. Its active effect, Fatal Throat Cut, now dealt 100% to 150% of his total attack each second for 3 seconds, and the cooldown dropped from 30 seconds to somewhere between 25 and 18.5. After checking the upgrade, Feng realized nearly half an enemy's body now counted as a weak spot. That meant instant Shadow Cut would trigger more often, and the stronger Fatal Throat Cut might let him one-shot the gold boss. He also checked future costs and saw that taking a skill from Legendary to Mythic would need 200 points. Hand of Avarice was even worse, 210 points from Epic to Mythic, and 400 from Legendary to Mythic. Since he only had 9 points left, Feng upgraded Backstab Enhancement instead. It cost 8 points and went from Gold to Platinum, raising its back attack bonus from 30 to 40%. Then Feng checked his status. Between the silver boss and Song's fans, he had gained over 1,400 tradable days. With Fireflies settled, he was ready to move on. But just as he was about to leave, one of Song's followers, the girl who said she was an assassin, tried to ambush him. Yelling for him to die, she rushed in. She came at him with a short blade, but Feng slipped past it with ease. She froze, unable to figure out how he dodged so easily. Frustrated, she dropped back and turned on her stealth. Feng glanced up and spotted the rest of Song's fans nearby, shouting that he was trapped and finished. The second they lifted their weapons, Feng used Latent Image and vanished into stealth. Still, the archer with Eagle Eye stepped forward, mocking him and saying invisibility wouldn't save him. She fired Eagle Eye, sending bright feathers out to reveal him, but it failed. Instead, it exposed the assassin. The fans thought she was Feng and attacked their own teammate before she could explain. The girl, acting like the leader, told everyone to use their strongest skills. The assassin barely had time to respond before a wave of attacks hit her and completely wiped her out. Once they realized the mistake, the leader brushed it off, saying it didn't matter since the girl wasn't even a mage and never truly loved Song. Calling it divine punishment, she told the archer to use Eagle Eye again and find Feng. Before she could fire, Feng used the ghost fire bells. The ring sent out a soul shock that locked every enemy within 100 meters in place for 3 seconds. As soon as it sounded, the fans went stiff, eyes wide, not understanding why they couldn't move. Before they could even think it through, Feng struck. He used instant Shadow Slash and killed them all before the stun even ended. their bodies broke apart and vanished. Still hidden, Feng moved towards Song, who was shaking behind a rock. Song muttered in confusion, wondering how all his fans had died without Feng showing himself. He thought Feng should have appeared when he attacked, not knowing Feng was already right behind him. Feng leaned in and whispered that he was already dead. Those words threw Song into a panic. He quickly activated his magic shield, but he was too late. Feng used a poison skill that struck Song's head and shattered the barrier. Song dropped, and his body burst into items. Among them, Feng saw Song had been carrying more than 2,000 days of lifespan. That felt strange, since none of the fans had any lifespan on them. Feng wondered if they had handed all their time over to Song. Did they really still think this was only a game? He let out a quiet laugh and shook his head at the idea. Brainwashed fans were terrifying. Their non-tradable lifespans, hundreds of years in total, would now be wasted feeding the monsters in this world. Back in the city, Song respawned, irritated by his rotten luck. He was down to just 500 tradable days, the cost of that defeat. Turning to the others, he demanded to know why the archer's detection skill failed to find Feng. The answer came fast. Her skill had only revealed their own assassin. One fan explained that Feng's stealth level was too high. Eagle Eye only had level 1 anti-stealth, so it was useless against someone with level 2 stealth or more. Frustrated, Song wondered how he was supposed to defend himself against someone who could appear and vanish without a trace. He complained that he hadn't even provoked Feng. Feng had already stolen the silver boss from him, so why keep chasing him? For a second, Song even wondered if Feng was jealous of his looks. Sensing the mood, his fans suggested moving somewhere safer to level up. They swore they'd follow Song anywhere. Sometime later, Feng arrived at the now quiet town, and saw that Song and his group were gone. He wondered if they had switched to another starter zone, or gone somewhere else entirely. Spotting a lone player nearby, Feng went over for information. Startled by his sudden appearance, the player nervously pointed out the direction Song had taken, then made a weird request. When Feng found him, spare his girlfriend. The girl, Fei Bao Kit, was a hunter, probably the same one who had tried to detect Feng earlier. Feng dismissed that in his head. It would be easier for the guy to get a new girlfriend. Without a word, Feng activated latent image and vanished, leaving the man still pleading behind him. As he followed the direction, Feng thought about the problem. He knew where they had gone in general, but not the exact spot. Searching at random would waste too much time. He needed to find Gui Shui. Right then, as if luck was helping him, a familiar person passed by. It was Gui Shui. Feng walked right up and asked for her help. The moment she saw him, her heart jumped. She recognized him at once. It was Feng. She could barely believe she was meeting someone so famous face to face. Feng got straight to the point. He had heard her class could search a wide area for a specific target, and he wanted her to find Song for him. In return, he offered to sell her a gold-level mage staff at a low price. Gui Shui lit up at once. Curious, she asked how he knew about her search skill when she had never told anyone. Feng waved that off and pressed her. Did she want the gold staff or not? She agreed quickly, though she wasn't sure she could afford it. Feng said he'd sell it for just 500 tradable days, far below its normal 700 to 800. That sealed it. Gui Shui said she had enough. A moment later, the system confirmed the deal. Holding the shining staff, Gui Shui couldn't stop staring at the item. Feng lightly tapped her on the head and told her to hurry up. As she started the spell, Gui Shui thought it was strange. This was their first meeting, yet Feng felt oddly familiar. Then she turned and asked if he wasn't worried she might grab the staff and run. Feng calmly asked if she didn't hate Song. Gui Shui froze. How did he know she held a grudge against Song? For a moment she wondered if Feng was someone she knew in real life, but dropped the thought since his voice meant nothing to her. Feng teased her, asking if she wanted to guess. She shut that down, saying she wasn't in the mood for games. Then she sent her bird out to scout. Gui Shui was linked to the bird and could see through its eyes. Through the bird's view, it flew over the area. A few minutes later, Gui Shui got an answer. She found Song and gave Feng the coordinates, though she warned him the group might not stay there by the time Shadow arrived. Hearing that, Shadow left at once and told her to add him as a friend so she could update him if they moved. Gui Shui called after him, asking how long she was supposed to keep watching since she couldn't hold the skill forever. Shadow told her it wouldn't take long. As he moved ahead, he slowed near some trees. Something caught his attention, so he stopped by one of them. On the bark, he found a carved symbol. From far away, Gui Shui asked what he had noticed, and Shadow told her to search for other trees marked with the same sign. She sent the bird to look and soon reported back. There was another matching tree, 100 meters ahead, and one more 100 meters to the left. Shadow reached out and touched the mark, and it started to glow. Gui Shui asked what the symbol meant. Instead of answering, he told her to guess. A second later, lines of light linked the three trees and formed a glowing triangle. Then a bright flash appeared in the middle, and a jade treasure chest showed up. Shadow said he hadn't expected to run into a blessing from an ancient god this easily. He explained that these blessings appeared at random. Some made treasure chests, some summoned monsters or bosses, and others gave rare rewards. Gui Shui was stunned when she realized what the chest was worth. A single jade chest could sell for at least 1,000 tradable days, more than 10 million RMB, but Shadow knew it was worth even more. In his past life, tradable lifespan had exploded in value, with one day rising from 10,000 to over 50,000 RMB. Meanwhile, Guishui quietly memorized how Shadow had triggered the symbol. With her tracking skills, she was already thinking about finding many more. Then the system told Shadow he had opened the chest and gotten a jade skill book called Flourishing Curse. He immediately wondered what kind of skill it was. The system explained. Flourishing Curse was a jade-level skill. If used on a player's corpse within 15 seconds of death, it grew a cursed plant on the body that drained all tradable lifespan until nothing was left. Best of all, it had no cooldown. Feng learned it on the spot and thought the skill was ridiculous. He had heard of it in his past life, but never knew its name was Flourishing Curse. Smiling, he said the name fit perfectly. Now whenever he killed a player, all he had to do was watch the body and let the cursed flower drain every last day. Feng had made up his mind. Sung Fei's luck was finished. He would keep hunting him until he quit the game, and once Feng reached level 10, he planned to kill him in real life too. Far away, Sung Fei and his fans were busy fighting a monster. Sung Fei led the group, sure they'd run far enough that Feng couldn't catch them. Just thinking about Feng stealing his boss reward and killing him twice made him boil with anger. To him, that was more than enough. Smirking, Sung Fei swore he'd get revenge once he leveled up. Then one of the fans spotted another group ahead fighting a boss. Sung Fei instantly lied, claiming they were followers of Nujiaki, his rival. The chubby fan got mad the second she heard that name. The others joined in right away. She told everyone to move and wipe out those fans before they could hurt Sung Fei's ranking. The 3 players ahead had no clue what was coming. Seeing Sung Fei's group approach, they thought help had arrived, and happily said the boss was almost down. A second later, the chubby fan smashed the leader in the head with her staff. He died in one hit. The other 2 froze. One girl asked what they were doing. The fans answered that this was what happened to Nujiaki's supporters. The girl tried to explain they didn't even know who that was, but several arrows cut her off before she could finish. The last player cried out, "Meisha," but there was no time to grieve. Sung Fei's fans yelled that all of Nujiaki's supporters should die. Then they blasted both him and the boss with a storm of spells. The player died instantly. Sung Fei walked over to collect the drops, praising his fans and calling them family. He lied again, saying Nujiaki's followers had almost ambushed him. His fans started crying and said he didn't need to thank them. Feng had already arrived and was watching from above. He turned invisible and vanished. Then his icy voice rang out, saying Sung Fei was already dead. Sung Fei and his fans went stiff with fear. Feng appeared right behind him and took off his head with one strike. That left the fans stunned. The chubby fan couldn't move as Feng caught Sung Fei's body before it hit the ground. Then he used Flourishing Curse. A giant red flower burst from the corpse, making the whole group even more terrified. The scene shifted to the starting town, where Sung Fei respawned. Furious, he shouted, asking why Feng was so obsessed with him. Was it jealousy over his fans, or did he want one of them? Then a system alert warned that his tradable lifespan was dropping fast. As the number kept falling, panic set in. Sung Fei wondered if it was some death penalty for dying too many times. His fans respawned soon after, and the chubby one quickly said something was wrong. She explained that Feng used a weird skill on Sung Fei's body, making a bloody flower grow and drain something from him. That shook Sung Fei even more. He started to fear Feng was trying to kill him for real, and another system window showed his lifespan dropping at a terrifying speed. Panicking, Sung Fei decided to log out. He thought staying in the game would get him killed for good. He told his fans to leave too, then promised he'd buy more lifetime in the real world, turn it into gear, and come back stronger. They agreed at once, saying they'd follow him anywhere. Inside, Sung Fei cursed Feng and swore revenge. He thought about the 2.5 years he'd spent building himself up, and refused to lose to someone who didn't even spend money on the game. Back at the battlefield, Feng had also used the same skill on Sung Fei's fans. A system notice told Feng that after killing so many players, his assassin class had reached level 4. If he died now, he'd lose 96% of his life. Feng didn't care. He'd already gained over 1,000 days from Sung Fei and his fans. But then the drain stopped. They had logged out. Just then, Guishi arrived in her white bird form and was stunned by the mess. She thought Feng was terrifying, especially as the top player in the game. Feng asked if Sung Fei had logged out, and she confirmed it. He told her to keep watching and report back the moment Sung Fei returned. Guishi agreed, then asked if she could leave. Feng mentioned he had a gold pre-skill, Sword of Sacred Judgment, and asked if she wanted it. Her eyes lit up, and she said yes. Feng told her to meet him in the city. The hunt for Sung Fei wasn't over. In Firefly City, Feng told Guishi the skill book was worth 500 days of life, but he'd sell it to her for half that price under one condition. She instantly got the wrong idea and said she wasn't that kind of girl. Feng paused, confused, then cleared it up. All he wanted was for her to join a certain team as their permanent healer. Gisai agreed right away, though she warned she'd complain if the team was weak. Feng said the group was solid and decided to contact them. At the same time, Wang Meg's group had just beaten a boss, but Wang Meg was poisoned and told Xiao Yu to purify him. Since she was new, she didn't even know what that skill was. He explained every priest had one and told her to hurry. Wanting to prove herself, Xiao Yu started casting it and told everyone to watch, but she missed and hit a tree. Everyone was stunned, especially Plun, who looked embarrassed. Xiao Yu apologized, but the poison had already done its job, and Wang Meg died. Soon after, the group respawned in the starting city. Annoyed, Wang Meg thought they needed to replace Xiao Yu as fast as possible. The problem was finding a good healer when the best ones were probably already taken. At that same moment, Xiao Yu checked her status window and smugly thought the game really wasn't that hard. Reaching level 4 had been easy, and she planned to keep going until she found Song Fei. Then Feng contacted Wang Meg. He said he knew a white avian priestess with a hidden class who was very strong and asked if Wang Meg would take her. Wang Meg accepted right away, saying that if Shadow recommended her, she had to be strong. Feng said the priestess was in Firefly City, and since Shell City was too crowded, they should meet there and level together. Wang Meg agreed. They were already planning to move because of all the players. Turning to Xiao Yu, she said they were heading to a higher level area and couldn't bring her because her level was too low. Xiao Yu was shocked and tried to argue that she could help, but Wang Meng's group rushed off, saying there was no time to explain. Left behind, Xiao Yu exploded, calling them cowards and liars. Then she decided to find Shadow and make him help her level up. Meanwhile, Wang Meng reached Firefly City and met Feng. He transferred 800 days of life as payment for the gear Feng sold him. Wang Meng added that they still owed 500 more, which Captain Yu would send once she arrived. The name caught Feng's attention. He introduced Wang Meng to Gui Shay and asked them to introduce themselves too. Just then, someone called out to Wang Meng. It was Yu, with the game ID Justice Execution. Feng recognized her at once. Yu had the hidden class Dragon Knight, and in his past life she was one of the 20 strongest players in the world. She was a key force for Xelia and a nightmare for enemy factions. While they greeted each other, Feng admitted to himself that this was the first time he'd met someone who used to be stronger than him. Yu introduced herself and openly said she admired Shadow. Curious, she asked how he had grown so fast, even joking that maybe he was a time traveler. Feng accepted the extra 500 days and realized something. In his past life, he didn't remember Yu and Wang Meng being on the same team. That meant Yu had probably already received a huge amount of life from Zhongkai City's authorities, who trusted her because her class had strong resistance. Yu then said that if Feng had more equipment, they wanted to buy it. She added that all of Zhongkai City's official lifespan reserves were with her, and asked if he planned to kill her for it. Feng said no, working together would help both sides more. Yu praised that answer, and Feng noticed every word from her was a test. Just like the rumors said, she looked harmless but was actually sharp and ruthless. He decided having her as a link to the authorities would save him plenty of trouble. Song Fei's fans logged out of the game, still shaken by the official notice. Lifespan was real, and if it hit 0, they would die in the real world. The architect snapped when she realized this wasn't just a game. She had already given all her tradable life to Song Fei, so now only a few days were left. The assassin, who already had PK status, realized one more death would cost her double. They were all in shock. Then the team's tank read the messages, and sweat covered her face. Because she always fought in front, she had killed and died many times. Now she only had 1 day of life left. If it reached 0, she would die. Then she noticed something. Song Fei was buying lifespan. Seeing a chance, she decided to go find Song Fei. Sure he would help her. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Feng's sister, also logged out. She was still dazed, struggling to tell the real world from the game. When she checked her phone, she smiled. The exchange rate was amazing. 1 day of life sold for 15,000. With 200 days, she could be rich. But the smile disappeared when she saw the news. Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times. She panicked. In the game, if your lifespan reached 0, death was permanent. Even with 100 years of fixed life, those 3 deaths had left Song Fei with only 12 years. Chat groups were blowing up over one thing. Shadow killed Song Fei while dozens of people were around him. To Xiao Yu, that made him terrifying. Then one fan started spamming the chat, saying Song Fei needed help right away. She said he was at Zhang Plaza buying life expectancy for 10,000 each, and begged any fan in Jinghai City to come sell theirs. Xiao Yu was stunned. Zhang Plaza was close, and she couldn't just watch Song Fei run out of life. Thanks to Shadow and the others, she had more than 200 tradable days, more than enough to help, so she rushed out at once. At the same time, back in the game, Feng was cutting through monsters when a system window popped up. He had reached level 10, boosting his stats and giving him 5 free points. Since he was the first to hit that level, he also got rewards. 7 reputation in Jinghai City, 14 in the Great Shao Kingdom, and 21 worldwide. The system added that the portal to the continent of the Forgotten Gods would open once 7 players from Jinghai City reached level 10. The news spread across every city and stunned the players. Everyone was talking about Shadow again, the same guy who got the first gold monster kill. Some were amazed, and some said Songfei had it coming. Others felt discouraged, wondering how anyone was supposed to keep up with him. By the sea, Feng spent his rewards. He used 13 evolution points to raise backstab enhancement from platinum to emerald, pushing its passive bonus from 40 to 50%. Even with over 7,000 tradable days, he knew it still wasn't enough. He couldn't leave the starter city until 6 more players reached level 10 and activated the portal. Since everyone else was only around level 7, that wouldn't happen soon. So for now, he chose to head back to the real world and deal with something there. Once he returned, the system asked if he wanted to spend life expectancy to bring his skills over. Feng agreed right away. He started by extracting his class. It cost 1,000 days, and he gained the Shadow class in reality. Its passive kicked in, raising his stats. Next he extracted his level for 2,000 days, raising his real-world level to 3. His stats went up again, strength plus 4, constitution plus 4, agility plus 14, and spirit plus 4. After that, he spent 900 days to extract the platinum shadow step and 2,262 more for the silver poison dagger. He still had 1,192 days left, which pleased him. It was a huge bargain. He paid a low-tier cost but got platinum shadow step. Thinking of Songfei, Feng clenched his fist. Now his base stats were about twice a normal person's. His agility hit 32, past human limits. He could stay invisible without limit, and his poison dagger could reach 14 meters. With that, he was sure he'd get another shot at Songfei. He checked his phone and was surprised to see Songfei buying huge amounts of life expectancy. Feng guessed he wanted to jump back into the game and hunt him down. Songfei was at Jianyang Plaza, about 7 or 8 kilometers away, and Feng figured he could get there in a little over 10 minutes. Just then, he got a message from his supervisor, Hu Qibin. She was furious that he had vanished and stopped answering, and she couldn't believe he wouldn't go along with a rich young woman's interest in him. Feng blocked her. As he moved, he tossed his phone aside, turned invisible, and thought that soon everyone would learn what the game of the Forsaken God really was. A few hours later, Songfei's event at Jianyang Plaza was packed with girls. Feng's sister was there too, up on stage beside him, and a blonde woman. She told Songfei she'd heard Shadow killed him 3 times in the game, but not to worry. They had already sent people to find out who Shadow was. Songfei asked what they had found. She said someone had been sent to Firefly City, with an offer he couldn't refuse. Once Shadow came to the real world to collect the money, they'd grab him so Songfei could vent his anger. That made Songfei smile, and he asked to be told at once. Then he brought up the Jiang Corporation, saying they used the same trick to control players and force them to work for free. The woman laughed it off. To her, those players were weak fools who couldn't gather life expectancy. She said being on Songfei's side was much better. Women were giving him their life willingly, some even ready to die. Songfei started to laugh coldly. In the middle of the event, a man in the crowd shouted for everyone to stop selling their life expectancy. He accused Songfei of knowing this was a matter of life and death, and still manipulating his fans into handing it over. The man said Songfei was endangering lives, and that he would be reported. Songfei just smiled, thinking some idiot always had to ruin things. He stood and gave a polished speech. He said he knew people were upset, and admitted that buying life expectancy had caused trouble, so he offered a sincere apology. His fans yelled that he had nothing to apologize for. Smiling, he thanked them, but said their love should lead to something good. He asked them to stay calm, protect themselves, and help society. With tears in his eyes, Songfei claimed he was working with the authorities and doing his best in the game for the country. He said he was spending his own money to buy life expectancy because he wanted to be an idol worth admiring and repay their love by helping keep them safe. He never meant to cause so much trouble. Those words made the fans break down crying. When he apologized again, they only got more upset and shouted that he had done nothing wrong. Angry, they told the man to get out and said they were helping by choice. Then a heavier fan climbed onto the stage and told everyone to stop believing rumors. She mocked anyone who thought game life expectancy could affect the real world. Hand on her chest, she declared she would die for him. She said the game told her she had less than a day left after logging out, yet she was still fine. And if the rumors were true, then anyone unwilling to die for their idol didn't deserve to love him. Her speech fired up the other fans, and they decided to give Songfei all their life expectancy. Songfei loved their reaction. He reached out to the fan on stage and told her it was an honor to be loved by someone like her. The girl burst into tears, ready to die for him, and then something shot through the air and pierced Songfei's head. Everyone froze. Blood ran from his mouth, and his hair fell out all at once. Songfei collapsed onto the fan, who screamed and fell to the ground, unable to understand what had happened. Once it was clear he was dead, the fans went into panic. Security started pulling Hokubin away, but she kept screaming. She said she saw a life expectancy orb appear around Songfei's body when he died. She warned everyone to run because the killer had used a game skill. Horrified, she realized that meant game powers worked in real life. Invisibility, killing, collecting lifetime. Only Shadow fit. At that moment, a dart pierced Hu Qibin's head and killed her instantly, leaving the guards stunned. Feng was standing right there in the crowd. By night, the news was already reporting the deaths of celebrity Song Fei and Dai Jiang. Reports also said his most devoted fans died beside him, after giving away all their lifetime. Police found that supernatural powers had caused the deaths. Feng's sister Xiao Yu and her friend were crying, unable to accept that Song Fei was dead just a day after his show. Her friend soon connected the invisibility and flying knives to skills from the game. She wondered if Shadow was behind it, since he was already known for killing in the game. Xiao Yu was confused too, struggling to understand how game skills could work in the real world. Remembering Shadow's killings, she decided he had to be Song Fei's murderer. If Shadow could use his powers in reality, then she would find a way too. From that moment on, Xiao Yu had only one goal: to get stronger no matter the cost. After getting out of the taxi, her eyes burned with anger. All she wanted was to kill Shadow and avenge Song Fei. Meanwhile, Feng was quietly eating noodles at a restaurant. He thought that even if he was untouchable in the game, his real body still got hungry. Then his phone buzzed with a message from Xiao. She warned him that Fat was furious, had blocked his number, and was threatening to fire him without paying the month's wages if he didn't come back. Feng remembered her from his past life as someone from his guild. She was kind but fragile, so he told her not to worry about him or the job, and to focus on leveling in the game. Shocked, Xiao Ya asked if he played too and said the game was hard and draining people's lifespan. Feng told her to focus only on agility early on. She agreed, but said buying lifespan in the game was expensive. When she asked how much he had made, he said not much, since he'd already spent almost all of it. Feng knew Fat was only a pawn. The real issue was his boss, Chen Shiqi, the daughter of the Chen Group president. In his past life, she moved to North America and built one of the 3 biggest guilds there, Alice's Wonderland. That guild always stood against his country and caused endless trouble for his own guild. God's plan. He realized he had to deal with her before she left the country. Later would be far harder, and if Chen Shiqi died, Alice's Wonderland might never exist. All those founders were tied to her, so without her, that guild would never exist. Then his phone rang again. It was Xiao Yu. She sounded shocked he picked up, like she thought he had died in the game. After calming down, she said she'd made enough money to buy a house, so he didn't need to worry about her anymore. Feng kept her talking, and asked if there was anything else. Xiao Yu told him to stay out of her life. She said she wouldn't contact him again, and he better not try to find her address, because she was done with him. Feng ended the call feeling pleased. He figured it was time to start grinding again. Soon, someone would hit level 10, and learn that game skills could carry over into real life. Once that happened, peace would be over. Not long after, Xiao Yu and her friend logged in too. Her friend thought cutting off her brother was too much, and told her to make up with him, but Xiao Yu wouldn't budge. She revealed she'd sold her lifespan to the Qian Group for 2 million. Her friend was stunned. Xiao Yu said she'd even bought a house for them to share, and once she found Shadow, Feng wouldn't matter anymore. Just then, a passing player caught her eye with a grin. He gave her the assassin skill book she wanted, and happily reminded her not to forget her promise. She agreed and said she'd deal with his little request once things were settled. Inside though, she called him a lapdog, and thought that after finding Shadow, nobody would care about trash like him. Xiao Yu messaged Wang, saying she had an assassin control skill book, and asking if Shadow wanted it. If he did, she could bring it over. She smiled to herself. That lapdog had at least been useful for getting such a good skill. This book could be her way to reach Shadow. She planned to get close, stay by his side, heal him, and help him kill enemies and level up. Step by step, she'd make him rely on her until he trusted her like his other half. Then, once she was strong enough and he wasn't useful anymore, she'd kill him herself and tear out his eyes, all to avenge Song Fei. But Wang replied that Shadow thought the skill was worthless. He didn't want it, and Xiao Yu could just keep the book to sell. A little later, Feng logged into the game and heard someone fighting a strange boss. Following the noise, Feng found a man with a shield battling a many-armed boss. The man tried to escape, but it was useless. The monster sliced him apart, and Feng recognized it as a golden Ertapod, a level 8 gold-class boss. It had level 2 anti-stealth, so Feng's invisibility wouldn't work on it. Then the monster suddenly turned and ran. Feng took the chance, stepped out of hiding, and used Shadow Strike, dealing thousands of points of damage. He knew the usual hidden attack bonus wouldn't trigger, so his power was lower. Even so, Graceful Release boosted the weak points on the golden Ertapod's head and heart by 200%. 3 of Shadow Strike's 9 hits landed there, tripling the damage, and making up for what he lost. That legendary skill was no joke. He had to thank Xiao Yu for that, since she was the reason he found the Temple of Faith. His damage was so high that one move took away a sixth of the golden Ertapod's health. Then he followed with a poisonous throwing knife, which struck the monster's head and dealt 1783 damage. The poison knife was only silver rank now, so it was starting to fall behind. Feng still needed to advance his class to get stronger invisibility. To his surprise, the monster rushed at him and got ready to strike. Mage panicked when she saw it, but Feng stayed calm. The monster attacked, and he dodged with ease, leaving Mage and her friends stunned by how fast he was. It wasn't just speed, his timing was incredible. It was like he already knew the boss's attack pattern. He had built that fighting style in his past life. A strong fighter didn't just tank hits, they had to move well and know how to dodge. That's how he made the world's top 100 with an ordinary class. Feng pressed the boss with a flurry of attacks, dropping its health below half. He turned invisible again, and thought this fight was easy compared to bosses with attacks you couldn't avoid. The monster tried to run, but Feng didn't let it. He pulled his dagger and slit its throat. The system rewarded him with 64,000 experience, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan for killing the level 8 gold class boss. Then he used a skill and got 21 more evolution points plus another 497 days of life. Altogether, the boss gave him 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable life. Then another window popped up, giving him the assassin skill Dark Light Shield. It turned his dodge rate into a damage reduction shield for 8 seconds, creating 1 layer for every 20% dodge chance. With his epic skill giving 75% dodge, Black Light Shield could give him 3 layers of protection. That meant he could take on a lot of bosses without getting hurt. Feng spent 6 evolution points to upgrade Black Light Shield from Platinum to Epic. Its duration rose to 14 seconds, and now it gave 1 layer for every 10% dodge chance. He was satisfied. He now had 7 shield layers, enough to start exploring high-level zones early. He still had 22 evolution points, so he upgraded Poisonous Throwing Knife too. Spending 16 points pushed it from silver to emerald, and more than doubled its damage. He also got 2 assassin items, a platinum agile ring that boosted agility, movement speed, attack speed and cooldown speed, plus gold heavy red leather gloves that raised defense, resistance, constitution and HP. With those items, his cooldown speed hit 55. His stats were now good enough to survive 3 hits from the golden arthropod. With Black Light Shield on top of that, his survival ability jumped a lot. Mage and the others left praising Feng. To them, that boss had been nothing to him, and they couldn't believe he beat it alone. She then asked if he had any gear or skills she could use. She was willing to pay. Feng said he had a gold rank mage skill book, Ice Ball Ricochet. It was an area attack that fired ice balls that could bounce up to 10 times, and he priced it at 800 days. Mage thought that was expensive, since she'd seen a gold level 5 skill book selling for just 400. Feng calmly explained that Ice Ball Ricochet was level 7, and did over 40% more damage than the level 5 version, so 800 days was fair. Mage didn't argue, and bought the book. Once the system confirmed the trade, Feng decided to head back to the city, and post a request for the locations of silver and gold rank bosses. That way, he'd always have something to hunt, and could evolve as fast as possible. Then Wang Meng told him Xiao Yu, the team's priest, wanted to send him a skill book. Feng found that interesting, and wanted to know what kind. He was even more surprised when he learned it was only bronze rank, but he still decided to check it out. Feng wasn't stupid. Everyone already suspected he had killed Song Fei, and now Xiao Yu was trying to send him a book right after. Was she trying to get close to him, take revenge for Song Fei, or both? In the end, he chose to refuse. Wang Meng then said Xiao Yu answered that the book was trash anyway. Feng didn't need it, and she'd just sell it herself. Feng told Wang Meng to come to the city because he had something to sell him, and to bring plenty of lifespan. Wang Meng got serious and asked him straight out if he was the one who killed Song Fei's group. Feng admitted he had killed them all. To him, Wang Meng was a friend. He also knew Xiao Yu had been offline the whole time. Song Fei was killed, which made the timing and motive line up perfectly. If Wang Meng was asking this now, the authorities had probably already pieced together most of the truth. Feng asked if they planned to arrest him, knowing that within 2 hours other players would reach level 10. Once that happened, nobody could hide that game powers worked in real life. To him, this was the perfect moment to see how the Daxia government would respond. When the group arrived, Yu immediately asked if he admitted to killing Song Fei. Feng just smiled and said yes. Yu explained that they had fully investigated the case, and Feng was the main suspect. But they had also uncovered the truth. Song Fei and Jiang Industry had been plotting against Feng, kidnapping players and forcing them to serve them. Because of that, the killing was ruled self-defense. Hearing that, Feng guessed the authorities had chosen to work with him, especially since his real-world identity was still a mystery. In his past life, he had always cooperated with them, but now that Song Fei had died by his hand, he wasn't sure what that relationship would become. For now, he decided to watch and see what came next. Feng took out the items he wanted to sell and explained his plan. Since Wang Meng and Yu worked for the government, they had access to many classes, and more importantly, enough tradable lifespan to buy gear. They could use that to gather equipment and skill books from different classes. When Wang Meng saw the platinum items, he was shocked and asked if Feng had already soloed a platinum boss. Feng said no, He had just been lucky enough to find a platinum chest. He added that Gu Yexi had been there and saw him get a jade rank skill book too, and she confirmed it. When Feng called Gu Yexi by name while still calling her Little Black, Plun looked awkward. A little embarrassed, Plun muttered that Little Black was fine. Watching that, Wang Meng joked that comparing yourself to Feng was a bad idea. Yu agreed. They were still struggling with silver bosses, while Feng was already picking up platinum and jade gear. Then Feng named his prices: 2,500 days for the platinum archer book, 500 for the berserker weapon 1 yuan, and 3,000 for the platinum maid book. The gold book and equipment together were 8,000 days, and the other 25 platinum items came as a package for 16,000. Wang Meng was shocked when Yu accepted right away. When he asked why, she said the prices were fair and added that she'd cover Little Snow's and Wang Meng's old debts too. Feng agreed, and they finished the trade. He noted that once lifetime passed 10,000 days, it was counted in years. Even for the government, this was a massive cost, but worth paying. With these items, the government could build strength faster, avoid pointless fights, and get an edge against other countries. Yu then said the Zhang industry was holding players captive, and a rescue mission would happen that same day. She asked if Feng wanted to join. Feng guessed this was the government's way of pulling him in and moving past the Songfei case. He turned her down, but offered useful information instead. He confirmed their guess. He had killed Songfei with powers from the game. Once a player reaches level 10, they can spend negotiable lifetime to bring those abilities into the real world. He stressed how important that was, and told them to act before everyone else found out. Yu finally saw the full picture. Now she understood why the Daijang industry had been buying so much negotiable life. Once their players hit level 10, they'd be strong enough to block any rescue. After that, Feng made it clear he had nothing else to add. He gave a quiet goodbye and vanished. With that new info, Yu made a call. Her team would split up for a while and level separately. She explained that their group was too strong. When they fought together, monsters died in one hit, wasting experience. Smaller teams would level much faster. Wang Meng agreed right away, knowing the real goal was getting everyone to level 10. Elsewhere, players noticed Feng had opened a shop again. This time, he wasn't selling, he was buying. What he wanted were boss coordinates. 30 days of negotiable life for a silver boss, and 100 for a gold one. Before long, a player walked up and smugly said Feng was still hanging around like some merchant. He brought up the woman from the Zhang industry, saying her offer was great, 300 million in cash plus company shares for anyone who helped her level up. He even said Feng should have taken it. Another player cut in and asked if he'd even been outside the game lately. Feng had already killed Song Fei and that Zhang industry woman in real life. The first man froze, while the other casually said it was a shame since she was so pretty. Still reeling, the first player slowly accepted it. He admitted she had it coming. She tried to capture Feng in real life, and paid for it. At first he said, she'd offered Feng 10 million to help her, but Feng refused. He had been greedy enough to accept. When he went to collect though, he got knocked out. He woke up chained in a basement, whipped for days, and forced to farm negotiable life, while they used him as bait to lure in more victims. Bitterly, he said she deserved what happened. Then, hating himself, he admitted he had mocked Feng for refusing the deal. Now he knew he had been the idiot. Feng said nothing. From the man's attitude, he could already tell he'd likely helped kidnap others too. Feeling exposed, the man quickly claimed he was forced, but Feng didn't care about excuses and told him to leave. As he walked off, Feng figured the authorities would deal with people like him soon. Right then, a strange group came over with the location of a silver boss. Feng took the offer at once and paid 30 days of negotiable life. The moment the trade ended, people nearby started whispering. Some recognized one of the newcomers as Asda Espadas. Soon they identified her as MC, heiress of the powerful Qian group in the real world. As soon as players realized who she was, they backed away. MC and her group were known for killing players to steal their lives, and nobody wanted to be next. He didn't care at all about what people thought. She sneered that the game wasn't all that special. With enough money, she said, anyone could buy top gear at the start. That early boost gave her the edge she needed, and after that, she just hunted players with lots of negotiable life and took what she wanted. She complained the game had ruined her plans for North America, where she was supposed to be partying with friends. Instead, she was stuck in Axia and couldn't even leave the country. Looking at two terrified players nearby, she mocked the local men as weak, even in bed. Then she turned to a foreign teammate named Tony and said she preferred men like him. Tony grinned and said her taste was excellent, bragging that people like him were better in every way, especially there. He promised that once they got out of the game, he'd let her see it for herself. Chin laughed and hinted she was looking forward to it. Then she asked if the rumors about Song Fei were true. She said she'd played with him before and thought he was useless. He didn't even last a minute. To her, he was garbage. But when Shadow came up, her tone shifted. Even if she looked down on the local men, she admitted the world's #1 player was worth noticing. Smiling, she said that if Shadow could take down Song Fei, killing some normal person would be nothing. With that settled, Chin told her team she was logging out for a while. She needed to make calls and reach Shadow. Since money clearly didn't interest him, she planned to offer something better, 3,000 days of lifespan. In return, she wanted him to kill someone. What the protagonist didn't know was that Shadow was Feng. The story then cuts to another fight, where a player was barely managing to bring down a monster. After a rough battle, he finally killed it, surviving only because of a last-second heal from Xiao Yu. Out of breath, he snapped that she should have moved faster because he almost died. Spoiled as ever, Xiao Yu ignored the whining and told him not to yell since he was still alive. He tried to argue, but she didn't care. Instead, she announced her hunger was at 90% and said she was logging out to eat. She called a friend to come with her, and the two logged off, leaving the young man alone. Annoyed, he muttered that Xiao Yu used to be nicer, but got arrogant after meeting Shadow. He swore he'd make her pay for that attitude someday. Back in the real world, Xiao Yu appeared in her new apartment, and it was a total mess. Hungry, she tried to order food, only to find every delivery service shut down, probably because the drivers were all inside the game. That made her think of home. Her brother used to cook for her, and she never had to do anything. Still, she quickly pulled herself back together. She lightly slapped her cheeks and told herself to get it together. Compared to the freedom of living alone, this was a tiny problem. Taking a deep breath, she tried to lift her spirits and reminded herself she was strong and better off without her brother. The scene then shifts to a coastal cave, where Feng was fighting a huge boss, the Crab King. When the monster charged, Feng answered with one clean strike to its head, dropping it on the spot. As the body broke into rewards, he thought about what he'd done. 4 silver bosses in a little over an hour, each worth 16 evolution points. Their drops could also be sold for up to 3,500 days of lifespan. By now, all his gear was gold rank or better. His load reduction had risen from 55% to 75%. An instant shadow cut had improved too, with its cooldown falling from 12 seconds to 6.8. Since there were no platinum bosses near the starting cities, the strongest boss he'd beaten so far was gold rank. To go higher, he had only one option: class advancement. Looking at his experience bar, he thought about the next hurdle. Every platinum boss had at least level 2 stealth detection, so he needed level 3 stealth to fight them safely, and that meant 20,000 experience points. Only then would it be safe. In his past life, one platinum boss needed a team of 20 players. This time, Feng meant to do it alone. He decided to head back to the city and sell his loot to the government. He was set on staying ahead of everyone and becoming the first person to solo a platinum boss. After the sale, he had 105 years in total, nearly 40,000 days of tradable life, enough to buy almost anything in the real world. As he moved through the city, a shady-looking player came up to him. The man hinted there was a real-world target with a big reward, but Feng ignored him. The player blocked his path and finally named the target, King Feng. Since Feng had already killed Song Fei, the man said, "This job should be easy money." The moment he heard the name King Feng, Feng paid attention. He wondered what made someone like King Feng worth killing, but the player brushed that off. The reason didn't matter, only the reward did. 3,000 days of tradable life expectancy. That number makes Feng pause. Nearly 3,000 days was around 50 million, and he wonders who wants King Feng dead badly enough to pay that much. Judging by the guy in front of him, he's only a middleman. Feng doesn't remember this man from his past life, so the real one behind it has to be someone else. In his last run, people who hated him didn't show up until much later, so this is way too early. Right now, only one person fits. Qian. She's the only one with both a reason and enough money to go after King Feng. Still, if Qian truly wanted King Feng dead, she could have done it before the game even began. That means the hit likely has another purpose. Feng figures her real goal may be getting connected to Shadow. Killing King Feng would just be extra payback, maybe because he turned her down. Feng finds that funny. He was already planning to deal with Qian, but she moved first, so he accepts the job with one rule: half the payment now, and he'll choose when it happens. The player is caught off guard. He never thought someone like Shadow would agree so fast. After checking with his boss, the player sends over 1,500 days of tradable life. Feng treats it like interest he'll collect well before he ever thinks about killing Qian. Then the player gives him the target's address, and Feng is genuinely stunned. It's his own house. He turns and leaves at once, saying they'll see the result when the job is finished. The player watches him go and laughs to himself. To him, Shadow is just acting cool. In the end, both of them are only pawns working for Tiddy. Before Feng gets far, another player stops him. It's a curvy woman, who says she heard he was buying boss locations. She claims to know where a gold-level boss is, and offers to lead him there. Feng says he'll pay 100 days of tradable life, once he confirms the spot. She agrees and tells him the boss is north of the city, though it's a long walk. Feng asks what boss it is. She says it's a plague bearer. Since she knows the name, he starts to believe her. She asks if he wants a healer because the boss has poison that hits an area, but Feng says no, she just needs to lead the way. As they travel, Feng thinks about the plague bearer. It's a gold-level boss famous for poison that keeps draining HP. Even so, he's sure he can bring it down fast with a few skills. Before long, they reach a cave. She says the normal monsters are already gone and only the boss is left. They move through the cave and enter a swamp. At the center stands the boss, a tree-like monster with red eyes on its trunk and poison all around it. Now sure she told the truth, Feng pays the promised 100 days. With his 75% evasion and the ghostly shadow bells, he figures the poison won't be a problem. Then the girl panics and admits it was a setup. Once the fight begins, a group of players is supposed to jump him. Worse, they all have level 2 anti-fatigue. Feng stays calm, but she keeps talking and reveals her real task was to get close to him and learn who he was in real life, including his address. That part annoys him. She says she's being blackmailed in the real world and had no choice, and honestly wants the people behind this dead. When Feng asks who's in charge, she names Dong Feng, whose game ID is Shang Yin. She says his group claims Feng already killed them once. Feng then remembers him, the same guy who tried to steal the ghost ship boss and later offered a skill book as an apology. The girl desperately says that since Feng killed Song Fei, dealing with Dong Feng should be easy too. Lost and scared, she begs him to help. Feng thinks the whole plan is pathetic. He doesn't even remember Dong Feng from his past life, which means the guy is a nobody. For now, he decides to kill the boss first, then hunt Dong Feng down and finish him. Using stealth, Feng moves in and chooses to turn the trap back on them. He tells the girl to let the others come as planned. He'll handle everything. She tries to stop him, yelling that Dong Feng already sent 3 full teams, 18 players, against this boss, and they all died in under 30 seconds. The plague bearer's poison is brutal, so fighting it alone looks insane. Feng doesn't care. He leaps up and starts chaining Blessed Release, Backstab Enhancement, and Throat Cut. Then he ends with Instant Shadow Slash, unleashing a storm of hits. The damage is so ridiculous that the boss's HP drops to under half in one burst. The girl can only stare. One combo dealt over 80,000 damage to a gold-level boss. She starts wondering if he's even human. Feng doesn't stop. He uses Latent Image, slips back into stealth, and appears beside her. He explains that Blessed Release normally has a 25-second cooldown, but his 75% reduction cuts it to 14.3. He isn't killing the boss yet. Waiting for Dongfeng's men and wiping them out first is smarter. As soon as his skill comes back, Dongfeng's men rush into the cave, yelling that they'll kill the boss and anyone who gets in their way. Feng spots the leader right away, the same man who attacked Little Pum on the ghost ship. The girl was supposed to block attacks and fake saving Feng to earn his trust, but with this many enemies, he doubts she could pull it off. Then, to his surprise, she pulls out a huge golden shield. Feng instantly knows it's a gold-grade item with defense so high that almost nobody in the game can break it right now. He guesses she got lucky and found a gold chest after running into some ancient god on the map. Back in the fight, Feng uses Instant Shadow Slash and hits the whole group at once, but he's still not finished. Before their bodies even hit the ground, he activates Flower Upon Flower Curse. Red flowers bloom from them and drain away their life expectancy. The girl is horrified. Shadow wipes out the whole group with one move, and those flowers are even scarier. She realizes betraying Dongfeng saved her life. If she had stuck to the plan, she might have ended up like Song Fei. Wanting to stay in contact, she asks Feng to add Kumamika. She promises that if she learns Dongfeng's real-world address, she'll send it to him. Feng agrees, since that could come in handy. Relieved, she says that if he ever needs special services, he can come to her, and for him it'll be free. That's when Feng finally gets what kind of work she does. He figures that's probably why people keep using her. He turns back to the boss, activates his skill again, and charges in. With Instant Shadow Slash, he lands several more strikes and crushes the Plague Bearer. The system confirms the level 10 gold-grade boss is dead. Feng gets a big chunk of experience, 7 evolution points and 555 days of tradable life. Compared to what he got from killing Dongfeng's men, the boss reward is far better. It makes Feng wonder why players like them waste time picking fights instead of farming life expectancy. He glances over, wondering why the girl is still around. She only waves and says she's leaving. With that done, Feng turns to the loot and uses Hand of Greed to gather it. What drops surprises him. It's been a while since he got a new assassin skill book, and now one finally appears. The system reveals a platinum-grade skill, Darkest Moment. When used, his blade bursts with black light and blinds all enemies nearby. Its normal cooldown is 60 seconds, but his 75% reduction lowers it to 34.3. It needs level 10, reaches 20 meters, and lasts 10 seconds at base, though strong spirit targets can shorten it. Feng quickly sees how useful it is. If he can blind enemies without relying on stealth, he can still use his double damage skills freely. Even anti-stealth users won't shut him down. He also gets a dagger called Plague Blade. It raises attack by 216, and agility by 42, and adds a 0.3 multiplier on weak point hits. It needs level 10, and its special effect coats all of Feng's attacks with toxin. 3 seconds later, it deals extra damage equal to 50% of the original hit. Feng sees he's only 10,000 experience short of class advancement, so he decides to earn the rest by clearing the monsters in the area with instant shadow cut. He kills them all easily, even the ones that try to run, and finally reaches the requirements for advancement. When it starts, golden energy wraps around him, and the system announces his class promotion from tier 0 to 1. His stats jump hard. Strength and constitution rise from 3 to 9, agility from 8 to 25, and spirit from 5 to 15. His passive skills improve too. Stealth now lasts twice as long, and he can use other abilities without breaking it. Its level also rises by 2, and attacks from outside an enemy's sight now do triple damage instead of double. Feng realizes the promotion tripled his base stats. Even crazier, he can now refresh stealth while already hidden, which means he can stay invisible almost forever if he manages it right. With triple damage on top of that, the Shadow class is already broken, the strongest in the game. A system alert suddenly popped up for Feng. 7 players in Shanghai had reached level 10. Right after that, another notice said the portal to the abandoned continent of the gods would open in 10 minutes, but only for players who met certain requirements. A ranking soon appeared on his screen. Feng was first, Grey Rose was second, and Winemag's group took third. The rest were filled by other players. He was caught off guard. He hadn't expected this many level 10 players in Shanghai already, and it was even stranger because most of the names were familiar. In his past life, foreign players had ruled the top ranks. Looks like selling all that gear and all those skill books really changed things. Now he wanted to see where the world would go from here. Meanwhile, in the real world, the mission to save the players taken by Jiang Industries was going smoothly. Police had already arrested several top members of the group. An officer reported that most suspects were in custody, but 3 leaders were still logged into the game, trapped in immersion. Since their bodies couldn't be moved, he asked for orders. The commander told them to contact an agent named Yu inside the game. Her job was to find the 3 men and force them to log out so they could be arrested outside. He laid out the idea simply. Even if they hid in safe zones, they'd have to come out sooner or later to eat. The moment they did, they'd be taken. The officer couldn't help thinking how much they owed Shadow. He had given them key intel on Jiang Industries and warned them about the game's danger. They also talked about game abilities starting to carry over into the real world. If they'd been any later, Jiang Industries' leader and his people might have reached level 10 and begun pulling those powers out into reality, leading to endless deaths. Reports were already coming in of small wars and clashes across several countries, with thousands dead. On the brighter side, most government players sent into the game had also reached level 10, largely thanks to the gear and skill books Shadow supplied. The commander finished by saying Shadow was too valuable to lose. They had to make sure he stayed on their side. Back in the game, Feng headed for the teleport portal. Then the girl from earlier messaged him, surprised that he'd risk himself to protect other people. She said she really admired him for that, leaving Feng a little puzzled. She explained that city officials had released an emergency report. It claimed Duckshank Industry and Songfei were kidnapping, locking up and killing other players. According to that story, Feng had taken down both Songfei and the group's leader, Zhang Li. Hearing that, Feng figured the authorities were bending the truth to make future teamwork easier. He asked if she'd found Dongfeng in the real world yet. She said Dongfeng still hadn't logged out, but she'd tell him the second that changed. As Feng neared the portal, he pushed everything else aside. Getting to the abandoned continent of the gods came first. Plenty of people used the city portal, but so far no one had entered the continent portal. No one except him. Feng stepped through, and the system confirmed the transfer. Up to now, every starting city had just been a beginner zone. Reaching the abandoned continent was the real beginning of the game. Nearby, some players noticed the portal activate, but saw no one inside, and had no clue what happened. One guessed it had to be Shadow, the player known for abusing stealth. Another disagreed. He had a level 2 anti-stealth skill and detected nothing. That only meant one thing. Shadow's stealth was already above level 2. At that same moment, Feng arrived on the abandoned continent of the gods. He recognized it at once from his past life, a huge, cut-off place like a city the world had forgotten. Feng noted how oddly similar it was to Zhong's city. He remembered that every player who reached the continent appeared in the ruins tied to their own city, and those ruins matched the real-world cities exactly. No one had ever explained why, but while Feng was thinking about that, a pair of glowing red eyes was already watching him. A creature crept out from the shadows behind him. Sensing the danger, Feng spun around and found himself facing a creepy four-eyed worm monster. It lunged at him with shocking speed, but he reacted right away. Feng used Ghost Shadow Blur and slipped past the attack with ease. Then he hit back with Instant Shadow Slash, killing the monster in one strike. The system said he had defeated a level 1 Earth Trembler. Before he could pause, 2 more rushed him. He jumped up to avoid them, using Grace of Relief. While dropping back down, he fired off Instant Shadow Slash again, and cut both monsters down at once. As the corpses turned into loot, Feng was reminded of one thing. Unlike the starter cities, the abandoned continent had no safe zones. Monsters could attack any time. Still, If a player found hidden shelters in the ruins, they could claim them as bases, and with enough strength, control the whole area. Then Feng recalled something important. The best shelter in Zhang's upper city was in the northwest, the same place where his old guild, Gods Slain, once had its base. He headed there right away, planning to take it before anyone else could. A few hours later, another team reached the abandoned continent. It was Wang Meng's group. Flun was stunned. While Wang Meng pointed out that the place looked like the remains of a modern city, Flun guessed it might be Jianghai's ruins, and Little He agreed, saying a nearby tower matched the real one exactly. Flun started searching for Shadow, after hearing he had teleported there. Little Shrek said that was pointless, he was probably hidden in stealth. Then 2 earth tremblers attacked. Wang Meng stepped up with his shield, blocked the hit, and warned everyone to stay sharp. Little Snowy cast spiritual protection on Wang Meng's defense. Combined with his shield, it let him hold the attack and even deal ricochet damage back to the monsters. After that, she healed him and reminded the group that the monsters here were far stronger than the ones in the starting city. The group's archer used Binding Arrow, which became a magic rope and locked both monsters in place. He cheered when it worked. At the same time, Flun gathered power into a huge fireball and hurled it at the trapped monsters. The blast killed both instantly and turned them into loot. Flun and the archer celebrated the win, while Wang Meng told Little Snowy to send her owl out and scout. After flying over the ruins, she came back with bad news. Monsters were everywhere. Their fight had drawn a whole horde, and there were no safe zones nearby. That put everyone on edge. The archer groaned that the continent felt more like a survival game. Flun suggested using the owl to find Shadow instead, since he shouldn't be far away, but the search turned up no players at all. Just when they seemed stuck, she spotted something strange in the northwest, a pile of glowing loot in the distance. She realized only Shadow could have left that behind. With the monsters closing in, Yeyu told the group to follow the trail of loot. Since the monsters along that path had already been cleared out, it was their safest way forward. Wang Meng pulled everyone together and reminded them to keep formation. They'd need to fight while falling back. Elsewhere in the ruins, Flun was surrounded by earth tremblers. He unleashed instantaneous dark slash and wiped them all out in one hit. Even without graceful blessing, the skill alone dealt 20 to 30,000 damage, more than enough for monsters like these. To him, this place was perfect for farming lifetime. At last, he reached his destination, the hideout. Flun knew that under these ruins was a massive underground palace, something players only discovered much later in his past life. He remembered over 1,000 resting rooms and dozens of giant halls. It was the biggest hideout in Zhangja City, and later became the base of his old guild, God's Lair. It was basically an underground fortress packed with machine monsters and powerful guardian bosses, and the bigger the shelter, the stronger its defenders. As he entered, Flun thought back to his past life. After founding God's Lair, he brought 3 elite squads, 18 well-equipped level 15 members, and even then, taking this place was barely possible. But this time would be different. Flun went deeper into the ruins, and the system confirmed he had entered the hideout. The halls were full of strange monsters, and a warning appeared. He had stepped into the land of pure souls. That made Flun turn serious. He planned to take the whole place by himself. The system told him that if he beat the Guardian, the territory would become his. Suddenly, the monsters noticed him. Each one carried a different aura and rushed straight at him. Without hesitating, Flun pulled out the Plague Blade. They were level 12 golden tears, small elemental spirits, but not weak ones. He quickly activated Darkest Moment, plunging the whole area into darkness. While the monsters were blinded, Flun tore through them with instantaneous dark slash, cutting into their ranks fast and hard. One after another, the monsters dropped and turned into rewards. Since they couldn't see him, his stealth bonus kicked in. Even his regular attacks were enough to one-shot these low-level enemies. Before long, the hall was covered in loot. He had killed 15 monsters, but that was only one hall. The land of pure souls had dozens more, plus over 1,000 small rooms. Clearing it all would take a lot. After looking it over, Flun figured that once he finished the area, the monsters and loot would give him enough points to evolve his daily hand skill again. He also realized the Earth Guardian wouldn't appear until every lesser monster in every section was dead. Meanwhile, somewhere else, 2 players used a teleport and were sent to the abandoned continent of the gods. When they arrived, both were stunned. The boy stared around and asked if this was really the legendary continent. The girl said the place looked familiar. They were standing in the ruins of New York, with pieces of the Statue of Liberty nearby, and they were not the only ones there. Other players noticed the same thing. The ruins matched real cities, including Mountain City. They also saw London in ruins. Everything looked exactly the same. The boy wondered if each group had been sent to its own city. The girl took it further and asked if the ruin map matched the real world too. While they were still thinking, a huge shadow fell over them. They turned and froze. Giant monsters were staring right at them. The boy yelled for everyone to run, but it was already too late. The monsters rushed in and killed both of them at once. Back in Shanghai City, the battlefield was covered in loot. After a huge fight, Wang Meng and his team were hiding nearby to rest. He told them to make the most of the fact that no monsters were around. Ye, still shaken, admitted she really admired Shadow now. She used to think their team was strong enough to survive on the abandoned continent of the gods, but the truth was they could only hide and shake in fear. Wang Meng warned her to watch what she said, and she quickly apologized. Embarrassed, Iraplan focused on the items all over the ground. She said they were lucky. If Shadow hadn't cleared the area, they'd be dead for sure. But one thing still bothered her. With no safe zone on the continent, where would they respawn if they died? As Guichi watched the area through her owl, Wang Meng said they should stop exploring for now. With only 6 members, he thought it was smarter to wait until everyone reached level 10. Yu agreed. Guichi kept tracking the trail of drops Shadow left behind, but then it suddenly stopped, like he had vanished. She also noticed many of the items were very valuable, some even gold grade, and wanted to pick them up. Curious, Wang Meng sent Shadow a message asking if he wanted the loot. He figured it would be better if the group gathered everything first, then paid him in lifetime based on the gear's value. Meanwhile, Feng was still deep inside the hideout, cutting down elemental spirits with ease. Items were piled all around him, and he realized he had just cleared another small room. By himself, he had beaten over 400 monsters, including 4 bronze bosses and 2 silver ones. That gave him more than 80,000 experience, and his evolution points rose to 205. He was only 5 points away from evolving his S-hand skill again, when Wang Meng's message came in. Wang Meng said they had found a lot of items, and asked if they could take them in exchange for lifetime points. Feng was a little surprised that Wang Meng's team had already reached the abandoned continent of the gods. He told them to wait, and said he'd contact them later. He also mentioned he had a batch of equipment to sell. Wang Meng agreed, and said they would wait in a ruined bunker nearby, at coordinates 89554. Back in the room, now that Feng had wiped out all the monsters, the area's guardian started to appear. Blue energy gathered in the center of the hall, and formed a huge lightning-covered figure. The system named it Solidary Purifier, a level 15 platinum monster, and said that if Feng won, he would become the master of the land of pure souls. Feng remembered one key thing about this monster. It was the strongest in the whole city, in both level and grade. In his past life, the Solidary Purifier had 750,000 health and 3 phases. Even top fighters in full gold gear could barely survive one lightning bolt from it. Now though, Feng knew he could crush it without even needing to defend. He opened with instant dark strike and landed several hits. The Solidary Purifier's health dropped a little. Then Feng drove a lethal blow into its neck, cutting its HP down even more. Once it entered phase 2, the Solidary Purifier charged up a lightning arrow, calling down a storm from the ceiling. Feng used his speed to dodge every strike with perfect timing. He knew one hit would kill him because his lightning resistance was too low. There was no room for mistakes. Platinum bosses and above had hit correction, so their accuracy adjusted past a normal 75% dodge rate. Most monsters only had about a 25% chance to hit Feng, but a boss like this had at least 50%. Even so, with 182 agility and speed above 40 meters per second, he could still avoid most attacks if he stayed sharp. In his past life, it had taken a whole guild, priest shields and luck, just to survive this fight. This time, he controlled everything. Feng struck hard, refusing to give the Purifier of Souls even a moment to react. Gift of Liberation, Dark Strike and the Plague-Bearing Blade ripped away 250,000 GP in one combo. That pushed the Guardian into phase 2. Just as Feng expected, it turned invincible, and flared with wild energy while 3 huge lightning spheres formed around it. He knew this part well. Those spheres had to be destroyed fast, or the boss would go into rage mode, and even he might not survive that. He still remembered how that rage mode wiped out his team in his past life. The worst part was seeing his sister in tears after the loss, saying she didn't want to fight anymore. The next time he faced this boss, he left her behind and beat it on the first try. Back in the present, he focused on the lightning spheres and fired a poison dart at one. He knew any damage to the spheres went straight to the boss. Another dart destroyed the second one, and he lined up the last shot. When the third sphere burst, the Purifier of Souls dropped into the red. The Guardian roared in anger, and unleashed a huge lightning blast in every direction. This was the third and last phase, with lightning constantly crashing across the battlefield. Feng stayed calm. In his past life, it took a full team with lightning resistance, 4 priests, and several healers just to live through this phase. Now he didn't need any of that. Since the bolts only struck the ground, Feng launched himself up to the ceiling and avoided the whole attack zone. He activated Dark Light Shield and Gift of Liberation. If the storm owned the ground, then he would fight in the air. Using Shadow Cut, Feng rushed in and sliced the boss's head off. After the kill, he dropped back to the floor. A system window announced that he had killed the Platinum Soul Purifier. He reached level 11, gained 4 points in all main stats, 10 free points, 20 evolution points, and 15 20 days of tradable lifespan. Feng was pleased. He had scored the world's first platinum boss kill. earned 10 reputation, and became the master of the hallowed grounds. He knew this hideout mattered far beyond the game. A hideout wasn't just shelter, it could be brought into the real world. That would be huge when the game crossed over into reality, because real weapons would start to decay. Things like nukes, tanks, and planes would become useless scrap. Future wars would depend on game skills instead. A hideout brought into reality could raise a magic barrier and become a safe place. Feng thought about that for a moment, then left the area. He remembered how his old guild, Godslayer, had used this place as a base to grow. He also remembered the lies and betrayal there, and that only hardened his resolve. This time, he wouldn't repeat the past. He would keep growing stronger on his own until he reached the top. Somewhere else, things were going very differently. During a fight, Xiaoyu's friend dove to the ground to dodge an attack and shouted for her to move, but she didn't react in time, and the monster's axe cut her clean in half. Xiaoyu respawned in the city with a system notice. She had died and lost 14 years of non-tradable life and 2 days of tradable life. Still shaken from dying again, she heard her friend yelling at her. Furious, he called her an idiot and asked how she could miss such an easy dodge. Xiaoyu snapped back that he was the tank, and if he couldn't keep the boss focused, how was she supposed to dodge its skills? The fight got worse, and after cursing at her again, he quit the party. Her other friend panicked the moment the tank left, screaming for help as the boss turned on them. Not long after, that friend also respawned in the city. Worried, she told Xiaoyu they should hunt smaller monsters and level up first. She admitted she was scared because she didn't have much lifespan left. Xiaoyu went quiet and thought it over. Then the system announced that Shadow from Zhonghe City had achieved the world's first platinum boss kill and earned 10 reputation points. Everyone stopped and stared at the system window. No one could believe it. Most players had barely made it to the continent, yet someone had soloed a platinum boss. The name Shadow spread again, and people couldn't stop wondering who he was. The feat was unbelievable, especially since many players hadn't even seen a gold monster yet. Xiaoyu didn't get why everyone seemed so weak. She could barely handle a silver boss herself, so how had Shadow beaten a platinum one? Back at the hideout, Feng started collecting the lifespan orbs. After killing the soul purifier, he had reached level 11. Since every level past 10 gave 4 points to all stats and 10 free points, he put everything into agility again. With high agility and endless invisibility, he could take down strong bosses without getting hit. He also gained 100 extra storage slots. Feng spent 210 evolution points, leaving 15, to upgrade Greedy Hand from Epic to Legendary. That raised the extra drop chance to 500%, guaranteed the bonus drop would be 1 grade higher, and added a passive effect, 100 greedy storage slots. Then he used Greedy Hand on the loot, got 5 extra drops, and gained 100 more evolution points, bringing his total to 115. Feng saw 2 gear drops and an assassin skill book. Since his level was still low, he put them in the hideout storage. Then he had a devout believer gather and stack the rest of the loot. Satisfied with his 115 evolution points, Feng started upgrading his other skills. He spent 42 points on Dark Stealth, raising it to Epic. Its duration became 60 seconds. The attack that breaks stealth jumped to 300-500 damage, and the cooldown dropped to 15 seconds. After that, he used 34 points to evolve Backstab Enhancement to Epic, boosting its bonus damage to 75. Last, he spent 6 points to make Darkest Moment Epic, blinding enemies within 50 meters for up to 16 seconds, though Strong Spirit lowered the time. Then he used 33 more points to push Curse of Flourishing to Legendary. Now it worked on player corpses for 60 seconds after death, drained 50% of their remaining non-tradable lifespan along with any nearby, and erased the body completely. That shocked him. He could now absorb non-tradable lifespan. He remembered that in high-level zones and boss areas, lifespan drained much faster, and non-tradable life was always used first. Snowy called to congratulate him on being the first to kill a platinum boss. She also brought news. The Sage of the East had just logged out. She had heard his clan was gathered at the Jin Man Hotel, and had bought a huge amount of lifespan to turn into power in the game. While Snowy sorted the items, Feng praised her. She said thanks weren't needed, it was her duty. Besides, if he didn't beat the Sage of the East, she was finished. Feng told her not to worry, and kept storing the items. Everything fit with half the space still open, so the 100-slot backpack was clearly worth it. After that, he went to find Wen Meng and sell the lot. When Plun saw Feng come back, she lit up. She rushed over at once. Before she could hug him, Feng stopped her, and got straight to business. As usual, he'd name the price, and they could walk away if they wanted. Since over 30 items were only common or bronze, he'd discount them. Final price, 950 days of lifespan. Yu smiled and agreed. They had already valued the earlier items at about 1000 days, so to keep it simple, they'd pay 2000 days for everything together. Feng was thrown off. This batch included silver, gold, and even platinum gear, worth about 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. When she checked the system window, she was stunned to see platinum equipment inside. She only owned 1 gold item herself, so selling something like this meant Feng was far stronger than expected. Realizing it could speed up Shanghai City's growth, she thanked him. Feng just said they were helping each other. Nervous, Plun asked how he had so much inventory space and whether he was Don Man King. Feng said their bags were probably full, then told them there was a staircase under the statue in the ruins center that led to a portal back to the starting city. As he walked off, Feng added one warning: the first use of that portal would cost 500 days of lifespan. After that, return trips would be free, so they needed to choose carefully. Then he left. Yu smiled and pointed after him. She said she'd already warned them. Feng was a reborn player, otherwise he couldn't know so many hidden things. Wang Meng looked confused and asked the captain to stop acting like that, because she was freaking him out. She turned red. Then she asked what they'd think if she actually tried something with Feng. The moment Feng left the area, the system asked if he wanted to spend tradable lifespan to extract a skill into the real world. He chose level sync and class advancement sync. The system said both were complete, and had cost him 27,000 days of lifespan. Feng was thrilled. Now he could start extracting skills. He already had Dark Stealth at level 1, but he wanted it stronger, and needed more abilities too, so he spent 1246 days to raise Dark Stealth to level 10. Then he pulled out more skills. Rearguard Improvement for 900 days. Greedy Hand for 1000. Dark Lightning Strike for 3200. Ghost Blur for 5366. Bloom Curse for 16099. And Blacklight Shield for 11313. After all that, he had 7480 days left. Next came equipment, 3600 days for the gold concealment boots, and 394 more for the gold devotee's pendant. Feng realized the pendant did more than cut cooldowns. It could summon a follower that would be nearly unbeatable in the real world. After spending almost everything, he only had 486 days left, but his real-world strength was now close to his in-game power. Even so, he knew he needed much more lifespan before his next logout, if he wanted full synchronization again. A few minutes later, Feng woke up in the real world. Since his enemies knew where he lived, he decided it was safer to leave for now. Extracting the Sanctuary of Soul Purification would take over 300 years of lifespan, so until then, he needed a temporary place to stay. Feng used Greedy Hand and absorbed everything in his room. The storage space handled all his belongings easily. Then he jumped out the window, checked his phone and saw that Dongfeng Shen was at the Jianan Hotel, about 15 kilometers away. After turning invisible, he dropped to the ground and figured he could reach the hotel in about 10 minutes. Then he took off at top speed, cutting through the night. A few minutes later, he reached the hotel. Inside, several men were eating dinner. One talked about how game skills and lifespan could now affect the real world, and called it a huge chance for the Dongfeng family. He praised Shen for building a faction in the game, and Shen said it was only his duty. The grandfather, thrilled with his progress, said the family had bought a huge amount of lifespan to gain gear and skills. Their goal was to get the main family members to level 10 as fast as possible, giving them an edge and more power in the real world. If that worked, the Dongfeng family could rise into a true powerhouse, maybe even build a dynasty. Shen looked at his grandfather without a word. Inwardly, he hated the old man. Even close to death, he still clung to power and chased immortality. Shen planned to capture Shadow, force out his secrets, and use him to gather lifespan. Once he reached the top of the rankings, he'd make sure everyone else died. Then, the grandfather asked how the plan against Shadow was going. Shen said there was nothing to worry about. He already had a trustworthy woman working to uncover Shadow's identity. The old man stressed one thing: capture Shadow alive, so the family could use him. Outside, Feng had already killed the guards at the hotel entrance. Then he heard the toast from inside. Long live the Dongfeng family. He hadn't expected these noble families to move this fast. His skills still couldn't guarantee total safety, and he hadn't extracted any armor into the real world. One bullet to the heart or head would kill him instantly. To play it safe, Feng used the pendant and summoned a faithful devotee, a close-range fighter with claws and green fire for distance attacks. He ordered it to go in and leave no one alive. As a silver boss, the creature was tough enough to take heavy damage, even gunfire. Using that distraction, the creature burst through the door with a roar. Everyone panicked, unable to understand where the monster had come from. It charged straight at them, its eyes glowing. Shen sprang up and pointed at it, ordering the guards to shoot. He refused to believe it was a monster from the game, and told them to open fire at once. The bullet struck the devotee's head, but barely did anything. With one swing, it killed a guard, then drove its claw into another man's chest. As the monster tore through the room, Shen broke into a sweat. Then the creature turned on his grandfather, who screamed for help. Shen didn't help at all, he just ran. All he cared about was escaping and getting back into the game, where he'd be safe. He thought that once he hit level 10 and extracted his powers, no threat could touch him. But at the entrance, he found Feng waiting there. Before he could react, Feng struck and Shen's head went flying. Blood burst out, but Feng simply turned away and kept walking. Confusion filled Shen's eyes as flowers began growing from his body. Feng absorbed them, and the system announced the reward: 27,000 days of tradable lifespan, and 482 years of non-tradable life. It was an incredible gain. As Shen's body fully turned into flowers, Feng saw just how useful Blooming Curse was. It erased the corpse, cleaned up the blood, and drained all of Shen's lifespan. That pushed his non-tradable lifespan to 2,327 years, which would make future rage zones much less stressful. Soon after, someone at the hotel heard the shots and screams and called the police. Officers rushed to the Dongfeng family's meeting room, expecting a bloody gunfight. Instead, they were stunned. The room was wrecked, showing signs of a brutal fight, but there wasn't a single body. It looked like the whole Dongfeng family had vanished, so the investigation unit was called in. By then, Feng was already far from the hotel. His next target was the Chen Corporation. Its main headquarters had moved to North America, but the CEO's daughter, Chen Shishi, was still in Demon City. Feng had to get rid of her before she could leave the country. The trip was almost 300 kilometers, far too much to cover on foot. Realizing it would waste too much time, he headed back to went back into the game, remembering there were still silver and gold rank bosses in the ruins. The second he logged in, Captain Yu contacted him. She was excited. Xiaopo had found the tomb entrance, but a gold rank vengeful spirit was guarding it, and her team couldn't beat it. Feng, surprised, asked how they found the place. Yu said they took a detour on the way back to avoid monsters, then noticed someone was missing. After looking around, they found Xiaopo had fallen into a hole. Inside, team chat didn't work, and when they went down to help, a level 12 gold boss started chasing them, so they barely escaped. She said they were already back in Xiaoshiti, and sent the coordinates. Feng figured Xiaopei really was a lucky charm. Finding a tomb by falling into a hole was wild, especially since tombs were rare and random. After getting the location, he thanked Yu. She quickly added that if he found anything he didn't need, she'd buy it right away. Feng had to admit, that was smart. Not long after, he reached the spot. What caught his eye was a well. Feng wondered if that was really the entrance. It was so wide, nobody should fall in by accident. Xiaopei really was something else. Then, he jumped straight in. A system notice popped up. He had entered the Tomb of Resentment, and long-range communication was disabled. After landing, Feng moved through a corridor. Before long, a giant enemy showed up. The Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold boss. Feng had never seen this one in his past life, but one look told him enough. Huge physical damage, and wide attack range. That explained why the others ran. The gear he'd sold them didn't give much defense, and even Wang Meng, with his shield and 5,000 GP, would lose half his health from one hit. If that axe landed on Feng, he'd die on the spot. So he opened with Blessed Release and Instant Shadow Cut, slicing off the monster's arms. Its defense was high, so the first hit wasn't much, but that didn't matter. Blessed Release would keep hurting it. Then one severed arm exploded. Feng barely got away in time. He realized it was a corpse explosion, and cursed himself for being careless. Luckily, Ghostly Dodge triggered on its own and saved him. That reminded him of a case from his past life. Someone died trying to loot an exploding boss, and whole teams had been wiped out like that. Still, he expected that from platinum bosses or higher, not a gold one. Feng used Greedy Hand to grab the loot. The system said he gained 10 days of life and 20 evolution points, plus the platinum skill book Night Ring Blade. Greedy Hand also gave him 63 more life days, and the platinum item Leather Armor of Resentment. He was surprised. Both drops were exactly what he needed. Night Ring Blade was a platinum assassin skill. It wrapped the blade in dark power, dealt elemental damage in a 5-meter area, added 500 attack, had a 57-second cooldown, and needed level 11. Feng was thrilled because this was the elemental skill he needed. His shadow class had more spirit than strength, so magic damage fit him better than physical damage. That made it clear he should keep building spirit. With stats of 9 strength, 9 constitution, 24 agility, and 15 spirit, he chose to spend 6 evolution points to upgrade the skill, leaving 36. Night Ring Blade rose from platinum to emerald, then diamond, then epic. Its range grew from 5 meters to 12, and the bonus elemental attack jumped from 500 to 1,300. The extra attack still wasn't enough to beat Shadow Cut in total damage, but it was great for wiping out groups. Shadow Cut only hit in a straight line, while Night Ring Blade covered an area and worked much better when enemies surrounded him. The Platinum Resentment Leather Armor gave 55 physical defense, 45 elemental resistance, 42 damage block, and 777 GP. It required level 11, and had a resentment effect that added 30 attack after taking a hit. Feng knew the effect wasn't amazing, but the raw defense was strong, so he swapped out his old Ghostfire leather armor. He headed for a giant door. If he sold the 20 or so items he no longer used, he'd make over 10,000 life days. Now that he was inside the tomb, he hoped for good materials, and maybe, if he got lucky, a mount. Elsewhere, a goblin cut Xiao Yu and her friend in half. Their group respawned in the city, and one of the boys snapped. He grabbed Xiao Yu by the collar and yelled that she was useless, bigger, but no smarter. He blamed her for the team getting wiped again, and said he was down to only 2 years of non-tradable life because of her. Then he shoved her to the ground and warned her not to come looking for him at school, or he'd make her regret it. After he logged out, her friend helped Xiao Yu up and asked her to come to her parents' city. There was a support group there for people who didn't know how to play. Xiao Yu clenched her fists, refused and logged out instead. She told Yan Yan to go by herself. Back in her room, still angry, Xiao Yu grabbed her phone and asked a boy named Hanan if he'd help her level up. He agreed, but only if she spent the night with him. He said he wanted to see how the school's popular girl was in bed. Furious, Xiao Yu cursed him and told him to get lost. Then she suddenly changed her tone. Smiling, she claimed she'd always liked Hanan, but couldn't accept him before because her brother Feng was too controlling. Now that she'd cut ties with him, they could finally be together. He didn't buy it. Laughing, Hanan called her stupid and said if she could betray her own brother, she'd do worse to him. Then he told her to get lost. So she tried other people. First was the young master Hu Xiao. She invited him over and asked for help leveling. He recognized her, mocked her, bragged about being a platinum talent with plenty of women, and told her to get lost. Then she messaged Sister Ma, saying she was bored and waiting in the city. That went no better. He brought up how she'd tricked Zhang Wei and even threatened her with his new power. Sad and desperate, Xiao Yu cursed all of them, thinking men couldn't be trusted. She only had 2.5 years of non-tradable life left and had no idea what to do. Soon, tears filled her eyes. She felt completely alone and thought of Qin Feng. Surely he wouldn't ignore her. He had to have a way out, and she needed to find him. By the time she reached MC's apartment, it was already night. For a second she pictured walking in and hearing him Feng apologize, say something nice, and forgive her. But she pushed that thought away at once. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she say sorry? Even so, she paused before knocking, and told herself lowering her head would only be temporary. She'd pretend to submit, get his help, and that would work, because he had always cared about her most. A smile crossed her face. Once she leveled up and fixed her life crisis, she'd cut him off for good. Pleased with the plan, she knocked and called for Qin Feng. When no one answered, she kept going, asking if he was asleep and saying she'd come back. Her voice turned pleading as she begged him to open up. Then anger took over. She kicked the door open and froze. The apartment was empty. Bed, table, clothes, everything was gone. She tried calling Qin Feng, but got nothing. She had no idea where he'd gone. At that same time, deep inside the tomb of Rancor, the protagonist Feng was clearing out every monster he could find. Before long, he reached the end of the tomb. He summoned a devout follower and thought back on the trip. Over 200 weak monsters, plus several bronze and silver bosses, all dead. He was close to level 12 now. Ahead of him sat the final coffin. Once it opened, the last boss would appear, and he hoped it was platinum rank. He started pushing the coffin open. Then something went wrong. A dark energy poured into his body through his eyes and mouth, and the system announced that his devout follower had been destroyed. Qin Feng instantly knew what it was. The death miasma, a gold boss. He cursed his luck. This thing had no real body, which made it immune to physical attacks. He remembered that in his past life, someone had released this boss, and it spread to a nearby base, causing huge losses. Once it possessed someone, death was almost certain, unless an ally could drive it out, or the victim had one of the rare classes with invincibility skills. MC's eyes sharpened, and without hesitating, he used Night Ring Blade. Shadows spun around him, letting him spot the creature's true body, hidden inside the poison fog. With his dagger, Feng struck that hidden body, and a system message appeared. He had killed Golden Tear, the hidden boss inside the toxic fog. Feng knew this thing was clearly stronger than platinum, even if it was labeled gold and only gave gold rank rewards. Luckily, the Night Ring Blade he'd just learned dealt magic damage. As the corpse turned into life energy, Feng used Greedy Hand to grab the orb. After all that trouble, he expected Golden Tier gear, but instead, he got a rare item called the Mount Bell, which caught him off guard. Feng was thrilled. A mount had dropped, so the rumors about Lenny Spiral's luck were real. The system said the Mount Bell could summon a level 11 Ghost Knight Wolf that worked as both a ride and a fighter, but only if its owner was also level 11. Once he used it, Feng remembered this was one of the fastest early game mounts. The Ghost Knight Wolf was gold grade, level 11, with 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and 191 agility. It leveled with its owner, though trading the bell would reset it back to its starting level. Its skills were strong too. While riding it, movement speed rose by 245. Night Path let it turn invisible at night. Attacking broke the stealth, but added 120 damage, and the skill took 60 seconds to reset. Triple Charge made it pounce 3 times, each hit adding 267 physical damage, with a 12-second cooldown. Wolf's Howl boosted nearby allies' attack, defense, and elemental resistance for 18 seconds, with a 60-second cooldown. Feng quickly saw this wasn't just a mount, it was a real combat partner, and the stealth skill was a huge bonus. By then, it was already late. That night, Feng got on the wolf and headed out through the ruins for his next stop. He planned to reach level 15 and save enough lifetime to extract the mount. After logging out, he would head to Magic City, wipe out Chongxi, and end that threat for good. On the way, Feng came across the Jiangnan Coliseum, a massive zone with 2 underground floors packed with monsters, perfect for grinding. The Ghost Knight Wolf scaled the Coliseum wall with ease. Despite the strong monsters gathered there, the creatures quickly locked onto him. The wolf jumped, and Feng came down with it straight into the mob. Without hesitation, he used instant shadow cut and started cutting them down. Elsewhere in the ruins, Yu finished off a monster with her sword. Its body turned into lifetime, and she let out a relieved breath. Her companion Yen, the son of a department head, clapped right away. He praised her damage, called the Dragon Swordsman class amazing, and said she was exactly the kind of woman he wanted. Yu pointed out that the golden boss was only level 8, yet it still took them over 10 minutes to bring down. That made Shadow's solo kill on a platinum boss even harder to understand. Mo Xian praised her too, but brushed off Shadow's feet, saying he was just an assassin who chipped away with stealth. In his eyes, that kind of fighting would never lead to the top. He also liked that Yu had no strong backing, since that would make her easier to control. Yu shot back, asking if a mediocre archer like him wouldn't be perfect for slowly wearing down a boss. Mo Xian tried to save face, saying he was straightforward and would never fight that way. Then he claimed Feng had a rotten personality, and was a killer in the real world. He said he knew a police hunter with level 3 anti-stealth, and suggested setting a trap to expose Feng's identity, and bring him under control. According to him, someone like Feng could only be trusted if he worked for their group. Otherwise, cases like Song Fei and Zhong Li would keep happening, and he was sick of cleaning up after him. Yu and Wang Meng exchanged a look and laughed at Mo Xian. They told him he had it backward. Feng wasn't the one asking them to fix things. They were the ones handling what he left behind, so their interests stayed lined up and they could keep working with him. After all, Feng had already taken the world's first solo kill on both a golden boss and a platinum boss. Mo Xian got even more annoyed and insisted Feng was just a weak assassin. He asked how they still hadn't controlled him with anti-stealth at the same level, and called them useless. Offended that they pushed back, Mo Xian turned to Yu and said she should watch closely. He was going to destroy Feng's name and capture him. Once he did, he claimed, she would kneel and beg forgiveness. Wang Meng cut in and asked about the boss loot, and Yu listed a gold priest item, 1 silver item, and a silver skill book. Then she remembered how Feng used to sell gold and platinum gear all the time, and started wondering how many bosses he had already killed, or if his talent was finding treasure chests. Wang Meng admitted he was worried about the Zhounan restaurant case, the one where the Dongfeng family was killed. He suspected Feng might be behind it, and asked if they should still help him. The truth was, Wang Meng couldn't read Feng at all, and feared he might really be a murderer outside the game. Yu already knew about the case and knew their superiors were taking it seriously, especially because of the possible link to Feng. Even so, she said she would still work with him. If the higher-ups refused to deal with it, then she would back him herself. Wang Meng asked why, confused, and Yu answered with a question of her own. Who wouldn't support Feng? Just then, a subordinate rushed over. He reported that they had found an arena up ahead, where every monster was dead. There were bodies everywhere, and he couldn't imagine what kind of team could have done it. Yu lit up at once and headed for the arena, leaving Wang Meng even more confused. When they reached the Shanghai Coliseum, lifetime units covered the ground. They were stunned by how many Isaacs had been killed. There had to be hundreds. That made them wonder what kind of group could pull off something like this. Yu, though, was sure Feng had been there, and said they should look for him. Mo Xian asked how she could be so certain, and Yu said it was obvious. Feng was first on the leaderboard, and their team was right behind him. Since they couldn't do this, it had to be Feng. Mo Xian snapped back that he had invisibility too, and could do the same, just slower. Yu ignored him and contacted Feng instead. Since he had probably gotten tons of gear and skill books from all these kills, she offered to buy them. Mo Xian was left stunned when Feng appeared right behind him on his wolf. The scare knocked Mo Xian onto the ground in a sitting heap. Captain Yu, on the other hand, got excited and asked where Feng had found the mount. He said it was thanks to the coordinates Plun gave him. Hearing that, Plun awkwardly said there was no need to mention him. Feng moved on to business and offered Captain Yu a deal. She could take everything on the ground as one package under the usual terms. She agreed right away, since his prices were always fair and he never forced cooperation. While they talked, Mo Xian burned with anger. Humiliated by Feng, he swore he'd make everyone pay. Riding the wolf, Feng pushed on through the ruins. The system showed he had reached level 13. At level 10 below him were Justicia Implacable, Wan Meng, Goblin Negro, and Grandes Mentiras. He now had 245 years of tradable lifespan, and 255 evolution points. Better yet, clearing the arena had earned him a gold-grade skill book called Silent Camouflage. It let him stay permanently invisible as long as he stood still and didn't attack. If he struck from that state, The hit gained 300 penetration damage. The cooldown was 120 seconds, and it required level 13. Feng saw right away that this did more than boost him in the game. Its real value was what it could do in real life. Paired with the game's invincibility, he could vanish completely, so he decided to evolve the book all the way to Epic. He spent 11 evolution points, pushing it from gold to platinum, then emerald, diamond, and finally epic. After that, the bonus damage from a stealth attack jumped to 800, and the cooldown dropped to 60 seconds. Then he upgraded more skills. First, 34 points took Poison Dart to epic, raising its range to 20 meters, and its hit damage to 400, plus poison that dealt 100 damage per second for 5 seconds without stacking. Next, he spent 200 points to raise Graceful Release from Legendary to Mythic. That boosted weak point attack by 300, doubled the weakness damage multiplier, and added a throat cut effect that dealt 200 damage per second for 3 seconds, while lowering the cooldown to 15 seconds. Feng was pleased. Mythic skills were on another level. Now almost every attack he made would strike a weak point. He then took out the Pendant of Deceit, and decided to evolve that too. This platinum accessory gave 45 physical attack, 20 strength, 20 constitution, required level 13, and added 1 level of stealth. After counting everything, Feng realized his stealth had reached level 4, which meant no one at this stage of the game could detect him. He also had the Golden Tears Veil of Shadows, which added 5 constitution, 5 spirit, and 32 evasion. That pushed his total evasion rate to 83. A small explosion suddenly went off nearby, and Feng stopped to check what was going on. When he turned, Feng saw a giant boss rise up. Its arms were chains tipped with sharp steel blades. He wondered who could have been reckless enough to release that boss. Feng remembered that in his past life, this same monster had appeared in the Shanghai ruins, and the effort to kill it had cost 4,000 lives. It was the guardian of the sanctuary, the boss of the second largest refuge in the ruins. He had planned to deal with something else first, but now that it was out, he chose to fight her. Feng leaped up with his wolf onto a rooftop. Below, the boss spun her chain arms and tore through nearby players. She dropped one player instantly, and only then did the others realize how strong she was. Her bladed arms swung again, wiping out the rest of the group. Watching from above, Feng could tell they had badly underestimated the danger. Then a player riding a tiger stepped in to fight, and Feng recognized him. It was Shang Yong, a paladin. In his past life, the two of them had been rivals for 9 years without ever settling who was better. Shang Yong was smart, slippery, and always found a way to escape defeat. Feng also remembered that Shang Yong's guild had beaten the Steel Saint in his past life. The guild, Night Sanctuary, controlled the eastern side of the Shanghai ruins, which led to the saying, God of the West, Sanctuary of the East. To bring in members, they used harsh contracts that promised protection, but took up to half a person's life expectancy. Most of those people ended up as little more than slaves working for the guild leaders. For Feng, this was simple. He'd already decided Shang Yong wouldn't get away this time. As the boss spun her arms to throw everyone off, Feng slipped into invisibility and dropped in close to her. He didn't hesitate. The blade came out, and the nearby players died almost instantly. Wrapped in a red aura, Feng spun and wiped out the rest. The moment Shang Yong recognized Shadow, he froze. He demanded to know why he was being attacked, insisting he'd done nothing. Feng appeared behind him and answered with a cold stare. Because you don't eat meat. Shang Yong's face went pale. Then Feng smirked, used Shadow's cut, and killed him. Right after that, he cast Curse of the Blooming Flower. Not long later, the dead players respawned in the city. Shang Yong was furious, and had no idea why Shadow targeted them. Then one of his men panicked after seeing his life expectancy had fallen to 0. Shang Yong realized one of Shadow's skills had done it, so he decided they'd level somewhere else, recover what they lost, and strike back later. Xiao Yu was with them, crying because she didn't understand what happened, and her life expectancy was nearly gone too. The system told Feng that his skill had taken 4 days of tradable life and 1 year of non-tradable life from Xiao Yu. He was glad to see she had been with Shang Yong's group. The tiny amount he got showed how desperate she was. To Feng, that meant she'd signed the guild's slave contract, and this was exactly what she deserved. At that moment, the boss attacked Feng through a cloud of smoke. By the time it cleared, he had already escaped with Phantom Blur. Feng knew her first phase wasn't too hard. She looked confused for a moment. The chains on her arms shot out and started spinning, but she still seemed unsure. Feng stayed focused. He knew her pattern was mostly the same chain blade swings over and over. He moved above her and combined the Blessed Blade with the Plague Blade. The first hit triggered Throat Cut for a burst of damage, and the second set off a Toxic Blast 3 seconds later. With one fast strike, Feng activated Throat Cut, leaving a deep wound across her neck. The boss's health bar fell below half in an instant, and her eyes flashed with rage. Feng stayed calm, because he knew the real danger started in phase 2. Once she lost half her health, the demon sealed inside her would wake up and reflect all damage back at the attacker. There was also a rumor that a portal in her belly sent swallowed victims to a volcano, but Feng figured that was just people mixing this up with another game's mechanics. A group of players watched from far away, talking about how ruthless Shadow was. Knight's Sanctuary had summoned a platinum boss, only for Shadow to show up, kill everyone, and then force the boss into Phase 2 with one huge attack. While they talked, Feng stayed hidden and looked toward the group. He knew Phase 2 had one weakness: the damage reflection vanished for a split second whenever she attacked. If he struck at that exact time, he could avoid the reflected hit. The problem was skills like Shadow Cut, Throat Cut, and Plague Blade. The ongoing damage would still bounce back, and that extra damage would kill him on the spot. So Feng looked at the players spying on him and decided to use them. One player, Him, told the others to back up so they could get a better look. When they noticed him, the whole group got excited. Untown's subordinate said they'd already memorized the boss's skills. A girl added that once the boss dropped below half health, she paused and her body changed, showing she'd gained new abilities. Then Phase 2 started, Shadow vanished, and Anquan refused to believe Shadow had left him to face the boss alone. He told Cho to use Red Eye and find Shadow. She agreed and activated it. A tiny rabbit appeared and ran near the boss without being noticed. A moment later, Cho admitted she couldn't find Shadow. If her level 3 anti-stealth skill couldn't detect him, then he must have left. Anquan agreed. It seemed impossible for anyone to have level 4 invisibility. Then he jumped off the cliff, leaving Cho stunned. He told her to stay sharp and warn him if Shadow came back. Cho nodded, and Anquan headed down with his swords drawn, smiling with total confidence. The others thought he was asking to die by challenging a platinum boss alone, but one player recognized him. It was the well-known Safety First. The player said he'd seen him beat a gold boss in the starter city without taking a single hit. His class was Soul Warrior, famous for 100 dodge when triggered, and there were even rumors he used to be a streamer known for crazy fast reflexes in Souls-like games. As soon as he stepped in, the boss locked onto Anquan. She attacked with her bladed arms, but Anquan reacted at once and slid low, barely dodging the strike. She followed with energy arms meant to crush him, but he rolled again and escaped once more. When she lunged after him, he rolled away again. His subordinates started praising him, amazed by how calm and skilled he was. They pointed out that he never got greedy trying to squeeze in one extra attack. One of them said Anquan was incredible for dodging every move perfectly. They also noticed cuts appearing all over the boss, and wondered how strong Soul Warrior really was. The black-haired woman explained that each roll triggered his passive counter, so every perfect dodge slowly chipped away at the boss's health. With a grin, Cho said dodging was only the basics. Anquan's real power was his offense, turning defense into non-stop pressure that ended battles fast. While the boss kept trying and failing to catch him, they explained that every successful dodge let Anquan's next attack ignore half the boss's defense. Then Anquan finally turned to face her, and blue energy began to pour off his body. His subordinates instantly knew the next hit would deal 4-digit damage. Before the boss could respond, Anquan unleashed the strike he had been saving. One blow split into 3 shadows that slipped through her openings and carved deep cuts into her body. In a flash, her health dropped to under half. His people cheered when they saw she was already down to about a third of her health. Anquan turned his back on the boss, but then he took more than 34,000 damage and died instantly. His subordinates panicked, unable to understand how he died after dodging everything. They were even more confused because his attack clearly landed, yet the boss hadn't lost nearly that much health from one hit. Not far away, Feng watched Anquan's health bar in silence, and almost thanked him. That whole show had forced the boss to reveal many of her moves, and while Anquan was showing off, Feng had kept attacking in secret, slowly pushing the boss down to a third of her health. Soul Warrior could deal solid damage, but it could never beat the Iron Maiden. If Anquan rolled, he couldn't attack. If he attacked, the reflected damage killed him. The boss began to turn, and Feng focused on her again. This was bad. Now that her health was low, she was trying to retreat to the church sanctuary and heal to full, which would waste everything. He glanced at Anquan's subordinates and saw they were badly shaken by the Soul Warrior's death. Feng doubted any of them would attack her again. But if no one attacked, the reflection effect wouldn't drop. It was time to move. Feng turned invisible again and reappeared in front of her, cutting off her path to the sanctuary. The other players were stunned. To them, Anquan had only been a distraction. The real threat was Shadow. It was terrifying to realize all those wounds on the boss had come from Feng. Cho was especially shaken. Her level 3 anti-stealth skill hadn't sensed him at all, which meant his invisibility was level 4 or higher. Feng spotted the item Anquan dropped and decided he had to grab it. He activated Black Light Shield, creating 10 layers that could each block one attack. The boss's focus snapped to him, and her arms turned back into blades. She attacked, and Feng knew this was his opening. Using instantaneous Shadow Cut, he unleashed a rapid chain of strikes. He realized the last 3 of the 9 hits landed during her counter window. Without Black Light Shield taking the reflected damage, he would have died already. That left him with only 7 shield layers. Next, the boss gathered energy in her abdomen, leaped, and unleashed purple flames. Feng pulled back, but the attack was so fast it wiped out his last 7 shield layers at once. He barely got away. half a second later, and he would have died. Right then, another player tried to steal Antoine's dropped item, but Feng caught it and put a poison dart through the man's forehead, killing him instantly. That made his warning clear. Nobody was touching his loot. The system said Feng gained 612 days of tradable life and 67 years of non-tradable life. His skill also absorbed another 355 days and 20 years. The amount surprised him, which meant that player had probably never died before. Feng found that interesting and decided not to use the skill on him yet. The boss roared, but Feng stayed calm. He knew the only way to win now was to use his shield and basic attacks, little by little. So he struck and dodged in a slow but safe rhythm. From a distance, Shu watched in awe at Feng's speed. Earlier she hadn't understood how he got those first kills, but after seeing this fight, she had no doubts about his strength. Feng decided it was time to finish it. He rushed in and carved through the boss at blinding speed. The system confirmed the Steel Maiden's death and rewarded him with 48,000 experience, 120 evolution points, and the Sanctuary Key. The others could hardly believe it. Feng had beaten the boss alone, which made it obvious why he ranked first in the leaderboard. Then, using Greedy Hand, he collected the loot. An emerald-grade leather armor called Gift of the Black Flames. It gave 95 physical defense, 120 elemental resistance, 77 damage reduction, and 77 constitution. Its special effect applied Black Flame, lowering an enemy's defense and resistance, though bosses were affected less. Feng was pleased. This one piece was already better than what most players wore as a full set. He also got an emerald skill called Assassin's Instinct. It let him partly sense the outline of invisible enemies and gave him 2 anti-invisibility points. Feng upgraded it with 33 evolution points. The skill shot past Emerald, Diamond, and Epic, then reached Legendary. Its anti-invisibility bonus rose to 5, and it also revealed enemy weak spots, boosting critical damage by 50. With Lethal Grace added in, the total bonus hit 350. Now he could strike weak points almost without looking. He still had 97 evolution points, so he spent 80 on Blur and Ghostly. It rose from Epic to Legendary, raising his passive dodge from 75 to 85, and making him completely immune to damage whenever that evasion triggered. Just then, Captain Yu and the others showed up. She greeted Feng and asked if he'd found anything good. When she finally checked the rankings, she was stunned. He'd reached level 13 in one night. Wang Ming said their group had hunted all night, and only made it to mid-level 11, so Feng's pace was insane. Captain Yu smacked Wang Ming on the head and told him to quit babbling. A little puzzled, Feng said he had some items to sell, worth 45,000 days of life. Captain Yu immediately sent him the full amount. Then Feng mentioned another valuable item and asked if she knew about hideouts. Captain Yu smiled and said yes. Since the ruins of Shanghai City had no safe zones, players used hideouts as bases to store supplies and raise defense barriers. Feng guessed she meant the small hideout left by the Golden Boss. She confirmed it, and added that Shanghai City's officials still hadn't found one. Since she already knew how valuable a hideout was, Feng pulled a golden key from his inventory. He told them it was the key to the sanctuary left by the boss he had just killed. The hideout covered more than 800 mo, and he suggested they return first and talk about what price they could offer. Captain Yu and Wang Meng were stunned. They understood what that meant. A bigger hideout came with stronger defenses and better facilities. One this large could even give every Shanghai City official a room. Curious, Captain Yu asked how much he wanted for it. Feng said he'd rather hear their offer later. In his past life, a hideout like this could sell to the government for 2,000 years of life. With that sale and what he already had, he'd be able to bring all his gear, skills, and levels back to the real world. Captain Yu, clearly nervous, agreed and said she'd contact her superiors right away. Then she admitted she needed help with something else. 7 gold-level bosses had appeared together in Black Moon Village and already killed many people. Because of that, they were offering him 10 years of life if he helped take them down. Hearing that, Feng said 7 gold bosses shouldn't be that hard. Even together, the officials ought to wear them down sooner or later, so if they wanted his help, something had to be wrong with the bosses. Impressed, she said he was exactly right. They had isolated and killed one of the 7, but it came back to life. Then all 7 suddenly had a huge stat boost and wiped out the whole team. That caught Feng off guard. He remembered some group bosses could revive, and figured these might be puppets of the cursed slate, one of the ancient gods' slates. If so, he couldn't miss this chance. Feng chose to leave at once, and asked Captain Yu for the coordinates. She wished him luck. He felt she was being fair. The 7 gold bosses alone could drop loot worth 40 to 50 years of life, and she was still adding 10 more as payment. Riding the Ghost Knight Wolf King, Feng crossed the ruins. Passing a statue, he noticed something unexpected. A group of players beating a girl nearby. It was Wan Maggie, Feng's sister. One woman slapped her hard and called her a bitch, accusing her of trying to seduce the guild leader. Wan Maggie's face was swollen with bruises, and she cried in anger. The woman warned her to stay away from him, or she'd ruin her face. The beating kept going, and Feng, watching from above, realized his sister had gotten caught in guild infighting. After joining the Sanctuary of the Knights, he'd already seen these petty power games. In his past life, he was always the one who cleaned up her messes. This time, he came down, but chose to let her deal with it herself. When Maggie begged them to stop, crying that the pain was too much, but they kept hitting her, cursing at her, and saying they'd kill her. Meanwhile, Feng entered the statue. He remembered a hidden chamber beneath the central statue in Xianhai City's ruins, a secret path back to the starting city that only a few people knew about. A magic circle appeared. Teleporting wasn't free. The first trip cost 500 days of life, the second 1,000, the third 2,000, and it kept doubling after that. He knew the starting city would later become a high-level zone, where normal monsters turned into bosses, and hidden treasures appeared. The ancient god's slate was one of those treasures, and he couldn't afford to miss it. The system asked if he wanted to return to the abandoned land of the gods, to Black Moon Village. Feng remembered that village wasn't supposed to appear until much later, and he'd never heard of it in his past life. He accepted without hesitation. The system took 500 days of Feng's life and sent him to Black Moon Village. The village was crowded with elderly people talking. Feng hadn't expected that, and wondered why almost everyone there was old. Nearby, several players were helping an old woman. Glad to be back in the safe zone, she was reminded that they had carried her to level 3. She'd earned 72 days of life, and now it was time to give them their agreed share. The old woman got mad and refused, claiming they were supposed to be a charity group. One player explained they weren't asking for money, just the life dropped by monsters, which she only received because she was in their party. Another said she only needed to return the part they had agreed on from the start. The old woman grew even angrier, denied any deal, and accused them of trying to rob an old woman. They tried to calm her down, but she started yelling for help, and accusing the Menchir River Guild of harassing her. Then someone grabbed her from behind, and slammed her to the ground, shocking everyone. It was Feng. He pinned her by the neck, and with a cold stare, pulled out his dagger. He killed her without a pause. The two players froze as life orbs appeared on the ground. Feng told them her life was right there, and they could take it. They happily collected the 72 days and thanked him, asking who this expert was that had helped them. Feng only said it was a small favor, then turned and left. He found it annoying that fights weren't allowed in the city. As he walked, he thought about the Menchir River Guild, and realized it had started in Black Moon Village. He remembered the guild began as a charity group that helped elderly people survive for free. Later, it gained official support, and became Rua's biggest guild by number of members. Feng's eyes lit up. In this apocalypse, he felt the world needed more people like that. Later that night, in a forest, a group was fighting a mud monster. One mage called for her friend Mother to use lightning. She did, and a bolt crashed into the monster. The swordsman rushed in and sliced it in half, turning it into an orb of life. As they moved on, a young man asked Yen if her friend Wenmeg had really joined the Night Sanctuary Guild, since the entry fee was so high. Yen nodded and said she had tried inviting her to Menchir River instead, since it was a charity guild where players helped each other, but Wenmeg turned her down. Another player said Zoyu was already level 10 because Night Sanctuary had been backing her. He added that the guild locked members into a 3-year contract, basically making them slaves. The young man agreed, saying they treated her like a tool. In his view, people without talent should just kill weak monsters and level up slowly, like they did. Yen sighed and said Wenmeg thought her hidden class made her special and stronger than them. Right then, a rain of invisible arrows hit. They pierced the young man, dealt 1,200 damage, and turned him into an orb of life. Yen panicked. That man was her father, and her mother started to cry. The archer grinned, pleased he'd killed him with one skill. The masked men told him to stop showing off, saying the Menchir River Guild had no experts, only weaklings. They couldn't understand why a skilled player would bother protecting that trash. Smiling, they walked toward Yen and her mother. The archer ordered them to hand over all their life. Yen was terrified. The authorities banned player killing, so these men were risking becoming wanted criminals. The archer pointed at her, showing he didn't care. He gave them 3 seconds to hand over the life. Yen's mother gave in, but Yen stopped her. She told her mother to call for help in the guild channel, while she tried to stall for time. Seeing that, the archer gave the order, kill the older one and keep the younger one alive so they could have fun with. The masked men moved in, but a wolf burst in and attacked them. Yen froze, unable to tell what was happening. Before the archer could respond, someone flashed forward and cut off his head. It was Feng. While the wolf tore into the other men, Feng stared silently at the archer's head, recognizing him as Shadow. Back in the city, the archer and his men respawned, furious. They couldn't understand how all their life had been drained at all at once. Stunned, they sprinted for the forest, hoping to kill a few monsters and get some life back before they dropped dead. Then a strange force appeared. A sword made of that energy came down over them and locked them in place. 2 priests walked up. One, holding a book, said they were official bounty hunters, and these men were under arrest by law. The other warned them not to fight back, otherwise they would die on the spot. Back in the woods, Yen thanked Feng and said he had saved both her and her mother. Feng looked down, thinking how kind Yen was. She was brave too, and nothing like Xiao Yu, so he could not figure out how they had ever become such close friends. Right after that, Feng vanished. Yen and her mother were left stunned. Yen picked up the life orb, unsure if it belonged to her father. Her mother asked where their rescuer had gone, but Yen did not know. The only thing she was sure of was the attacker's identity. He was Shadow, the top boss of the world's Shadow. Elsewhere in the forest, a group of players waited for Shadow. He was already half an hour late, and they started wondering what was taking so long. One of them questioned whether Shadow could even beat the area bosses, since they revived forever. Feng, invisible, passed them and kept moving. Feng already understood the ancient god's slate. It gave gear one good effect and one bad one, and it could even change class traits. The 7th-ranked player in the world had used 7 of them to kill a legendary boss. Feng studied the motionless monsters. Bosses made by the slate had special mechanics. Some could be seen but were nearly impossible to notice in time. Others worked through a hidden summoner. The info said if one died, they all came back with a stacking fury buff. The real question was whether they would revive at all, if all of them died together. That was worth finding out, so Feng decided to test it. He put on the follower's pendant and summoned one. The creature rushed at the bosses and took over 1,400 points of damage. One boss turned toward the hit, and a moment later the follower exploded. While the monsters acted like it was nothing, they paid it no attention. Feng judged the fight. The bosses were level 10, had no damage reflection, and their stats were only about twice those of normal golden tier bosses. Then he used the Shadow Ring Blade, and red energy spread out. Next, Feng used the Gift of the Poisonous. The bosses vanished without dropping anything, which left him puzzled. Soon, they started fusing into one giant monster that was far stronger. The boss moved toward Feng. He stayed ready, now sure that killing them at the same time was the key to the next phase. Then he noticed the giant monster was covered in symbols. Feng dodged, recognized them as ancient god writing, and picked out words like disaster, sky, god, and ancient. After putting them together, he figured out the boss's name, was the Calamity Ancient God. Even with the monster closing in, Feng still did not know the right move. Then he wondered if he had to strike the symbols in the order of the name. All the time he spent studying ancient god writing was for moments like this. Feng slid in and struck the symbol on the monster's leg, then the one on its arm, and finally the one on its chest. Poison poured from the boss as it howled in pain, broke apart, and crashed into the water. Feng stayed ready, waiting to see what came next. Coffins rose from the water, and the boss's remains began to float and change. Soon, several smaller monsters burst out of the body, roaring. Feng saw that each coffin's markings matched one monster. He got the trick right away. Each one had to be killed near its own coffin. The ancient god's slate was already visible, which meant this was the last phase. The monsters charged at him, and he got ready to fight. Meanwhile, the other players felt something like an earthquake, and guessed the bosses had gone berserk. They ran over to watch, hoping Shadow had the fight under control, but that clearly was not the case. The players rushed to the clearing where the nailed coffins had been moments earlier. Now the coffins were scattered, and the bosses were gone. A huge crack split the ground, likely from the quake. Maybe the monsters had gone underground. Someone suggested Shadow must have beaten them after all, but that was hard to believe. The fight had ended way too fast, and no one had even seen Shadow. Inside one of the coffins lay a valuable artifact, waiting for its next owner. Qin Feng walked on, checking the items and skills he got from the win, clearly happy with the reward. He had reached level 14 and earned almost 300 mutation points through Greedy Hand. More importantly, he got the Ancient God's tablet. The government would need over a month to find it, and by then player losses would be huge. The tablet could empower any piece of gear, but it always came with a drawback too. He chose to test it on Daria Darkflame's bone-crushing leather armor. The emerald gear, mixed with the tablet's effect, lowered an enemy's defense and elemental resistance. That pushed the shield up by 15 layers, let him drive enemy defense below 0, and made the tablet's downside barely noticeable. Then he moved on to his skills, upgrading Shadow Slaughter to legendary rank first. After the upgrade, each hit added more shield layers, and all its attack effects got stronger. His total health went up 10 times, making him nearly impossible to kill. At this pace, Qin Feng would hit level 15 in a few hours, and head back to the City of Magic. 5 hours later, everything had gone just as planned. In the city streets he found his sister, the protagonist Xiao, still being beaten by members of the Templar Guild. The girls attacking her were already getting tired. One had injured fists, and the other was dealing with back pain. Even so, they spat on Qin Xiao and told her to stay out of their sight. Bruised and shaken, MC blamed her brother for leaving her behind. Had he really taken her words that seriously? Still, Xiao had managed to join the Knight's Refuge, so she would at least be safe from death for the next 3 years. Even if she had to give up half her exchange energy, she planned to level faster than everyone else. She was sure that soon nobody would dare touch her. Then she cast Holy Healing and burned through all her mana to recover. He Feng happened to pass by while his sister was trying to become the strongest healer, but she failed again, and her mana was empty. Now they had to find out who had received the full healing effect. A huge monster suddenly appeared before the players, freezing everyone in fear. It attacked, but one man managed to stop the blow with his shield. A girl with her face hidden mocked them, saying the Chinese were pathetic, 18 people just to fight one monster. Her companion told her to ease up. These players were doing their best, and they should be thankful, even if they still could not beat a golden boss. The monster was almost out of health, so the players needed to finish it fast. A mage yelled for everyone to attack, while he pinned the monster down with spells. Then a sharp spear punched through his body. Strangers stood behind him, thanking the team for doing the hard part. A Chinese woman had joined forces with a foreign gang to rob other teams. What kind of person betrays her own people like that? The players were honest, brave, and ready to fight back, so they charged the Black Spikes gang. The gang barely reacted. To them, it was funny. They could not believe these players were actually trying to resist. One bandit slammed down with thunderous power, cracking the ground across the whole square. The girl drew her daggers and joined in, weaving through the players as she attacked. The team was wiped out, and she smugly remarked that these ordinary people were useless. She knew the government had already heard of the Black Spikes gang, but that meant nothing if the city's players were this weak. Looking over the fallen players, she felt sure none of them came close to the gang's strength. The gang decided to leave for America before anyone learned who they were. The girl wanted to start her own guild there and hunt players from the city. Her friends liked the idea and asked what she would name it. After thinking a bit, she chose the name Alice. Then she said there had been enough fighting for one day and suggested a real-life party. It would celebrate the founding of the guild, and she planned to go big. Captain Onyu reported that the government had settled on a price for the shelter. Qin Feng asked how much, and the offer was 1,500. He negotiated up to the amount he wanted, expecting 2,000 from the refuge. What surprised him was how quickly the captain was willing to agree just to close the deal. She had also brought a large squad of fully geared players ready to fight. Onyu said to ignore the bodyguards. The higher-ups knew the price and chose to be careful. Qin Feng was not worried. He knew the government still had no clue about his level, and he could drop all those guards in 1 or 2 hits. The trade went through cleanly. The captain got the shelter key, and the protagonist received 2,000 years of exchange energy. The players were shocked by the cost, but it was worth it. The shelter could hold thousands of people. Alone at last, MC spent his exchange energy on boosting his real-world strength. It worked, and now his power outside the game was almost equal to his in-game level. A notice popped up. His hunger was close to max. He had stayed in the game too long, so he needed food fast. He woke up in the hotel where he had hidden from his pursuers, only to find his bed locked inside a cage. Several thugs were waiting outside, watching for him to wake up. They demanded all his exchange energy, and warned that refusing would get him killed, just like the other hotel guests. Since the apocalypse, chaos had made life easy for bandits. They could murder people with almost no fear. Qin Feng said nothing, but his eyes made his answer clear. The thugs sensed he wasn't normal, and dropped the threats. They moved to kill him at once, but, before they could, an unseen shadow flashed past them. The ring of night sliced through the hotel. An instant later, the whole building blew apart, taking every thug with it. At his current level, normal meals barely helped. The more power he brought into the real world, the more energy his body burned. After dealing with Qin Sheishe, he planned to hunt down the Divine Sacrifice skill book. That wouldn't be easy. Sheishe was clever. Still, she had sent Shadow to kill the protagonist Feng, and that gave him a way to draw her out. Meanwhile, MC Sheishe was at another party, celebrating a successful hunt in the game. She was so drunk she could hardly walk, and had to lean on her bodyguards as she left. Then her assistant messaged her. Shadow had finished the job, wanted to meet in real life, and would bring Qin Feng's head for full payment. Sheishe stayed careful, too scared to meet him in person first. She sent coordinates and told him to see her in the game before anything else. After that, she told her assistants and guards she had a new job with a big payout. He Feng knew fooling Shishi would be hard. She was too sharp. He checked the location and saw it was the Academy of the Sinister Spirit. He quickly mounted Nightwolf and entered the game, wanting to judge the protagonist Shishi's strength as soon as possible. The Academy of the Sinister Spirit stood in the ruins of Magic City. Qin Feng got there safely, but a crowd had already gathered. Guards were yelling at players from the Ace of Spades Guild to surrender or face force. MC Shishi shot back that they weren't Ace of Spades anymore. They were now the Alice Guild, and with their numbers, no one there could stop them. Then she opened her jacket and bragged that her guild specialized in killing players like them. The others were furious and humiliated. As far as they were concerned, she had gone too far. Shishi only mocked them, warning that if they made a move, they could be arrested. Qin Feng studied the people guarding Shishi, and recognized one of them, Tian Shizhong. He was a traitor tied to the Alice Guild, and the authorities wouldn't catch him until 7 years after the game began. He knew this was a real test. If he helped the government, Shishi would never meet him in real life. If he helped her, the government might come after him. After thinking it through, he stepped into the square. His choice was set. Qin Feng proved his loyalty, and the Night Ring blade struck. The protagonist Shishi and her aides could only stare, stunned by what they had just seen. Once the fighters were dealt with, MC Feng dropped his invisibility and greeted the Ace of Spades group. He introduced himself to her as Shadow. Shishi was instantly excited. This was exactly the kind of cool guy she liked. She already looked down on Chinese boys, so it annoyed her even more that someone this impressive came from her own country. Her bodyguards welcomed Shadow too, clearly impressed, and called him the best player around. Qin Feng couldn't understand them, since they weren't speaking Chinese, so he started turning invisible again. That made Shishi panic. Not wanting him to vanish, she quickly explained that her bodyguards were only greeting him. Shadow let it pass, but told them to use a language he understood next time, so there would be no mistakes. With that settled, Shishi got to the point. She wanted to see the protagonist Feng's head. Shadow said he had it, but couldn't bring it into the game, so they would need to meet in real life. After seeing his strength for herself, Shishi believed him. Once the payment hit his account, Qin Feng turned and left. Shishi called after him, saying she had money and he had power. They could make a strong team. She added that she had another job for him, and they could go over the details when he came to see her. Shishi wouldn't name the target or the price yet, only promised the reward would be several times bigger. They would meet that night at Magic City's port. Qin Feng found the meeting place strange. A bay and a yacht were not what he expected for a deal like this. The players Shadow had beaten returned to the city. Tian Shizheng was furious. He never trusted Shadow, and had long suspected he might be a traitor. He told his assistant to gather as much life energy as possible. He wanted to prove to the Shanghai players that they were working with a traitor. The girl was stunned. If Shadow had joined Ace of Spades, then he had to be eliminated. But Qinggu doubted they were strong enough, and before she could sense Shadow, she was dead. At Shanghai's port, a huge liner owned by the Qin family was docked there. A man in a dark cloak appeared near the ship. He told the guards he was Shadow, and had come to meet MC Shishi. They soon led him inside, where Shishi came to greet him on the yacht deck. She had dressed to impress and held a glass of wine, ready to charm her guest. Shadow kept his hood on, and skipped the small talk, asking right away who she wanted dead. Shishi leaned against him, and teased that he clearly didn't care for romance. In a setting like this, she didn't want to jump into business so fast. Still, she set down her wine and moved on to the target and the payment. Qin Feng emptied the glass in one swallow. Shishi told him to sit, saying he shouldn't stay on his feet. Sure enough, he seemed dizzy. Then, she revealed the wine came from her own special recipe. Anyone who drank it would obey her. In her eyes, even Shadow was still just a normal person. She reached for his hood, convinced he must be very handsome. Once he passed out, she'd finally get a good look at his face. Instead, fire spread through her body. Poison was in her veins, and Shadow's protective crystal had blocked her wine completely. The protagonist Feng stopped pretending. Staring at him in shock, Shashi still believed Shadow had killed the protagonist Feng. He answered calmly. The truth was simple. He was Shadow. Shashi couldn't make sense of it. If he was Shadow, then who was the hooded figure on the couch? The answer was worse than she expected. It had been a summoned zombie the whole time. MC Shashi smashed her head against the floor, begging MC Feng for mercy. She admitted her mistake and offered all her exchange energy to save herself. He only wanted one thing first, the identities of the 5 foreigners who had been with her. Even then, Shishi tried to bargain, asking if he would spare her if she told the truth. The protagonist had no interest in wasting time on her. Seconds later, she was dead, and he took her phone. Taking out all his enemies at once would have been best, but first he chose to use the phone to contact the authorities. Within minutes, a police boat sped over, after getting a report of a brutal yacht murder, including the daughter of the MC Corporation's head. Witnesses said the killer's powers looked a lot like Shadow's, so the police were told to be extremely careful. Tian Zhejiang was enraged. To him, this had gone way too far. It was open mockery of the law. He ordered his people to use detection skills, find Shadow, and open fire until he was dead. Experts checked the girl's body and found burns in her mouth, traces of unknown DNA, and signs that her neck had been snapped. Tian believed Shadow wasn't just killing people, he was insulting the corpses too. Then the player touched the body to trace the killer's location. It didn't take long to figure out where the killer was hiding. They opened fire at once, and Tian Zhejiang's body was torn apart by bullets. The police raised a group shield. Qinggu then warned Shadow that killing an investigator would bring serious trouble. Shadow answered that the police had nothing to fear. He had killed the traitor feeding information to her, and they could confirm it by checking the phone. They checked, and the messages really did show contact between their people and the gangsters. It also exposed the protagonist Shishi as the leader of Ace of Spades. Lin grabbed the phone from her subordinates, wanting to see it herself. To her horror, the pictures showed Shishi kissing their leader. It was hard to believe, but the proof was right there. Qin Gao understood then that Shadow had been telling the truth. He had attacked them in the game to earn MC Shishi's trust, then took down both her and Hao Nan in real life. With one move, Shadow solved 2 major threats. He was terrifying, but at least he wasn't trying to fight the authorities. If he had been, the outcome would have been disastrous. And then the girl remembered, she had actually managed to hit Shadow a couple of times. at the worst possible moment. Qingong thanked Shadow for the help, and apologized for opening fire on him. Then she pulled out her sidearm and shot herself in the leg. Her team was horrified, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Shadow, I hope that settles it. Please keep helping us." The officers were stunned. They had no idea if that was needed, or if Shadow was even close, but he really had been watching. He saw she had hurt herself just to calm his anger. That was exactly the kind of resolve a future leader should have. Back in the game, things went on as normal, with players still battling monsters and barely keeping up. The swordsman was already badly hurt and kept waiting for Qin Xiao to heal him. Xiao quickly cast a spell and aimed her staff, but she missed again and healed the enemy instead of her teammate. With its health fully restored, the monster started growing right in front of them. Then, the giant flower monster swallowed the swordsman whole. The team failed the mission again, and got sent back to the city. Xiao burst into tears, blaming everything on Shadow, who she thought was always after her. Her teammate snapped, and hit her hard, saying Shadow would never waste time hunting someone this useless. The truth was worse. They had been killed by a platinum boss, a headless assassin triggered by the very healing skill Xiao was supposed to use on the swordsman. The arguing kept going. The swordsman swore he'd never team up with this empty-headed girl again. Then a huge pair of feet appeared beside them. The platinum boss had followed them into the city, and now they had to run. Elsewhere, a scream tore through one of the city's richest homes. A woman raged, unable to understand why Shadow was still alive when they had the chance to kill him. After plotting for years at the highest level, how could they suddenly be afraid? She refused to hear excuses. This man was her enemy, and she wanted her family avenged no matter the cost. What she couldn't accept most was the delay after Shadow killed their stepfather. Just then, a blood-covered boy stepped into the hall and told his mother he knew how to kill Shadow. His mother told Nathan he was a child and couldn't even enter the game. But Nathan said he didn't need the game. His brain was enough. He liked killing, and he could send others to do it. The plan was simple: lure Shadow to his father's fireworks factory, set the trap, and blow the whole place sky high so everyone would witness his death. His mother approved at once, pleased that the money spent on his education had paid off. The person on the phone warned her to keep it quiet. The government still got along with Shadow, and neither of her brothers would back this move. She said she would handle it herself, and hung up. After that, she looked at the wounded woman lying in blood, and coldly asked when this idiot would finally give up her exchange energy. Nathan met his mother's eyes and admitted he couldn't stop himself. Killing that woman had not been an accident. Meanwhile, fighting still raged in the ruins of the City of Magic, and it looked like Shaolin had died again. Energy balls were scattered all over the square, but no one knew who had killed the players. Since they never saw the attacker, they guessed it had to be Shadow, and that he had finally gone crazy. Panicked players ran off shouting the news. Shadow had lost his mind, and was killing innocent people. At that same time, Qin Feng stood by the sea, quietly thinking. Across from him was the city, the perfect place to move the refuge. He spent a massive amount of exchange energy to bring the refuge, a boat of pure souls, into reality. Once the transfer finished, everything in that area would be wiped out. So Qin Feng stayed at the base and waited for the move to complete. When it was done, he knew only one step remained in his plan: find the divine book. The moment the protagonist Feng logged into the game, he got a message from Wang Min. Rumors said Shadow was slaughtering random players, but the police checked and confirmed he hadn't even been online. Wang Min had already guessed the real killer was a headless assassin with extremely high stealth, and now the police wanted Shadow's help. Even third-level anti-stealth still couldn't reveal this boss. Shadow said that if they could just expose the boss, he could handle the rest easily. Wang Min agreed, but said they had to move quietly so the boss wouldn't spot them first. Her idea was to take a higher position and watch from there, but before they could go far, the boss struck with perfect timing and cut the players down. Only the young man dodged in time and escaped the headless killer. He shouted that he wasn't scared and dared the boss to come at him. The headless assassin lifted her blade arm and got ready to kick at the same time. He spun wildly to avoid the attacks, moving so fast she nearly tripped over herself. He kept turning to dodge the blade until his vision blurred. Then suddenly the boss began to vanish. Dizzy and confused, he lost track of her and only felt the anti-stealth hit. He died, but in the next instant, a real anti-stealth strike landed, dropping the headless boss flat onto the road. Qin Feng leaned down and asked the boss her name. It was Xiao Lu. A few minutes earlier, before MC reached the city, Xiao had been walking with her head down while other players pointed at her, saying her mist spell had awakened the headless boss. The boss noticed Xiao and chased her all the way to the respawn point, while she cried that she never wanted this. The others told her they didn't want her on the team anymore. She always caused trouble, and they couldn't keep fixing her mistakes. Then the commander said she wasn't fit for combat. From now on, she would gather intel instead. 3 years of exchange energy for finding a refuge, and 10 for a platinum refuge. Starting today, Qin Xiao would get just 1 day of exchange energy each day. Otherwise, she'd lose her life day by day. She thanked the commander anyway, Some women thought Xiao was faking all this, so she could avoid fighting and spend time with the guild leader every day. A new team went out to face the headless boss, but Shadow suddenly appeared among them. For some reason, the players started attacking each other instead of the boss. Qin Xiao frantically searched for somewhere to hide, nearly jumping out of her skin as she checked the map. Then one player rushed over and hit her so hard she went flying upside down. The protagonist Feng recognized his sister right away. She had gotten herself into trouble again, and was now soaring through the air. Behind her, 4 identical headless bosses appeared in the sky. The players hid and realized there were 5 bosses total. Shadow had killed 1, so the rest were just clones spreading panic. While flying through the air, Qin Xiao suddenly spotted Shadow below. She instantly knew she was saved and started waving desperately to get his attention. MC looked at his sister in silence, then used Shadow Slash. Now both him Xiao and the headless boss were sent flying through the air, and after checking the result, the protagonist decided the attack had been too weak. Maybe the boss had absorbed the player's unused energy and hadn't fully digested it yet. Captain greeted Shadow like always, and asked if he had anything he didn't need and could sell. Qin Feng was getting tired of how closely these people followed him, but he calmly said he had plenty of useful items and would sell if the price was good. Shadow pointed at Wang Min and told him and the others to come along, while Captain had to stay behind. He said girls couldn't go where he was taking the men, leaving Captain surprised by how firm he was. Shadow led them to the Divine Tower, and explained there was a trial past the ruins that could reward rare artifacts. The problem was that the local NPCs hated women, so bringing any would make things harder. Captain was the most upset, but decided to go level up by hunting small monsters instead. Shadow formed a team and took the guys with him. They were thrilled. This was their first time being part of such a powerful group. They practically had to run to keep up, even though Shadow seemed to be moving at an easy pace. His level was just too high. Qin Feng knew around 20 items had dropped, but only a few were good for assassins. One was the Bone Blade, an emerald weapon with very high attack. After it hit, the user's speed doubled. It even outclassed the Poison Blade, with more armor penetration, stronger strikes, and higher agility. There was also the Shadow Plasma Blade. When thrown, it damaged the target, and then dealt extra damage after impact. Its shadow damage only worked on one target, which wasn't great, so he needed to rank it up fast. After upgrading it, Qin Feng cut the cooldown and boosted the blade's speed. Once he finished all the upgrades, Shadow looked around. Then he started turning in place, trying to find his team, but Wang Ming and the others were gone. At that same moment, 2 kilometers away, the archer had collapsed and couldn't move anymore because Shadow's pace was too much. Still sprawled out and gasping, he told the captain he couldn't take another step. Wang Ming refused to give up, and kept dragging his teammates along with all his strength. The group finally made it to the tower. Once inside, an NPC would start the trials. The better they did, the better the rewards. Qin Feng said he'd only use a tiny bit of his power, and the rest would be up to them. By then, the guys were wiped out. They could barely move. At last, Wang Ming caught his breath and gave a thumbs up. They'd made it. MC Feng warned them that passing the trial would let them buy rare items, so from now on they had to use team chat only. No letting the NPCs hear them. Soon the doors opened, and the group moved in. Inside was a massive hall, where an NPC floated ahead and welcomed them. Wang Ming looked around, surprised by how quiet everything was. The NPC explained this was the Divine Tower. If they cleared the trials, they could buy valuable items, and when they were ready, they only had to say so. The swordsman asked who Shadow would fight, while the archer still couldn't believe NPCs like this existed in the game. The swordsman kept pressing for details, how long the fight would last, and what skills the boss had. He also asked if the boss could be one-shot, where its weak points were, and how it picked targets. Qin Feng, clearly fired up, cut that off and said it was time to begin. They'd learn during the fight. Shadow then told the NPC they were ready. The creature lowered its hooded head, and the whole room turned unsettling. Then the air twisted, and an obsidian skull crusher appeared. It was a level 20 gold rank boss, and just seeing it was enough to unsettle them. The team panicked right away. None of them were above level 11, but Shadow told them to stay calm and sent Wang Ming in first. Wang Ming charged with shield dash. The monster snapped its jaws, and blood showed between its teeth. Qin Feng caught Wang Ming when the counterattack sent him flying back. Shadow steadied everyone and quickly gave orders. The archer was to use Starshot, and the swordsman would follow with grounded triple strike. The team followed his plan exactly. Their attacks hurt the boss, leaving it crouched as it tried to recover. Still, it was obvious the swordsman couldn't finish it off like this. The boss went berserk, forcing Qin Feng to step in, while the others had to watch out for black slime spreading across the area. That slime almost hit them, and they barely dodged it. Shadow activated Shadow Blade, and cut down the blob rushing at him. Then he struck the boss's weak points, forcing it out of berserk mode. Watching the fight, the others realized Shadow could break the boss's combat rhythm. He made it think it had the upper hand, then hit hard. The archer pointed out that stronger players could buy better items, but he still had no idea how Shadow knew that already. Shadow answered with a question of his own. This game was full of secrets and useful clues hidden in the ruins. Had they ever actually explored and learned from the world instead of just grinding levels? No one had an answer. They really had spent all their time fighting without trying to understand the game itself. Suddenly, an energy core came out of the monster's mouth. They had to be careful now. The boss would start spinning clockwise and spit out streams of fire. If those flames touched the slime on the ground, the whole area would ignite and kill them instantly. Wang Ming managed to block the attack with his shield. As soon as the flames stopped, the swordsman rushed in to strike back. A moment later, the message came. The Obsidian Skullcrusher was defeated. This boss was mainly dangerous when it went berserk at low health. Aside from that, it was only around silver level. Then the NPC appeared again above them, praised the group, and congratulated them on clearing the test. He added that anyone with enough exchange energy could buy a book of divine gift. The players stared at the NPC in surprise. His name was Vikri, a mage with 6 fingers on each hand. But without warning, the mage launched a strong attack, and several players vanished. Wang Ming froze in fear, unable to understand why the mage had turned on them. Shadow said Wang Ming had noticed something, but not enough. NPCs and players normally can't attack each other, unless the players break the rules. And this NPC's rule had something to do with his fingers. Just then, the NPC told them to pick the divine books they wanted, pay with life energy, and leave the tower. Wang Ming was stunned by the list. There were books for food, water, and drinks. Things that could matter a lot if the world really fell apart. The team was thrilled. Thanks to Shadow, they wouldn't need to worry so much about basic survival, and he'd never misled them before. Qin Feng spent a huge amount of exchange energy and bought every divine book in Shanghai. There were 9 in total. He also knew the tower had extra quests with great rewards, and he wanted to try one. The NPC was shocked. Shadow had only just cleared the easiest trial, so why ask for the hardest one? There were 5 difficulty levels. On the last one, the boss was still the gold rank Obsidian Skullcrusher, but its attack, defense, HP, and cooldowns were boosted by 500%. The others could hardly believe that mode even existed. They had barely beaten the normal version, so taking on a fight where one mistake meant death sounded insane. The NPC warned Shadow that if he lost, all his life energy would go to the winner. Did he still want to do it? Qin Feng gave a simple answer. Yes. The NPC laughed and said if Shadow wanted to hand over his life energy, he wouldn't stop him. The game was still new, and players had already grown far too cocky. That would get them killed. Then the golden Obsidian Skullcrusher appeared again, now 5 times stronger. Feng knew the NPC could make it even stronger. The last time he fought here, the boss had been boosted by 200%. He decided to test his new weapon right away, and fired poison darts at the monster. The boss responded by activating defense, elemental resistance, and the Bone Blade's special effect. Qin Feng gave it no time to recover. He leaped in and landed several quick strikes. The others were stunned. The monster moved so fast it almost vanished, like it was invisible. The protagonist Feng used Death's Gift to strengthen his throat-cutting attack, then followed with Shadow Slash and a Dark Flame ritual that lowered the boss's defense and elemental resistance. He was satisfied with the Ancient God tablets, since they boosted his effects and helped him deal major damage. The team could only stare. They couldn't understand how Shadow had erased a third of the boss's health in one hit. Even the NPC watched closely. The game had only just launched, yet this player had grown this strong already. That meant real talent. Qin Feng then used Throat Slash, which should deal 200% damage over 2 seconds. The boss's life force dropped fast, and just like that, Shadow cleared the Divine Tower's 5th floor. MC became the first player in the world to solo the Divine Tower challenge, and gained a huge amount of reputation. The system announced it everywhere. Most players had never even heard of the Divine Tower, but one thing was clear, Shadow had pulled far ahead of everyone else. The NPC realized he'd been tricked. If he had known this would happen, he would have charged 100,000 days for each book. Furious, he burst with energy and shouted that the players were cheaters. The others had no idea what he was about to do, but it looked like he'd chosen a last desperate move, and then he unleashed the strongest attack he had. Wang Ming and the archer ducked and covered their heads, but Shadow didn't move at all. The next instant, the group was out of the Divine Tower and back in the city. They quickly realized the NPC hadn't killed them. He had only teleported them outside. Qin Feng reminded them that NPCs usually don't kill players. Either way, their business in the tower was over. The group congratulated each other on a job well done, and said they could finally log out and get something to eat. Back in the real world, he immediately withdrew all the divine books he had earned. Then he spent 106 years of currency on costly furniture, home supplies, food, and a mechanical maid. She looked like a normal girl, greeted her master, and said she was always ready to help around the house. Qin Feng dropped onto the sofa and told her to clean up and make him food. The maid got to work at once. Meanwhile, in the real world, police were examining another murdered woman. It was the 3rd female body found in a week. Like the others, the organs were missing and the eyes had been removed. They still had no leads. Maybe the killer understood police work well because he left the bodies in places that delayed discovery. The chief ordered them to make contact and check on her. They needed to catch the killer fast. One officer suggested Shadow might be tied to the murders, since he was in the real world every time one happened. A lot of people already believed Shadow was the killer, and some couldn't understand why the police still seemed to protect him. The chief said timing and coincidence proved nothing. Besides, everyone knew Shadow had humiliated that officer in front of An Yu, so the man might just have a personal grudge. The chief gave them 24 hours, and promised full support to catch the killer. Manolin wasn't happy, but he had no way to argue with the chief. The story then moved back into the game. In the ruins of Metropolis, Qinfeng made his way through the city while invisible. He arrived at the Academy of the Sinister Spirit, a platinum-rank shelter and one of China's best. The protagonist created a guild called Shadow, and tied that shelter to it, giving himself a base in Metropolis. Since players can teleport between shelters, this made travel between cities much faster. He kept going until he reached the bottom level of the dungeon, but still found no monsters. A pretty strong team had clearly passed through first. Before long, Qinfeng heard voices and chose to watch from the side. A group of players had trapped a girl. She begged them to leave, but they just laughed and said she had nowhere to run. Terrified and helpless, she screamed at them to stay back. They told her they wouldn't kill her. Madame Donphan wanted her alive, and the woman's younger son had taken a liking to her. Then they ordered her to reveal where she lived in real life. Since she'd already killed Madame Donphan twice, they knew she must have a lot of life energy. The thugs demanded 30 years of exchange energy, and on top of that, they wanted to have their fun with her. The girl was terrified and barely understood what they were asking for. These weren't decent people at all. They were acting tough because they outnumbered her, and she was completely alone. In the end, the stranger agreed, but only if they promised to let her go. They swore they would keep their word, and that she would leave safely. She paused for a moment, like she was trying to steady herself. Then suddenly, a poisoned dart appeared in her hand, ready to stab one of the men. But at the last second, someone leaped onto her and pinned her flat to the ground. It happened so fast no one could react. An unknown player with a blindfold over his eyes was on her back, calmly saying that cheating was wrong. The red-haired thug looked down at the girl and warned that this was her last chance. She gave no answer. Their whole plan was to drain her life energy. Then everything changed. The thugs' bodies were ripped apart, and a ribbon wrapped around the stranger. That ribbon shot through the group, cutting them down one after another. A moment later, it coiled around the blindfolded player too. When it was over, the girl stood unharmed among the corpses. She had used the chain blade, and the blade of the dead kingdom, absorbing the energy left behind by the dead bandits. She declared that this was the end, and now she would wipe out the entire Donphan family. She was incredibly strong and had mastered the blade of the dead kingdom. Her name was Gu Ling. Other than Shadow, she was the only assassin with a hidden class. In her past life, she belonged to one of the 7 strongest guilds. Gu Ling had fought hard against that family. After her identity was exposed, she battled huge forces, killed thousands, and died only after collapsing from exhaustion. Her death had left the whole guild full of regret. Shadow never expected to meet her here, and he also wanted to know who Donphan was, since he thought he'd already killed everyone in that family. The moment Gu Ling saw Qinfeng, she assumed he was one of the bandits and attacked at once. She struck with the blade of the dead kingdom, trying to kill Shadow, but he didn't even move. Gu Ling attacked again with the same blade, unable to understand why it wasn't working. MC just stood there, completely untouched. She kept attacking, chaining one strike into another, but nothing got through. Then Qinfeng stepped closer and said that if she wanted, they could play. Gu Ling used Shadow Disappearance, getting ready to hit him from invisibility. He only laughed when he saw the stealth effect. Then he used Shadow Camouflage, and now both of them had vanished. Gu Ling lost track of him. Even with level 4 anti-stealth, she still couldn't find the protagonist. That was when she realized this player had to be Shadow. A second later, he appeared right behind her. She was stunned. Even with her level 4 stealth, Shadow could still see her, so she activated Sinister Soul Hunter. A sharp spear flew at Qinfeng, and this one was sure to hit something. He dodged, but the attack still surprised him. This weapon could track his position. Gu Ling couldn't see him herself, yet her weapon could. The Sinister Soul Hunter never lost its prey. MC actually had to focus to avoid getting hit. He hadn't expected her hidden class to ignore stealth levels and lock onto a target anyway. It was impressive. Still, Gu Ling soon realized none of it was enough. She couldn't hurt Shadow at all. Qinfeng kept slipping past every Soul Hunter strike, convinced she still wasn't strong enough to beat him. A few minutes later, Gu Ling ended up tied hand and foot by her own chain. He walked over and told her to listen. He was Shadow, had nothing to do with the Eastern family, and if he wanted her dead, she would already be dead. All he wanted to know was who Mrs. Dongfeng was. Gu Ling explained that the woman had married into the Su family, so her link to the Eastern family wasn't widely known. That made everything clear to Qinfeng. She was the only one who hadn't been at the restaurant, which was how she slipped past him. Gu Ling stared at him in shock. Was this guy saying he had killed the Dongfeng family? If Shadow was their enemy too, then he was on her side, and they could work together. Before agreeing, the protagonist Feng wanted the full story. First, why did Guling want Mrs. Dongfeng dead? Her face twisted with rage as she said that woman had killed someone she loved. Before the game began, members of the Danfan family got drunk, hit a man with their car, and escaped punishment. The Su family paid someone else to take the blame. Guling's father found a way to expose the real killer, but the very next day, tragedy struck him too. He was found drowned in a river, and the case was ruled a suicide. Guling later tried to speak to Mrs. Dongfeng herself, but the guards beat her badly. She fell into despair and wanted to die. Then, the game Lands Abandoned by God was released. The first thing Guling did in the game was kill Dongfeng, but to kill someone for good, you have to drain them completely. After reviving, Mrs. Dongfeng sent all her people after Guling. That was the rest of the story. Tears ran down her face as she asked Shadow to help her kill that woman. Qinfeng thought it over and said no. Guling was crushed and almost thought she heard him wrong. She quickly offered payment, saying she'd give him everything she had, even become his slave. Equipment, skill books, anything at all. She was ready to trade it if Shadow would kill Mrs. Dongfeng. But Qinfeng stayed firm. He said he wouldn't take her revenge for her, because she needed to do it herself. That said, she could still count on him in other ways. It all depended on how far she was willing to go. Guling didn't understand how he could help her and refuse her at the same time. MC Feng explained. She could join his guild, become his ally, and then Shadow would help her get revenge. He sent her a guild invite, and Guling noticed he was the guild's only member. She accepted and joined Shadow's guild. Now only one thing mattered. She had to raise her class. How to do that was up to Guling. Once she managed it, she could come find Shadow again. And if she couldn't, then she simply wasn't ready yet. With that, Qinfeng left, making it clear she could forget the spot if she failed. He knew the Blade of the Dead Kingdom had almost endless potential, and with the right guidance, Guling could become much stronger. After that, she would be very useful. Meanwhile, he reached the deepest basement of the Sinister Spirit Academy. There he faced the Academy's guardian, a platinum rank level 15 mutant witch. Qinfeng activated the Blade of the Night Ring. He knew that in Phase 1, only one of the witch's heads was active, and elemental energy was needed to damage it. He picked the Shadow Blade and added the Bone Blade to cut the cooldown time. The combo worked well, and soon the mutant witch entered Phase 2. Now all three heads were active at once. That's when the monster went wild, attacking from every direction. The protagonist Feng dodged at incredible speed, weaving through the barrage. Soon all three heads were badly wounded, and it was time to finish the fight. A huge explosion killed the mutant witch, and Qinfeng got the key to the Sinister Spirit Academy shelter. With that, he could upgrade his profession, and he did it right away. The upgrade boosted all his stats and raised his overall profession to second class. MC was very satisfied. Now he could attack without losing stealth, and all his abilities had improved a lot. At the same time, outside the Sinister Spirit Academy, Guling suddenly froze when she ran into a group of players. They were the same bandits as before. They still didn't know she had the chain blade, but now their whole guild had shown up, and escape looked impossible. The thugs told her that this time, they wouldn't let her off. One bandit tried to stun Guling, but she dodged in time. She tried to use shadow camouflage, but they moved too fast, and hiding was no longer an option. Guling refused to give in. Even with her legs trapped, she pulled out a small vial of strange liquid. The bandits caught it at once. It was a poison that cut a player's life in half and sent them back to a recovery point. Her stubbornness only amused them, so they kept pushing harder with threats and intimidation. Then a notice came in. The Platinum Refuge of the Sinister Spirit Academy now belonged to the Shadow Guild. The barrier activated, and anyone outside the guild would be marked as an intruder and killed. A moment later, Gulin was left sitting alone, surrounded by the life energy of the dead bandits. Gulin quickly understood what happened. The refuge now belonged to the Shadow Guild. What shocked her most was how fast Shadow had beaten the guards and taken the key. The witch's decaying ring was a rare item that boosted attack speed and widened attack range. Poison Trap was an assassin skill that slowed enemies and dealt heavy poison damage. After killing the mutant witch, Qinfeng got 2 useful rewards. The ring was especially strong, and with Shadow Slash, it made his attacks hit a wider area. He spent the rest of his mutation points to raise sneak attack to legendary rank. He was thrilled. His stealth got better, and his damage went up too. Just then, Dark Plum sent a message. She had found another set of ruins, but no one could pass the teleport. The message claimed only the chosen person could use it. Qinfeng already had 2 teleports linked to his hideouts, so moving between cities was easy. He used one right away. Dark Plum was waiting near the Shanghai ruins. She sat on her donkey with no one else around. Then a familiar voice spoke behind her, asking where the ruins were. Both Dark Plum and the donkey jerked in surprise. The protagonist Feng apologized for scaring them, and promised to be more careful. Dark Plum pointed out that the entrance was hidden under a rock. Even Qinfeng was surprised she had found it. As it turned out, she found the place because of the little donkey. While feeding it grass, a strange silver boss suddenly appeared. Dark Plum got so scared she fell off the cliff, and the donkey passed out on the spot. Luckily, she caught a branch instead of falling, and from there she noticed the cave. Dark Plum told Qin Feng to be careful, and added that she had already called Yu and Wang Ming. MC leaped off the cliff like it was nothing. Wang Ming had tried the same thing earlier and died from the fall. Inside was a maze. The players had cleared some monsters and explored part of it already. He warned them not to die too much. They couldn't let their exchange energy hit zero. Dark Plum said they had already learned to turn non-exchangeable energy into exchangeable energy. Now they were trying to lure out the monster that had absorbed that non-exchangeable energy. Once they killed it, they could collect the dropped energy and convert it later when needed. Qin Feng praised the idea and guessed NU was the one who thought of it. He was right again, and Dark Plum could only stare at Shadow in surprise. In truth, the protagonist had invented that trick in his past life. Then Dark Plum showed him the teleport sphere. She explained that if the teleport wasn't meant for someone, they could never use it. She had already tested that herself. Still, maybe it was waiting for someone who had been here before, so Qin Feng decided to try. He reached into the sphere, and it lit up at once. A few seconds later, both the sphere and Shadow vanished. Dark Plum had been right. It was meant for him. MC Feng arrived in Ice Stream Cavern, cut off from the outside world. He entered stealth at once. His mission was to guard the ice crystal, which would unleash an ice stream if anyone damaged it. Monsters soon poured in, all trying to break the crystal. If they did, he would die. Worse, if he failed, he would never be allowed back here or get the reward. Chen Feng decided poison traps were his best shot. Luckily, he had just earned some, and he set them through the dungeon corridors. He also equipped the witch's ring to boost his stats. With those traps in place, he could control the whole area. Anything passing through would trigger them. The monsters came quickly from every corridor. Chen Feng didn't waste time. He used his shadow slaughter skills with the poison traps, wiping out huge numbers at once. Since he was still hidden, every hit counted as a sneak attack. He reacted just in time and blocked before a steel spear could strike him. The protagonist Feng took no damage, but the attack told him a much stronger monster was here. At the same time, an ugly argument was happening outside the Demon City ruins. A woman was furious that the guild had stopped chasing the girl wanted by the Shadow Guild. The player admitted it was true. The others refused to keep going, so the client would need to hire someone else. Madame Don Fan exploded with rage. Shadow scared them more than she did, and she thought those fools had forgotten she knew everything about them, even in real life. Then someone smashed a fist into her jaw and sent her to the ground. The player beat her in a frenzy, saying he'd worked for her long enough, and if he couldn't get revenge on Shadow, he'd settle for Madame Don Fan. He kept hitting her until she died and vanished. After reviving, Don Fan was even angrier. She felt betrayed and screamed that she would destroy them all. Back in the real world, she woke up stunned that those idiots had dared to kill her. She immediately called and complained that the men her beloved sent after the girl were too scared of Shadow to keep hunting Gulen. Her husband answered that he'd deal with them after Shadow was dead. He had already contacted the Black Dragon Guild. His plan was already moving, and Shadow would soon face real trouble as the Don Fan family took revenge. The woman kept ranting, swearing she would make everyone pay and kill them all. Meanwhile, Qin Feng kept guarding the crystal, and finally brought down one of the stronger monsters. It might even have been the boss. He noticed that each clean hit on a weak point put his shadow blade into cooldown. Then a notice appeared. The mission was complete, and he could claim the reward. It had gone more smoothly than expected, and the crystal started to crack. When it fully broke apart, an epic chest appeared in the hall. The last chest had given Qin Feng plenty of good items, so he hoped this one would too. The chest opened, and at first it looked empty. Then golden light gathered inside, and an NPC appeared. It was the same NPC MC had seen in the last chest. She wore a hat with an eye on it, and spoke the ancient language of the ancient god. The NPC declared that he had passed 2 trials, and was the chosen one. He couldn't understand the words, but somehow he grasped the meaning. She then announced that the ancient god was dead, and Qin Feng had become his heir. Golden light spread all around him. From that glow stepped a girl who introduced herself as Ashashi. She said she would guide the protagonist as he became the true god of justice. Ashashi bowed and asked him to accept the gift she had prepared. It was the Bell of Ashes summoning. With it, Qin Feng could call the messenger of the gods, and each summon would open special ruins. If he cleared all 3 trials, Asha would move to his refuge and upgrade all his skills. MC Feng had once found a temple like this on the 5th floor, but he couldn't clear its trial. Only Li Si had managed it. Ashashi then offered to raise one of his skills to his current level right away. Skills in this game could be improved through mutations, but it took a lot of time and careful matching. High-level skills were hard to train and even harder to find, so the protagonist chose his best one, Gift of Death. Ashashi bowed, kissed his hand and promised to grant that wish. Gift of Death rose by 5 levels and became fully matched to him. After that, Ashashi began to fade, saying goodbye to her master. Qin Feng then spotted a portal ahead and knew it was the way out, but the chest held one more reward. MC Feng obtained the law of equivalent exchange. This art let him trade any skill or piece of gear for a similar one that fit his class. That was incredible. Now he could swap useless jade skills and items for things he actually needed. Very satisfied with the mission, Qin Feng understood just how valuable this reward was. He thanked the game and stepped through the portal. Dark Plum was waiting at the cave entrance with her donkey when Shadow came out. The protagonist Feng asked why she was still there after waiting an hour. Dark Plum said she stayed to make sure nobody was lying in wait outside. He handed her a level 13 platinum magic shield, giving Dark Plum a big boost to her defense. Thrilled by the gift, Dark Plum jumped onto her donkey and rushed off to hunt monsters. MC's hunger was starting to mess with his focus, so he logged off to grab something to eat. In the ruins of Shanghai, the Temple Knights had set up a shelter with a protective dome and a safe zone. The guild leader proudly said this was a huge day for them. The guild finally had a home. It was tiny and pretty bare, with little more than toilets and a wash basin, but it was still a start. At least it was safe from monsters, so everyone could finally relax. They all knew who deserved the credit. Qin Xiao. She had found the place first, and the others welcomed her with applause and thanks. He said the people she wanted to thank most were her teacher and friends, who had always helped her. She even thanked the people who hated her, saying they pushed her to get stronger. Then Zhao thanked her mom and dad too, saying they would have been proud of their little Qin Xiao if they were still alive. Zhao started crying, and soon everyone else was tearing up too. The leader then asked her to explain how she found the shelter. The protagonist Xiao said it all started with a dream where a powerful warrior showed her the refuge's location. The dream felt strange but real, so she went looking for the place, even though she didn't expect to actually find it. Most of the players thought that sounded ridiculous, and figured she was joking. Even the leader had doubts, saying the dream was odd and joking that maybe someone else had one too. Qin Xiao chimed in. She also had a dream that night, about a huge shelter packed with people. She guessed it was platinum rank. That made everyone laugh, though they still hoped they'd move somewhere better soon. As a reward, the guild leader gave her a year's worth of exchange energy. He said he hoped MC Xiao would keep working for the guild, and that everyone else would follow her lead, so the guild could grow stronger. Each player should focus on what they do best, some on research, others on combat. The main thing was believing in themselves. After a while, the players went back to their missions in the ruins of Shanghai. Qin Xiao wandered through the city, searching for anything useful. She kept thinking about her dream, and felt the platinum shelter had to be nearby, but she still couldn't find it. Zhao checked every corner while a few players trailed behind her. They figured he had come to hunt for the shelter from her dream as soon as the meeting ended. Qin Xiao started to get nervous. This place reminded her of the dream, but it wasn't quite the same, and she felt like something was watching her. She shut her eyes and tried to calm herself, repeating that she'd succeed and nothing could stop her. The moment she opened them, a horrifying monster was right in front of her. Xiao froze, then let out a wild scream. The bizarre creature charged through the corridors. No one had seen a monster like this before, and the players knew they had to kill it fast. Then it struck. Its tentacles, tipped with glowing magic orbs, pierced Qin Xiao's throat and drained her life to zero. When the others saw it sucking away life energy, they turned and ran. A little later, the protagonist Xiao opened her eyes in what looked like a dungeon. She jumped up and looked around, completely confused. Remembering the monster, Xiao ran at once, but instead of heading outside, she went deeper into the building. Then she tumbled down the stairs and slammed her head hard. She still didn't know where she was, but after looking around, she recognized it. This was the same entrance from her dream, which meant Qin Xiao had found the refuge. She needed to tell the president right away. MC contacted the president. He was thrilled, said he'd send players at once, and told her to stay put until help arrived. But then she heard a wheezing sound behind her, the same monster that drained life energy. She gripped her staff and told herself she could win. She stood up, took her stance, and kept repeating that she wasn't the same weak person anymore. Qin Xiao pushed herself to believe she was brave now, and capable of much more. Then she activated poisonous shackles, and fired them at the monster draining the players. The hit landed, and once the poison started working, she followed up with another attack. The protagonist Xiao spread a poisonous mist, and the stronger toxin began wearing the monster down. Suddenly, voices of players calling out to each other echoed through the mist. The danger wasn't over. The poison had spread everywhere. Qin Xiao tried to keep the toxin around the monster, but she couldn't control it well enough. That frustrated her. She was a healer, so she switched to detoxification. The cleanse worked, but it also removed the poison from the monster. While trying to purify the area, MC Xiao breathed in the mist herself. In the end, her own attack killed her, and she vanished. She respawned back in the city, where her companions asked why she'd returned from the shelter. Qin Xiao explained that a huge soul-draining monster had killed her, and it had also drained the other players to death. It turned out she had found the only way to survive, dying on her own terms before the monster could drain everything. The guild president praised her for figuring that out, and the players who had chased her through the halls were later found dead. Later, everyone gathered at the entrance to the Platinum Refuge from his dream. The president promised the guild could have it if they took control. He ordered players to spread out around the area, so no rival guild could slip inside. Then he told them to kill the refuge's guards and claim it for their guild. Everyone eagerly accepted the order and got ready to win. Spirits were high, but when they reached the door, it wouldn't move at all. The players reported that they'd tried everything, but the gate still wouldn't open. The president thought it over, knowing every gate should have a guard. Then he realized the gate itself was the guard. One player swung an axe at the door with full force, and it actually took damage. The players got excited. Their president had been right, so now they just had to keep attacking. They even joked that a platinum refuge having such a weak guard was almost funny. Blast after blast slammed into the gate, and the damage slowly stacked up. Qinfeng suddenly got a notice that his refuge, abode of pure souls, was under attack. He checked the details and confirmed it. Someone had found his refuge and was trying to capture it. Teleporting wasn't worth it, since the attackers would need years to break the gate, so the protagonist rode a wolf there to see for himself. After a while, he reached the outer area of Abode of Lost Souls, but something else caught his eye. A girl was being chased by a group of men. Then he realized she wasn't fleeing from him. She was charging straight at him with a huge club. As soon as she got close, Qinfeng smacked her away with his own club like a baseball. One of the players used sacred binding. The girl was instantly chained in place and couldn't move. They asked why she was trying to break through when the Temple Knights had already claimed the place. She said she was only passing through and had no idea why the Temple Knights were trying to rob her. Qinfeng recognized her at once. It was Xiaoyang, a co-worker of his and a genuinely nice girl. Listening to them, MC realized these were the people attacking his refuge. The strangers stared at Xiaoyang and started deciding who would beat her first. A second later, their heads dropped from their shoulders. Shadow had appeared in front of them and saved Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang quickly understood who stood before her, because everyone already knew about Shadow. He turned away almost at once and began to fade, but she still caught those eyes. They were Qinfeng's. Chen Wuming sounded pleased, saying Shadow had punished the players who broke the guild's rules. He declared that from now on, the guild would protect his home. The president wanted his people to obey the rules, and if anyone attacked the refuge again, the whole guild would answer for it. Chen Wuming promised there'd be no trouble, though privately he thought Shadow was trying to trap all his men here. Right then, Qinfeng got another alert. His other hideout was under attack too. At this point, it felt like the players had stopped fighting monsters and started hunting his shelters instead. The protagonist used teleport to get there fast. Everyone knew the Academy of the Sinister Spirit was his hideout, so who was causing trouble now? The moment Shadow left, Chen Wuming told his men to pull out. Still, Shadow ordered them to stay and guard the place. MC would handle things alone, since she wanted to go herself. From now on, Qin would guard the path to the refuge. If anything happened, she had to report it to the guild at once and never leave her post. The Academy of the Sinister Spirit was no longer calm. A group of players was hammering the gates, trying to force their way inside. They were from an international guild, with members from several countries. He couldn't tell why they dared attack Shadow's refuge. What made it even stranger was their name, the Black Dragon Guild of the City of Magic. Qinfeng had never dealt with them before, so their attack made even less sense. They kept striking the gate, yelling to hype each other up and show off their strength. Their leader then used Dark Flame against the gate. After that, he called on the magic dragon's power and poured it into the attack. It was working. The refuge's defense was weak, and the players were sure they'd soon reach the stash of exchange energy built up over hundreds of years. Qinfeng guessed an enemy had sent them. Of the people who hated him, only Ming was still alive. The assault went on until a growl came from nearby. Then a giant, oddly funny-looking dragon showed up and let out a creepy roar. The players panicked and scattered, too shocked to understand what was happening. Then their bodies locked up, and at that moment, they noticed something in the sky. A huge bizarre meteor was falling down. None of them knew what kind of skill could make that happen. A second later, it burst apart, and streams of energy shot everywhere. One player dropped to his knees in the street, stunned that he had survived such massive damage, but even his high health couldn't save him. His head was cut clean off. In the next moment, body parts were all that remained of the guild members. Their leader was already dead before they could even break in. Everyone there was sure this had to be Shadow's doing. The girl mage was baffled. Why was Shadow in their city? The fighters had no clue how strong he really was, or how he could vanish like that. Qinfeng checked the group and recognized them as the Sky Dome Guild. Their only hidden class hero, the sole artist, was a girl called Distant Green Peaks. That explained why the skills looked so familiar. Only she could draw a meteor and a giant dragon. Soul artists mix magic with summons. Unlike normal mages, they have to draw the skill first, and the better the drawing, the stronger the result. They're great in defense and team fights, but in a one-on-one battle, they're easy to pressure. Zhenjuan called out, hoping Mr. Shadow was nearby. She wanted to speak with him. She admitted she needed to enter Shadow's refuge to find an item for her hidden class. In return, she was ready to pay whatever compensation was needed. Qinfeng remembered that in his past life, this refuge had belonged to the Heavenly Crypt Guild. Zhen had probably found it while training her class, but this time Shadow got to it first. The Heavenly Dome Guild's president, an old man named Jian, had once led the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. After retirement, he became a streamer. Both of them were skilled players and had done well in competitions. To Zhen Wen, old man Dian had become the father figure she lost early, and for him, the game felt like home. Over time, their guild grew into one of the biggest in China. Chun Feng knew them well from watching their streams, so Chun Feng invited the girl inside the shelter to talk things over. For the moment, the Academy of the Sinister Spirit finally went quiet. Chun Feng sat in a throne-like chair and asked the artist what she wanted. Jian said again that she needed special materials for her hidden class, and they were inside this shelter. She added that rumors said the shelter had been sold to the Shanghai authorities for 2,000 years of exchange energy, so she wanted to know if Shadow would sell it. Chun Feng stayed calm, but inwardly he was surprised. The Heavenly Dome Guild had already saved up that much exchange energy. Impressive, even for the old man. Chen Wuming was pleased, saying Shadow had punished the players who broke guild rules. Chun Feng then declared that the guild would now protect his home. He wanted his members to learn discipline. If anyone attacked the refuge again, the whole guild would answer for it. Chen Wuming quickly agreed, though he secretly felt Shadow was trying to trap all his men here. Just then, Chun Feng got another alert. His other refuge was under attack too. At this rate, players seemed more interested in raiding his hideouts than fighting monsters. Chun Feng teleported over at once. Everyone knew the Sinister Spirit Academy was his base, so who dared mess with it now? As soon as Shadow disappeared, Chen Wuming told his men to get moving, but Shadow had already ordered them to remain and defend the place. Chen Xiao would go because she wanted to handle it herself. From then on, the protagonist Xiao was to guard the refuge entrance, report any danger right away, and never abandon her post. The Academy of the Sinister Spirit was in chaos again. Players were pounding on the gates, trying to break into the shelter. This was another international guild, with members from abroad, and Chen Feng couldn't see why they would target Shadow's refuge. Their name made it even weirder. The Black Dragon Guild of the City of Magic. MC Feng had never crossed paths with them, so the attack came out of nowhere. They kept battering the gate, shouting to pump themselves up and flaunt their power. The group leader unleashed Dark Flame at the entrance. Then he summoned the Magic Dragon's destructive force and sent it at the gate. The attack was working. The passage into the refuge had very weak protection, and the players were thrilled at the thought of the exchange energy waiting inside. Chen Feng figured one of his enemies had hired them. At this point, only Ming was left alive. They kept up the attack until a growl rose from behind the houses. A giant dragon appeared and came toward them with an eerie growl. Panic broke out, and the players ran in every direction, 2 days to make sense of it. Then they suddenly froze in place and looked up. Above them hung a massive, strange meteor. No one understood what kind of skill could create something like that. Then it burst, sending streams of energy flying across the area. One player fell to his knees, shocked he was still alive after taking such terrifying damage. But all that health meant nothing. A moment later, his head flew off. Where the guild members had stood, only scattered body parts remained. Their leader died before the real attack even began. The survivors were sure this was Shadow's work. The female mage was stunned to run into him here. She couldn't understand how Shadow had reached their city. The warriors didn't know how strong Shadow was, and they had no idea how he could turn invisible. Qin Feng looked them over and recognized the Sky Dome Guild. Their only hidden class hero, a soul artist, was a girl named Distant Green Peaks, so of course the skills felt familiar. She was the only one who could draw a meteor and a huge dragon. Soul artists fight with magic and summons. Unlike mages, they must draw first, and the better the drawing, the stronger the skill. That makes them excellent in defense and group fights, but weak in direct one-on-one combat. Zhang Jihuan called toward Shadow, hoping Mr. Shadow was close enough to hear. She wanted to talk. She spoke plainly. She needed something inside Shadow's hideout to keep leveling up, and she was willing to pay for the trouble. Qin Feng remembered that in his past life, this hideout belonged to the Sky Vault Guild. Zhan had likely come here to raise her class, but Shadow got here first. The Sky Dome Guild's president, Old Man Zhan, used to lead the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce before retiring and becoming a streamer. Both of them were capable players with solid results in competitions. To Zhang Jihuan, Old Man Zhan had become the father she lost young, while he found a place for himself in the game. Little by little, their guild became one of China's biggest. Qin Feng knew them well from their streams, so he invited her into the shelter to talk properly. At least for now, the Sinister Spirit Academy was calm again. Sitting in a chair like a throne, the protagonist Feng asked the artist what she wanted from him. Zhe Huan repeated that the materials for her hidden class were inside this shelter. She said rumors claimed the shelter had been sold to the Shanghai authorities for 2,000 years of exchange energy, so she wanted to know if Shadow would sell it to them instead. Qin gave no reaction, but her words caught him off guard. So the Sky Dome Guild had already saved up that much exchange energy. Coming from the old man, it made sense, but it was still impressive. Shadow said the shelter wasn't for sale, Still, he could give them visitor access so players could freely use the first floor. Jiwon didn't back down. Instead, she offered to rent it, 500 years of exchange energy for control of the first floor for 3 years. MC kept thinking it through. Visitor rights should have been enough for the artist, yet she was pushing hard to rent the place for a huge price. That meant the guild likely wanted more. Maybe the artist was also trying to get closer to Shadow. Jiwon added that they were ready to show they were serious. Then she proposed helping deal with the guild, trying to seize Shadow's shelter. Chin realized she was basically offering to start a war for him. The only question was whether her grandfather knew. Like she read his mind, the artist asked if Shadow knew her grandfather. Then she brushed the concern aside. He wouldn't object and could handle a small guild easily. He saw that she was bold for someone her age, and he agreed to her deal, signing the contract. Once the paperwork was done, Shadow made it clear. The first floor now belonged fully to the Skydome Guild, and any damage would be repaired soon anyway. After that, Jiwon thanked Shadow, said goodbye, and left the shelter with the Skydome Guild members. Chin thought the girl was far more lively and interesting in person. Then again, maybe that was only his first impression. Now alone, the protagonist opened the warehouse. He had been waiting a long time for another trade, and the recharge was finally done. He used equal exchange, a skill that swapped any item for another of similar value. For example, he traded away smart training and got Crimson Blade back, an assassin finishing skill. It was a red dagger skill made for taking down one target at close range, and it was excellent for finishing an enemy. The move had a cooldown, but it stored energy during battle, making it perfect for winning hard fights. Crimson Blade could also hit as hard as top tier and even legendary skills. It came with plenty of extra effects too, and at full power its damage could be devastating. Chin used his remaining mutation points to raise it to mythical rank. This time, he also upgraded Dark Depths, which boosted stealth and cut incoming damage. On top of that, the loss rate of exchange energy was nearly cut in half, so MC could use Berserk mode much more safely. By then, he had reached level 17, and could equip emerald gear across the board. Except for his leg armor, every piece he wore was emerald rank, physical resistant gloves, a water ring that boosted attack effects, and more. After testing his new setup, Chin saw how crude low-rank gear really was. If he'd had this kind of power from the start, he could have crushed everything already. Fully pleased with his upgrades, he decided to take on the next shelter. In the real world, out in the suburbs of the City of Magic, a military vehicle stopped near a mansion. A soldier asked the man who stepped out how many people they had brought. The answer was 4. That was far too few, but fewer people were willing to sell their life energy now. A man with round black glasses and a smug look got out and asked if the buyer lived there. Another arrival looked around and said the owner had to be rich. The place was clearly luxurious. The group looked odd. A young girl in a hoodie, a huge muscular man, and the others. They were left outside while someone went to notify the owner. Only one guard stayed behind with them. The rest headed inside. Soon a woman came out with a child beside her. She told them that if they were selling exchange energy, they should transfer it into light spheres and throw them to the ground. The big man smirked. To him, the woman sounded ridiculous. She hadn't shown any money, yet she was already demanding the goods. Don Fenming repeated herself. If they wanted to live, they needed to put the exchange energy into spheres and drop them now. The group just stood there, strangely still, doing nothing. The man in black glasses looked confused and said he didn't understand what the estate owner was trying to do. It felt like she was planning to rob them, which was usually their job. Then, everything moved at once, and the machine gun guard was taken out instantly. The man with the glasses had the hidden class bearer of the insect sword, and he was thrilled. Pray this valuable didn't show up often. The hooded girl was harder to read, but she clearly had stealth skills. She suggested robbing the rich woman clean. The bruiser raised a platinum shield and formed a golden barrier, one too tough for the guard's gunfire to break. Then he used a gold rank earthquake and blasted the whole area apart. At the same time, the insect sword user pointed ahead, triggering a huge explosion. His hidden class, Firefinger, let him fire flames from his hands, with each finger acting like a different weapon. While the others fought the armed guards, the hooded girl turned invisible and slipped through them. Dagger in hand, she moved toward the woman and child on the porch. She was clearly enjoying this. Her target was Don Fenming, but just before she reached the hostess, someone kicked her hard in the head. Even though she was invisible, a giant, muscular man stepped out and warned the lady to be careful, because players could turn invisible. The woman ordered them captured and turned into slaves forever, all for her son's sake. The big man was surprised that the rich woman's guards were actually strong fighters. He himself had powerful assassin skills, and his gear could even take a hit from Firefinger. He was up against a robber gang known for targeting successful rich people. He hoped the attackers had brought plenty of high-level gear and skills from the game. Otherwise, the fight wouldn't be much fun. But while he was talking, the insect sword shot toward him, aiming to pierce straight through his body. The moment it got close, he flipped and kicked the flying blade away. Then he rolled back to his feet. That was shocking. The sword was insanely fast, which meant this man was even faster. He had the hidden class Source of Contagion. He had spread barriers through the whole area to sense movement, and he was also a master of stench. His life's goal was simple: eat, train, and spread plague. Now it was his turn to move. He lunged forward at terrifying speed, and the attackers immediately noticed how fast he was. The bruiser threw up an iron wall, so the air cannon strike didn't do much. Even so, the man kept closing in, and the attackers had to respond fast. To stop him, the player used Firefinger and fired straight at him. Leaping into that attack looked like suicide. There seemed to be no way to dodge it. Then a strange click sounded. The glasses on the player's face shattered, and blood poured from his ears and throat. He had died from the shockwave alone. His body simply couldn't handle that level of force. The man in glasses panicked. Now he knew the estate's defender was truly strong, and he tried to run. He was caught right away. The defender said there was no need to panic. He wouldn't kill him, since he had promised the mistress to spare at least half the group. He only wanted to know where the invisible girl was, since she was probably still unconscious. Terrified, the man insisted they had no invisible teammate, and that none of them had such a skill. The guard had already killed 2 of his companions, and no one else from his group was left beside him. The only possible match was the short woman who got out of the car with them, but she wasn't actually with their group. He said he didn't know who she was. He only knew she also traded in life energy, and happened to be nearby. Meanwhile, a fallen magic tower rose from the ruins of the City of Magic. Chin approached it, but something felt off. The monster guarding the place was gone, and it seemed someone had reached the tower before him. Still, the protagonist went in to check for himself, and entered the falling magic tower. Inside was a huge library packed with traps, laid out like a maze. Deep within it, a terrible monster was sealed away. Legend said it had once been a cursed princess. Most of the rare white loot had already been taken, so someone had made it pretty far. Chin knew there should be a teleport device on the top floor. He searched the shelves and found the right book. He pulled out a book called Postnatal Care for Piglets, and the teleport magic triggered at once. MC teleported, and finally saw the situation for himself. A group of players was battling a giant monster. It was surprising that so many had already made it to the Tower Guardian. Their gear was terrible, so it was hard to understand how they got that far. Most likely, they had gotten unbelievably lucky. Their leader, Hai Fen of the Heavy Industry Guild, shouted for everyone not to be afraid. Attack now, and if they died, come right back after reviving. Heavy Industry was one of the strongest guilds in the City of Magic. After the game began, Hai Fen talked her whole group into putting their savings into exchange energy to build the guild. She was a mage, and portal making was one of that class's key skills. Once a mage opened a portal at both ends, anyone could use it until it was shut down or destroyed. Hai Fen set portals at the respawn point and near the boss so dead players could jump back into the fight fast. That trick helped them move ahead quickly, but against the falling Tower Guardian, the princess, it stopped working. This platinum boss absorbed energy insanely fast, and moved much quicker than normal monsters. So when players died, they couldn't recover the energy they lost in time. If this kept going, the boss would reach Emerald rank and fully heal. Shadow walked up to Lady Xuan and offered a deal. For 10,000 years of exchange energy, plus all assassin gear and skills dropped by the boss, Qin Feng would kill it. Hai Fen figured out the person before her was Shadow, and studied him with interest. He warned that they had no chance of beating this boss. If they refused his terms, they should just leave. A swordsman nearby heard that and blew up, yelling that Shadow had no right to look down on their guild, because they were powerful, and had done plenty already. He also snapped that Shadow's price was way beyond their budget, so he should stay out of it. Before the man could go further, Qin Feng reached over and shut him up by covering his mouth. Then, with a small flick of his hand, the protagonist tossed the player straight into the portal. Right after that, he used the Blade of the Night Ring to destroy the portal completely, leaving the man trapped mid-transfer. Lady Xuan apologized for her fighter's behavior. She knew he was wrong, and that Shadow had every right to punish him, but she wanted to know why the portal had to be destroyed. MC only said she'd understand soon enough. If she paid 10,000 years of exchange energy, he was still willing to help. Hai Fen refused Shadow's terms, so Qin Feng vanished and left the guild on its own. He left the tower without any regret. He knew the boss could rank up, and if that portal stayed open, the whole guild would be wiped out. He didn't care much about Heavy Industry's fate, but 10,000 years of exchange energy would have been nice. A horrible sound soon echoed from the top of the falling tower. The protagonist Feng had been right. The remaining players gave the boss enough exchange energy to evolve, and the flash above proved the upgrade was done. That actually worked out better for him. Once the boss hit Emerald rank, the reward would be worth more. While riding his wolf through the city, Qin Feng got a message from Gu Ling. She had found Don Fan Ming, and was ready to report everything. They met at the guest cemetery, where she shared all the information she had gathered. Don Fan Ming was staying at a country estate under the protection of a very strong close-range fighter with crazy speed and power. He had even sensed Gu Ling while she was invisible. That warrior had a hidden skill called Source of Contagion. His attacks came in the form of farts that could reach up to 10 meters. He could also regenerate, and at max level, he'd be almost impossible to kill. Still, he had a weakness. Qin Feng explained that source of contagion strengthened the body, but ruined the mind, and that was the opening to use against him. He also told Guling that when her class reached the second stage, it would gain a new form. She had now obtained the Yellow Spring Aura, and it looked pretty scary. MC told her to level her class as fast as possible, so she could start breaking the game. Guling listened closely and asked if Shadow knew anything else about her class. He said the game was deep and confusing, so she needed to study everything around her while leveling. He also told her to focus more on cultivation, watch the world carefully, gather knowledge, and use it well. Guling took every word seriously, and felt fired up. Now she understood why Shadow was so strong. He always judged things clearly. Qin Feng told her the guest cemetery was the best grinding spot. The monsters here revived fast, and she could strengthen her unique weapon. There was just one problem. It was dangerous. The monsters in the bone graveyard were 3 times stronger than normal. Still, with the right skills, Shadow suddenly dashed to the side. Those monsters could be taken down by striking their weak points fast. Guling then watched something almost unbelievable happen. Every monster was wiped out. A second later, Qin Feng was beside her again. He put a hand on her shoulder and told her to give it everything she had. That was the only way she would ever reach her dream. Then Shadow disappeared so fast, Guling didn't even get a chance to speak or think. She was left stunned and almost wondered if she had imagined it. But when Shadow spoke about revenge, the killing intent around him had been very real. At the same time, things were getting tense in the ruins of Shanghai. Dark Plum sat under a tree, completely worn out, and even her donkey was too tired to move. She was starving. She had almost searched the whole area, with only a little left to check. Then a strange fruit dropped right at her feet. Delighted, Dark Plum picked it up and looked it over. It seemed like a normal plum. She took a bite, and immediately loved it. It tasted amazing. On top of that, eating the plum gave her 50 experience. Looking around, Dark Plum noticed lots more fruit lying all over the place, so she started eating them right away. She was hungry, and the free experience was a nice bonus. Captain An Yu was already getting worried about where Dark Plum had gone. The others had gathered on the dead coast, where they learned Shadow had captured Man Nailing and needed to figure out the situation. Dark Plum checked her map and saw she was very close. Man Nailing turned out to be a total fool. Nobody liked working with him, and people only put up with him because his relatives had power. Still munching fruit, Dark Plum made her way to the dead coast and ran into a strange monster. In the middle of the coast sat a huge creature. Several players were sprawled near it, including Ma Nelling, and the whole scene felt wrong. The monster grabbed players and ate them. It was Master Fragrance, a level 20 emerald rank monster. It wasn't only eating players, it was devouring other monsters too. Dark Plum watched in horror as it tore through everything around it. Worse, Master Fragrance was cooking something in a cauldron, tossing in parts from monsters and players. Dark Plum guessed it was collecting body parts to make something new. Just then, members of Captain An Yu's team asked Dark Plum if she had found the boss, and Ma Nailing. She said yes, and the boss was terrifying. It seemed to be eating monsters, yet for some reason it wasn't attacking the players directly, which made no sense. An Yu suggested they just watch for now. Since it was emerald rank, they couldn't handle it and would need backup. While they talked, the monster crouched in a weird pose that looked strangely familiar. Its body trembled with effort, and then balls started dropping out of it. But they weren't just balls, they were those same plums. Dark Plum froze in shock. Wang Ming stared and blurted out, "Is that you, Black Goblin?" She felt sick at once. The thought that she'd eaten that filth was unbearable, and she had no idea how to get it out of her system. Dark Plum screamed in panic, drawing the boss's attention. At the same time, Wang Ming and An Yu started shouting like zombies, that they wanted food, that they were starving. Then the players rushed toward the vats filled with the boss's stew. They stuffed themselves like they hadn't eaten in years. It was eating the uneatable. Wang Ming and An Yu didn't even chew, they just kept swallowing, and visibly getting fatter. Dark Plum could only stare. Her teammates were stuffing themselves, but somehow the monster's power wasn't affecting her. Once Wang Ming had swollen up, the monster pinched him with 2 fingers and lifted him toward one of its mouths. Then it dropped him in and started chewing with pleasure. Dark Plum knew she had to call for help right away, but the problem was, this already was their top squad. That left her with only one choice: ask Shadow for help again. She contacted him and said they had run into an emerald soul-devouring boss that was about to eat Wang Ming and An Yu. As it turned out, Qin Feng actually needed a soul devourer. Thinking Dark Plum had brought him luck, he told her to send the coordinates so he could come at once. After clearing the magic tower, he had gained the keys to 3 more platinum shelters in Shanghai. Now he could deal with the soul devourer while waiting for the Princess of Despair to finish evolving. Dark Plum was overjoyed. Shadow had finally come, and now her friends could be saved. She pointed at the boss and said it had already eaten Wang Ming and An Yu, so they had to save them fast. Then the boss squatted again, and Ma Nailing dropped out in the shape of a plum. If nobody stopped it now, Wang Ming and An Yu would end up the same way. The Soul Devourer served the insatiable ancient god. It drained all the exchange energy from its victims, and through God's whisper, it filled players with endless hunger. The cursed players ate more and more, and then the boss would consume the fattest one. The only way to escape the curse was to eat its excrement. Qin had heard it wasn't that bad to eat, but since Xiao Yu escaped the curse, she clearly already knew that herself. That was enough. Xiao Yu broke down crying, and Shadow went to save the others. The protagonist walked up to the boss and hurled the plum with Ming trapped inside. He jammed the plum into the monster's stomach, and it threw up the players it had swallowed. Wang Ming and An Yu hit the ground, bloated and covered in slime. Then Qin used Death's Gift and Shadow Slash, carving into the boss. Once his power was back, Shadow decided to try out the Crimson Blade. The result was wild. Shadow became the first player in the world to kill an Emerald boss, landing a single hit for 1 million damage. Xiao Yu was sure again that her idol was the best. Word of the Emerald boss kill spread fast, and players everywhere wondered who this monster of a player really was. MC got a lot of useful abilities, and on top of that, he unlocked the Devourer bloodline. Bloodlines are a special game system earned by beating major monsters. If the bloodline matches your class, your fighting power jumps a lot. Once the Devourer bloodline awakened, his strength, physical damage, and other stats started rising on their own. He also gained a Soul Devourer skill that let him absorb skills from any class and alter his stats. Another ability, Great Clan Bloodline, let him absorb enemy projectiles and restore health based on the damage they carried. So now Qin could steal enemy skills, boost his own stats, and get even more value from every point of strength. He had also picked up a bronze poison blade from a boss. It could bounce back enemy weapons, but it wasn't very useful, so he decided to test Soul Devourer on the poison blade. Its power seemed to rise a little. Oddly, the absorbed ability had turned passive. Maybe it could be upgraded. Qin spent mutation points and raised the bronze poison blade to legendary rank. Now every point of strength was worth 5 times more. If this kept going, the protagonist's later stats would leave other players far behind. Wang Ming, An Yu, and the others thanked Shadow for saving them. Without him, they would have ended up like Ming. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. She ran up and hugged the captain, saying she was still beautiful because looks weren't about weight. The captain admitted they had no money to pay Shadow right now, so he asked for something else. Help finding assassin skill books. Captain An agreed to handle it. After that, Shadow said goodbye and vanished. Then the captain told everyone to keep this whole mess secret. No one wanted their humiliation getting out. Now let's go back to the falling magic tower. Right after Qin jumped down, the Heavy Industry Guild kept hammering the falling tower boss. When its HP dropped to 1/3, Huan Hiofen told her healer to use Tree of Life. The portal was gone, so they just had to stay alive, and Tree of Life restored their teammates' life force. With their health secured, they went right back on the attack. The guild was already celebrating. The boss was almost dead, and they thought the refuge was theirs. The tower boss struggled to the end, but under Tree of Life's effect, the players finally brought it down. By then the monster almost looked like some angel sent to save humanity. Then a bright fire flared inside that harmless-looking body, and everyone on the tower froze. A massive explosion hit, strong enough to seem like it could rip part of the tower apart. And where the boss had stood, a magic egg now rested on a pedestal. It glowed with despair. The monster had advanced to Emerald rank, level 30. The next second, Wen Hilfen was back in her silver rank refuge with its small house and humanoid tree. Shaken and scared, she ran to the woman there, asking why she had returned, and how all the players had died while fighting the boss. Hufen said they had almost beaten it, but suddenly all its HP came back and it changed into a giant egg. Right after that, the boss used a terrifying skill and burned every player to ashes. Hufen remembered what Shadow had told her. He was right, the boss restored its life and leveled up at once. So Shadow had known this would happen. He warned her their plan would fail. The Platinum boss would evolve into an Emerald boss, and they wouldn't be able to stop it. With no other choice, the Heavy Industry Guild had to ask Shadow for help. The Emerald rank boss was an egg of despair. Even Qin had never seen such a huge change after an Emerald upgrade. The egg didn't seem built for offense. Maybe this was only a transition stage. MC used Shadow Slash and started chipping away at the egg. Its HP was close to an epic boss's, which made him realize how strange this thing was. He couldn't let it turn into something worse. Even with all that health, Qin saw no reason he couldn't just break it first. The egg had no anti-stealth ability, and couldn't sense Shadow, so he only needed to keep attacking while waiting for stronger skills to cool down. He kept striking with the Crimson Blade, slowly wearing the egg down. No matter how much HP it had, breaking the egg was just a matter of time. Then, on the ground, there was a beautiful slender girl. She was the Princess of Despair at level 1, completely helpless. Qin could tell it was really her. The story of the princess cursed by the White Dragon was true. She only had 10 GP. For Shadow to clear the boss, he had to kill her. But the moment he did, the sky above the tower went black and horrible sounds filled the air. Out of the darkness came the head of a white dragon. The cursed white dragon Arthas was mythical rank, level 100. A monster like that was beyond reason. Standing before it, Chin was like a mouse facing an elephant. The level gap was insane. Seeing a mythical boss appear at this point in the game made no sense to him, so the legend was real after all. This was a hidden boss. The giant demon bowed its massive head to the princess. She met its gaze without any fear. The only sound was her heartbeat. Then, in despair, the princess threw herself from the tower toward the white dragon. It looked like she would die at once, swallowed by the beast. Instead, she reached its head and pressed her cheek against it, almost like a kiss. Again, only her heartbeat could be heard. Little by little, the white demonic dragon started fading away, even though nothing had fought or hurt it. When it vanished completely, a huge red curling heart dropped in its place. Even Chin thought the whole thing was bizarre. The protagonist had interrupted the resurrection of the ancient god of the seas and obtained the cursed heart. Time was frozen inside it, and it would keep beating until that god appeared. He didn't know what to do with it. Using it would grant powerful skills, but it would also become a parasite and slowly consume his body. Not wanting to risk that, MC squeezed the heart in his hand, planning to destroy it, but as he crushed it, the heart suddenly shone. A blinding flash swallowed everything, and he felt himself being pulled somewhere else. But it wasn't teleportation. The obelisk was still there. This was something different. Chin realized his body had changed. He had no idea what was happening, and guessed it might be another trial. Just then, the princess ran up and asked, "Where is Artes going now?" He answered that enemies had summoned a giant octopus to attack the port city, and as the kingdom's guardian, he had to help defend it. The princess got angry. Artes had tricked her again after promising to teach her wind magic. Artes said he'd be back early in the morning and teach her then, but she snapped that she wasn't a child. The trip to the coast took 7 days and nights, so he couldn't possibly return today. She said her father always lied to her, and now Artes was doing the same. Men were all alike, calling all men selfish liars. She kept venting while Artes tried to calm her down. Then he gave her a promise scale, and swore that if he broke an oath sealed with it, he would lose his wings forever. The princess didn't want him making a promise like that. She didn't want Artes to lose his wings, but he brushed it off. Sure, she was worrying too much. His wings were strong and fast, and he never broke a promise. Soon, a huge pair of white wings spread from his back. The princess lit up. She had seen it before, but it still amazed her every time. Artes waved goodbye and promised to come back so they could eat lunch together. Before leaving, he left 3 shadows behind to keep her company. A moment later, the white dragon, now a young man with dragon wings, soared into the sky. The princess waved after him and wished him a safe trip. Seeing how hard Artemis worked, she felt she had to do her part too. She ordered the shadows to follow and started getting a feast ready so everything would be set for Artes's return. Chin guessed these were memories sealed inside the cursed heart, memories of the Princess of Despair and the White Dragon. The princess and her guards went into the nearby forest to gather mushrooms and flowers. Then, a white rabbit dashed past, and she ran after it. She spent the whole day in the forest, and by sunset she was finally heading back. Back at the castle, a full feast was waiting: chicken bones, poisonous mushroom stew, fish scales, and all of Artes's favorite foods. The princess waited for him with real excitement, already picturing how happy he'd be. She stayed at the table so long that she ended up falling asleep there. Servants woke her and said it was very late. Evening prayer was near, and midnight wasn't far off. Now fully awake, the princess realized Artes still hadn't come back, and couldn't understand why. A servant explained that the fighting was brutal, so General Artes couldn't return on time. She refused to believe it. Artes was the kingdom's guardian. His enemies should have been no threat to him, but they said the enemy had spent tens of thousands of years' worth of life energy to summon a monstrous sea creature covered in eyes, with tentacles huge enough to hold a small city. Just looking at it could drive a person insane, and even for Artes, defeating it would be a terrible fight. The princess listened in horror when she suddenly heard something crack. She looked down and saw the fish Artes had given her as a promise he would return before the day ended. She knew what that meant. If he wasn't back before the first stroke of midnight, he'd lose his wings. Only her father could break that curse. So she ran at once, dragging her old teacher with her. If Artes lost his wings in battle, he would die. She burst into her father's room, then froze when she saw who was inside. Artes was standing there completely unharmed, asking where she was rushing to. The princess threw herself at him, hugging him and thanking the gods he was alive. Artes reminded her that he had promised to return, and that's exactly what he did. She cried with relief. Her old teacher was relieved too. Everyone had known that battle would be hard. Artes admitted it hadn't been easy, but they pulled through. Only a few enemies were left, and the army could handle the rest. Then he headed straight for the table, saying he was starving, especially since the princess had made everything herself. Artes dug into the meal, praising the fish scales and the crispy mushrooms. The princess told him to slow down and chew properly. The old teacher watched in silence. The royal guard should have been able to beat anyone, but something still felt off. Morning came. The princess was called in, and Artes said it was time for her lesson. but she looked worn out and kept yawning. Seeing that, Artes asked what was wrong and offered to wait until tomorrow. She said she had spent all day preparing everything, but still wanted to learn wind magic. Since she had no energy left, maybe he could just turn into a dragon and take her flying instead. Artes reminded her that the king had strictly forbidden something that dangerous, but the princess kept pushing. She was tired, she had cooked so much, and he still wouldn't take her. At last he gave in. Artes agreed to the ride, but only if she didn't tell her father. Then the transformation began, and his body started to glow. A few minutes later, he was no longer human, but a massive white dragon. He lowered himself so she could climb on, and warned her to be careful. Once she was on his back, the white dragon told her to hold tight. They were taking off. Soon he was soaring through the sky with the princess riding him. She was stunned. For the first time, she understood what Artes saw from up above. He asked if she liked it, and she answered that it was incredible. They stayed in the air a long time, and the princess asked if he would always protect this land. The white dragon nodded, and she thanked him for his kindness. The day slipped by. That evening, Artes carried the exhausted princess to bed, tucked her in, and left her room. In the hall, the king stopped him and asked if he was badly hurt. Was the monster really that strong? Artes said he'd be fine, but he needed time to recover. He had burned the giant octopus with dragon fire, and it had taken a lot out of him. The king explained that the Empire of Mariaga had created that creature through a dark ritual, and he could feel evil spreading across the continent. Artes said he was ready to go wherever the king needed. In a time like this, everyone had to be ready for anything. But his armor lay on the floor, covered in blood. Artes himself was kneeling in the bedroom, unable to stand, coughing up so much blood it looked like his body was giving out. Then a terrible pain struck his chest, like his heart was about to explode. 5 years passed, and now terrible monster hordes were tearing through everything in their path. The warriors tried to hold them back, but the enemy force was nothing but monsters. People barely escaped before the giant beasts caught them. One huge goblin simply stomped forward, crushing people underfoot like ants. Watching this, the king understood the danger had finally reached them. He had aged badly because of the war, and the Empire of Moriaga had completely lost its mind. Now monsters bent on destroying the world had taken over everything around them. The princess came running to Artes, shouting that the enemy army had already entered the city. She said the whole force was made of nightmare monsters, and begged the royal guard to save the kingdom. Everyone needed him. Artes heard her out and said he had wanted to see her because the magic tower was secure, and she needed to stay there. She agreed, but only after begging him to wipe out every enemy. Instead, he told her the only one he planned to protect was her. The princess was stunned. How could he say that when he was the kingdom's guardian? The capital was already collapsing, and even ordinary people were being slaughtered. She begged him to become the white dragon. It should have been easy for him. Artes then explained that 5 years earlier, the Empire of Moriaga had used a forbidden dark ritual. It was called the Curse of the Gods. By trading life energy, they could summon monsters, and the more energy used, the worse the monsters became. The ritual was ancient and terrible. Life was exchanged for monsters. No sane person should have ever used it. But for Moriaga, it was their last hope. They lived on islands, surrounded by stronger nations. Their land was rich in resources, and it also grew a powerful magical plant, the blood flower. That flower existed only in Moriaga, and greatly boosted the life energy of its people. It lived for around 700 years. With that much life energy, they had enough power to drown the whole continent in terror. To stop endless war, Moriaga sent envoys to other nations and made special agreements to keep peace. But once those weaker countries received the envoys, everything changed. Moriaga hoped for balance, yet underestimated human cruelty. The other nations began to see Moriaga as a threat, and secretly agreed to wipe its people out. Curses, plagues, and invasions hit the empire one after another, and the blood flower eventually vanished. With that, Moriaga lost its greatest treasure, the blood flower's petals. That was the start of the end. Invaders stormed in, homes were destroyed, and the people were slaughtered. None of Moriaga's riches were going to fall into the hands of those truly responsible. In the darkness, the dying people clung to one last hope, the curse of the gods, a curse far more than a ritual. They gave up all their life energy, and terrible monsters burst from their bodies with one purpose: destroy humanity. After telling her all this, Artes said this was the real source of the disaster. He added that he could no longer become a dragon. Now, when he changed, he turned into a monster, and blisters began spreading across his face. The princess was horrified by the monsters, and now by Artes too. He went on to say that little was known about the Empire of Marega. Most people knew them instead as the Dragon Clan, and their envoys were called the Guardians of the Kingdom. Darkness had already spread across the continent, and humanity was nearing its end. All Artes wanted now was to protect the princess. And outside, giant monsters were already at the palace gates, snatching people up and swallowing them whole. Nothing could stop the horde now. It had flooded the entire area. The monsters kept multiplying. The capital had already fallen, and the king still would not retreat. He knew that if the magic tower fell, there would be no way left to protect the people or stop the monsters. He had no choice, so the king took up weapons himself, knowing that meant his army was already gone. He was old, and the giant monsters were incredibly strong, but his mind was on something else. When the king first met Artes, they looked the same age. Now both were over 100 years old. Once, they had been inseparable, fighting side by side, drinking together, talking about everything. But as time passed, the king grew old, while Artes stayed young and bright. He could never fully understand the heavy burdens the king carried, and Artes could never truly understand people, just like people could never truly understand a being like Artes. That went on until the king had a daughter, the sweetest little angel imaginable. Something shifted in Artes. He loved the little girl like his own daughter, and even the king started to feel jealous. Then a massive monster faced the aging king, and he knew he had no chance of beating it. As the king lay dying, he finally understood where he had gone wrong. A huge blast shook the palace, loud enough for the whole circle to hear. From the top of the collapsing tower, the princess stared at the palace, trying to figure out what just happened. Artes told her the capital was lost, and the monsters would reach them soon. Then giant flying beasts filled the sky, proving they would arrive even faster than expected. The creatures swarmed the tower, but couldn't break in. The magic tower was sealed by a strong barrier, making it hard for the monsters to enter. Just then, a weak old man called to the princess. She recognized her former teacher. He told her the king had ordered General Artes to get her out of the tower. Artes said he would use wind magic to send her somewhere safe, where others would be waiting. The teacher explained that the king was dead, but he had prepared for this. If the capital fell, the princess was to be taken to nearby kingdoms. The news of her father's death crushed the princess, but she still had one more question. Was Artes coming too? He said there was nowhere for him to go. These monsters had once been his people, and outside this land everyone would see him as one of them. So he knew he had to stay with his people until the end. Artes never agreed with what they had become, but he still saw this as his fate. At that, the princess ran to Artes. She begged him to make her a dragon knight, saying this home was her duty too. She wanted to fight for her kingdom to the very end, and she was already skilled with wind magic. The girl offered a contract, and they sealed it with a firm handshake. Artes smiled like a kid. He knew she wouldn't change her mind, so he answered with one more chain of promises. The princess was shocked that such serious vows could be made so simply. Looking at her with deep affection, Artes said they would never meet again. Then he suddenly threw the princess into her teacher's arms. His guards stepped between them, blocking anyone from getting closer. Artes entrusted the princess to the teacher and said he still had to keep his promise. But then everything went wrong. The old teacher turned into a monster, drove his hand through the princess, and tore out her heart, saying she belonged with her own people, not with the dragon. Before losing himself, the old teacher warned Artes to be careful. The curse had spread beyond Mariga too. At that same moment, a monstrous octopus swallowed the princess's heart. Artes froze in horror and pain. He had once left his people for the princess, yet now he couldn't save her. The octopus mocked him, asking if eating the person he loved most was enough to satisfy its revenge. The warriors who always stood beside Artes struck at the octopus with ruthless shadow killing. After that, Artes lifted the princess into his arms, though she was nearly dead. She lay there in her dragon's arms, a hole torn through her chest where her heart had been, with Artes's name stuck on her lips. Even cut apart, the octopus was still alive. It said the life force offered by Mariga's people was only a tiny part of what was needed to call forth its true body, and even that would be just one form. This monster's name had already spread everywhere. When the time came, it would cast off this temporary shell, like an old man's body, and break free. The monsters born from the bodies of Mariga's people had already spread across the world. The curse had touched Artes and the princess too, meaning they could also become monsters. Artes would become a monster and kill the princess with his own hands. Right now, he hated his own weakness, but soon he'd hate the ones behind this even more, his heart filled with rage, hate, and despair. But there was still a way to change what came next. The octopus revealed himself as Cthulhu, the ancient god of this world, and said he could feel the conflict inside Artes. Cthulhu claimed he could wipe out the monsters, and also make sure Artes stayed with the princess forever. All Artes had to do was make a deal and give Cthulhu his heart. Artes sat at the top of the tower, thinking over the future before him. He could die there with the princess while monsters closed in, or let her become a dragon knight so they could protect the kingdom together. Cthulhu warned that the body he was using was almost out of life energy, so Artes had little time left to decide. Holding the princess's body close, Artes rose to his feet. Cthulhu was pleased. The white dragon had chosen, and now his heart belonged to the ancient god. The mighty Cthulhu blessed the white dragon's heart so it would never stop beating. That heart would be given to the girl Artes loved, granting her the ancient god's power and letting her rise again. Even without his heart, the white dragon would neither die nor become a monster. He would remain his princess's guardian forever and stay at her side. A blazing light burst from the top of the collapsing tower, and every monster nearby looked up in shock. At the summit sat a huge, terrifying white dragon, growling with fury. Then it opened its jaws and covered the whole area in fire. With Cthulhu's blessing, Artes was able to purge the kingdom of monsters. The giant beasts burned alive, and nothing could save them. The princess no longer looked the same. Her body was slowly taking on a demonic form. The ancient god admitted the princess would become his, but he still lacked the energy to fully use the dragon's body. He could barely remain in a human body for long, but by gaining the white dragon's support, he had taken in a huge amount of life energy. Before long, the kingdom was nearly free of monsters, but the princess still couldn't understand why her dragon hadn't come back. Then she noticed two promise scales lying right in front of her. One scale carried the white dragon's vow that he would never meet the princess again. The second said he would always protect the royal tower. He made those promises before striking his deal with Cthulhu. He had seen through the god's plan and chose to seal himself inside the tower. The dragon chose to become an immortal undead being, rather than serve Cthulhu. So the ancient god turned the tower into his refuge, and drained the life force of anyone who entered. When Cthulhu returns and takes over the world, the stars will fall and the seas will dry into desert. Then thousands of years passed. Before Chin's eyes flashed the moment a monster's hand tore the heart from a beautiful princess. More visions followed, battles against the ancient god Cthulhu, and at the center of it all was a white dragon knight who couldn't save the princess he loved. Now, atop the falling tower, he learned the full story. He guessed this was probably the hidden history of the game world. It felt so real that Chin didn't just learn the boss's past, he felt like he had learned a lesson too. Then he saw a shadow moving around him, crossing from one country to another. That was when the protagonist gained the magic rank skill Killing Shadow. This skill let him make shadow clones with the same abilities he had. To create them took huge mental strength and a strong will to protect the people he cared about. From the dragon's memories, MC could also boost his power hundreds of times over. No wonder the skill was mythical rank. Its strength was almost beyond belief. A notification said he had received the key to the Magic Spire shelter, along with mutation points, gear, experience, and several level-ups. He also got a key to the Skull City Refuge, and a map of a place he had never heard of. From the map, Skull City was in the lands of the Moraga Empire. It stood in the White Dragon's homeland, which probably meant it held plenty of secrets and treasure. But Chin couldn't go there until level 20. He wasn't far from that level, but first he decided to sell the key. Back at the shelter, the Heavy Industry Guild gathered in a house with a humanoid tree. They were trying to decide what to do next, since beating the Emerald boss was impossible for them. Someone suggested asking Shadow for help. Chin said they had no other option. She offered to contact her people in Shanghai, since they knew Shadow well and could help reach him. But in the middle of the meeting, Shadow appeared behind the president and said there was no need to make things complicated. They could talk directly. The players were stunned. They couldn't understand how Shadow had entered their hideout, when that should have been impossible. Shadow told them not to panic. If he wanted them dead, he would have killed them already. Besides, the hideout had a barrier, otherwise anyone could have walked in. President Huan quickly regained control and asked what kind of deal he was offering. Chin showed her the key and said he meant the Magic Spire Refuge. He wanted to know if the Heavy Industry Guild still needed it. The players realized Shadow had killed the Emerald boss and claimed the key, though they could hardly believe it. President Huan said they did need the refuge and asked his price. He answered, 1,000 years. The player was furious, realizing this crafty Shadow had planned everything and was now toying with them. Still, President Huan agreed at once and thanked him. The swordsman couldn't hold back. He blamed Shadow for attacking Chin first, sealing the portal, cutting off their reinforcements, and now trying to sell the refuge for such a massive price. Huan Haofen tried to stop her son and calm him down. The young man snapped. To him, Shadow had no right to treat them like this. The key belonged to the guild, and they shouldn't pay for it. The protagonist asked what, exactly, the kid wanted. Zihin demanded the key back, plus compensation for the exchange energy they lost. If Shadow did that, the guild would let the whole thing go. Chin glanced at the president and said her son was very sharp. Then he told them fine, he'd do exactly what the boy asked. The price for the guild became 1,800 years of exchange energy, not one day less. Zihin started feeling proud, like he'd just taught his mother how to deal with a swindler. Then the meaning of Shadow's last words hit him. MC explained that he had wanted a good working relationship with the guild, so he let their attack slide. Now that chance was gone, and so was any discount. Before her son could answer, his mother knocked him out with one hard strike. She told her assistant to drag Zihin away, send him to level up, and not let him come back until she called for him herself. Even while being taken away, the boy kept yelling threats at Shadow and swinging his weak fists. President Huan apologized. She said she was ashamed she hadn't raised her son better. Chin didn't change his answer. He wasn't going to repeat himself. 1,800 years. She was cornered. The price was fair. Shadow had sold a refuge in Shanghai for 2,000 years, but her guild had taken heavy losses and couldn't pay it all right away. He agreed to a compromise, 1,000 years now, and the rest in 10 days. With that, they made the deal, and the guild leader sent the protagonist the payment. Shadow gave them the hideout key, said his goodbyes, and vanished. He could tell this guild had potential and might become a major force one day. President Juan announced that the Magic Spire would become the guild's main base. Half of every member's income would go toward the debt. It was a painful amount, but they all knew it was needed for the future, so the members accepted it. The one most upset was the president's son. Even after being told he was wrong, he still thought Shadow should pay for everything. Then news came in about a nearby silver boss, a human-faced spider, and everyone had to get ready. The healer rushed over at once, since the boss used poison, and they needed a counterspell ready. While everyone was distracted, Zikong slipped away from the people watching him. He was sick of this nonsense and couldn't stand working with Shao-Chi anymore. He had no clue why his mother kept forcing it. To Zikong, the whole heavy industry guild was full of cowards, scared of fast progress. They didn't get the game at all. If you want to level up, you use every chance you get. Everybody else thought he was an idiot, but Zikong believed that if he used his advantages right, he could even surpass Shadow. From one emerald chest, he got a magic item, the Vase of the Abyss. Put your hand inside, and it gives you a random skill. What he got was the Curse of the Marionette, an epic spell that let him fully control a corpse, and use the skills it had in life. Zikong decided he would kill Shadow and take over the body. The Abyss can give insane power, but stare into it too long, and it starts staring back. Meanwhile, in the demonic capital's bone graveyard, the slaughter of monsters and undead kept going. Gay took the mission from Shadow very seriously. She spent a long time grinding there, and at last she earned enough experience. Now Gay was far stronger and ready to meet Shadow again. She gained the Chain Blade of the Underworld, boosted her evil spirit, and unlocked a psychic attack that could trap enemies in illusions. She also got Touch of the Underworld, which let her track targets by scent. With those new powers, Gu felt sure she could beat Master Stench and finally end Ming. Chin got a notice that the girl had reached 2nd rank. She thanked him, promised to repay the help, and logged out right after sending the message. He guessed she had gone to get revenge. She was that determined. In her past life, Go had already tried revenge once, but she was too soft-hearted to finish her enemy. Not long after, people learned who she was, and the hunt began. The fight dragged on, and Go took down many strong enemies. Still, she never made it back to reality, and died from exhaustion. Her death threw the demonic capital into panic for months. Go had real potential, but she was still young. If she acted on impulse again, she could ruin everything. Qin realized he needed to log out fast and make sure Gu had handled things without causing a disaster. Near Ming's estate on the edge of Demon City, a thick, rotten-smelling fog covered the area. 2 players walked along, talking about how many days were left until the holidays. One wanted to get down from the mountains as soon as possible to find his little sister. They also hoped Lady Donphan was still as beautiful as ever. The one with the blue mohawk admitted he'd been thinking the same thing for a while. He said that once they leveled up and killed Master Stench, they could have their fun with Lady Donphan. Then his friend just stared ahead, drool running down his chin. A beautiful woman stood in the fog, dressed in black lace and stockings. The two froze, stunned, then immediately started praising how gorgeous she was. She told them she was tired of her useless husband and wanted a worthy man instead. Now, all her hopes rested on them. That was all it took. The boys lost what little sense they had left and were ready to do anything for her. It felt too perfect to be real. But the moment they stepped closer, both heads went flying. It was Gu. Using invisibility, she moved on toward the estate, leaving the bodies by the entrance. Master Stench had been dozing while his fog spread through the area, but the instant Gu entered, he sensed her. She pushed through the nasty fog, trying to ignore him. It didn't matter. He had already found her. His senses were sharp, and he spotted her right away. He grabbed Gu and started choking her. Then he used a special fog attack, blasting apart everything nearby with the stench. The man was pleased with himself. He had filled the area with traps and had only been waiting for her to come close enough. Then he wondered who this fool had been, and realized it was the same little girl who escaped before. He admitted she had grown stronger. With more time, she might even have become a real threat. That interested him, but he still planned to kill her now. Then something changed. He suddenly couldn't go through with it. Doubt tore at him. Should he kill the girl or let her live? He couldn't decide. All this time, his hand was still around her throat, and it looked like he had already strangled her. Panicked, he let go, and Gu dropped to the ground like she had passed out. In the next second, a sharp-bladed glove pierced his body from behind. Gu was standing there. He couldn't make sense of it. The girl in front of him had died, so that one had been an illusion. Now this stinking fool was the one about to die. He wanted to know how she'd done it, and where he'd gone wrong. Gu told him that the moment he looked into her eyes, his death was set. He understood it then. He had already lost when he tried to snap her neck. Right before dying, he admitted she was a worthy opponent. Just then, the mansion windows flew open, and Madame Donphan demanded to know what all the noise was. She warned that if people didn't let her sleep, she'd kill every last one of them. Then she saw the guard's body outside the house, realized someone had broken in, and started calling for help. Guards rushed to their posts on every floor. Their orders were to protect the lady and find the intruder. A boy woke up in confusion. His mother told Nan Tian not to worry. She was going to call his father. Nan Tian told her not to be scared. He was 18 now, and he could protect her himself. She smiled and hugged him, wishing her husband had even half her son's courage. Then came a knock at the door, and both of them froze. When she looked into the hall, every guard was dead. She couldn't understand how, and wondered if Shadow had learned about her plans. A voice suddenly spoke behind her, asking what plans she meant. Ming couldn't understand who had appeared beside her. This girl had never mattered before, so why had she come to kill her? Jay answered that the woman simply hadn't recognized her yet and should look closer. She pulled back her hood and fixed Ming with her demonic eye. At once, the mistress recognized her, the same girl who had already caused her so much trouble. But before she could say a word, an arrow pierced her. Jay didn't care to hear excuses. Ming had murdered her parents, so Jay chose to kill Ming right in front of her son. Ming admitted defeat and begged her not to harm the boy. Gu almost laughed. A monster like this had no right to beg or bargain. Bleeding heavily, the woman used her last strength to say it was all her fault, and her son had nothing to do with it. Gu refused to listen. When this woman killed her parents, she hadn't spared a thought for their child either. Dunfan Ming was blown apart, and her remains splattered across the room. Gu Lin let out a long breath. She had finally gotten revenge for her family. She spared the boy hiding under the blanket, left the body where it fell, and walked out. Watching her go, the boy felt thankful. To him, Gu Lin had freed him from his mother's control, and he promised his dog fresh girl meat for dinner. As Gu Lin moved through the estate, ghost-like creatures suddenly appeared around her. Still in bed in his pajamas, the boy ordered his undead to capture her alive, so he could have his fun. His hidden class was Lord of the Undead. He wasn't great in a direct fight, but he could command corpses, and they kept the powers they had in life. Gu Lin knew she couldn't beat this many powerful dead enemies alone. Then she noticed a light in the window. A moment later it was over. Jinfeng stood there holding the boy's severed head, and gave his student a lesson. Mercy toward enemies can ruin you. After being blasted out of the building and hitting her head, Gu Lin was dazed and had no idea who this person was. MC Feng drained the life energy from the dead, and repeated his point. Never show enemies even a little mercy. Gu Lin thanked her master. Today, she had learned a lesson she would never forget. The blooming curse fully activated, draining energy from the dead, while Gu Lin cried with joy. She had finally avenged her parents. Qin Feng walked up and asked what she would do now. Gu Lin said she should probably die and join her family. He told her that after choosing a path like this, people often feel empty, and she had to be ready for that. Gu Lin said nothing, just cried. He told her the choice was hers, but he still wanted to say one more thing. This game can give people huge power, and it still holds many secrets. Maybe one of those secrets could even bring the dead back. The farther players go in the game, the more doors open for them. Of course, if revenge was all Gu Lin wanted, then none of this would matter to her. But if she was ready to keep living, then she should follow Qin Feng. Gu Lin made her choice. She sprang up and ran after her only friend, guide and teacher. Back in the real world, the abode of pure souls no longer felt empty today. The protagonist Feng brought Gu Lin there because he wanted to show her his world and tell her the truth about himself. He explained that this place was his refuge in the real world, the abode of pure souls. They went inside, and Qin Feng told her she would be living here from now on. A mechanical maid came out to greet her master, leaving Gu Lin stunned. MC told the maid to make dinner for two, then explained that he had created her with a divine gift book. Gu Lin had never heard of that, so he explained that the book could create all kinds of useful items. When the time came, she would take a test and get one too. At the Su family estate in the City of Magic, cars arrived after he and Gu Lin had left. People rushed out with orders to save anyone they could, especially the man's wife and child. Su Kunsheng couldn't understand why his wife had called so late at night. Who would dare attack the home of such a high-ranking officer? He quickly guessed it was Shadow. Shadow must have learned about the fireworks factory plan, but that shouldn't have been possible. The military searched the whole estate, but found no living people, and no bodies. An officer reported that aside from signs of a fight, the estate was completely empty. Su Kunsheng couldn't understand where his wife, son, servants, and guards had all gone. No one was there at all. It was just like what happened to Don Fan's family. No bodies had been found there either. The realization crushed him. His wife and son were gone forever. Fighting back tears, Su Kunsheng became sure Shadow had killed his family, and demanded a warrant at once. A female officer asked why he was so certain. He answered that the murder method was exactly the same. His wife's family had died the same way. She pushed back, saying they had no proof Shadow killed that family, and even less reason to blame him for Commander Su's missing loved ones. Still, she said Su Kunsheng might be hiding something. Maybe the family had offended someone, and Shadow chose revenge. Su Kunsheng snapped at her and demanded to know if she was accusing him. Li Qinhuang said no, but reminded him that the Sky Dome Guild had recently captured members of the Dark Dragon Guild and turned them over. Under questioning, they admitted they attacked Shadow's hideout on Su Kunsheng's orders. They also said he planned to lure Shadow to the fireworks factory and blow it up. The military had planned to arrest Su Kunsheng at the factory, but now they had reason to believe Don Fenming had run off to escape punishment. Then they formally charged him with abuse of power and planning a terrorist attack. 2 soldiers grabbed his arms and started taking the former commander away. Su Kunsheng shouted that they were trusting idiots and trying to arrest a government official. The blonde officer didn't care. She told him his status meant nothing now. He would answer to the law. She advised him to cooperate. If he was truly innocent, he could prove it later. Until then, he would stay in prison during the investigation, and she warned him to prepare for the worst. Su Kunsheng kept yelling that they had no right, and he'd report this to the highest authorities, but the military vehicle drove off. In the park, a group hid among the trees and watched. The one they wanted most was the man shouting the loudest, Su Kunsheng. The youths were pleased. They were more than happy to carry out the mission. The convoy drove down the forest road. Su Kunsheng insisted they couldn't just throw him in prison, but Lin Xinhuang said the top leadership had already approved the arrest, so he should save his strength for later. Then, without warning, the driver lost control. The vehicle swerved at high speed, fought to stay on the road, and finally crashed into the forest. Everyone was hurt, and one person's leg got pinned, leaving them unable to move. It quickly became clear the mission had been almost too easy. A stranger was holding Su Kunsheng up with one arm. The soldiers in the second car shouted for the attackers to release the prisoner and surrender. The man only smirked. He liked that they still had no idea who they were facing. Then, another player appeared by the soldier's car, carrying 2 huge sledgehammers. He activated the meteor hammer and wiped out everyone inside with one strike. Even his own allies were impressed by that display of raw power. The big man came back grinning. He loved killing police dogs, and the boost felt amazing. He said Theodore had given him a card that multiplied his power by 5. At level 10, he could hit like a level 50 fighter. His only complaint was that the soldiers had almost no life energy, just 100 years total. Still, that didn't matter much. For finishing this job, Theodore would reward everyone with 1,000 years of exchange energy. The bandits decided it was time to head back. With Theodore's help, they would kill Shadow and avenge Chen Shishi. They were just about to leave when the girl with them sensed something off. She thought someone in the car might still be alive, so she used her fire skill and hurled a fireball into the vehicle. After the explosion, she said that should clean up the rest. The others praised Meizun, but they still couldn't stop thinking about their old friend Chen Shishi and all the memories they shared. Behind a tree, Li Qinwang sat on the ground. She had activated her passive death escape skill, which let her survive a deadly situation. Li Qin understood what was happening. These were the leftovers of the Alice Guild. Theodore had sent them to rescue Su Kunsun, and the whole police squad had been wiped out. The authorities had to hear about this right away. The protagonist Feng and Gu Lin arrived in the City of Demons and headed for the Sky Tower. He told her the NPC guarding the tower was called Mommy. Her true name was Queen of the Waning Moon, Virginia. Before becoming a guardian for the enemy, she had 2 children who were killed in front of her. That broke her mind, and she started believing her children were still alive. So in the mission, she asks players to find her son and daughter, but the quest can't really be finished. Only a boy and a girl who take it on together can get anything from her. If they call Virginia Mommy, she'll treat them like her children. That makes the trial easier, and the reward much better. Gu Lin told him not to worry. She'd call the NPC Mommy, and he could handle the rest. When they entered the temple, they found the NPC sitting on the moon. She welcomed them like her children had finally come home, then asked if they wanted the divine scroll. Gu Lin looked at her warmly and answered, "Yes, Mommy." Tears filled Gu Lin's eyes as she said she had missed her mother so much. Virginia said she had missed them too and wanted to hand over the scroll right away, but the tower's rules required them to pass a test first. They only had to beat her avatar, and then she would give them their reward. The Queen of the Waning Moon's avatar was Emerald rank, level 20. After receiving their mother's blessing, all the players' stats went up by 20. Gu Lin stayed back and watched, while Qin Feng turned darker than night and unleashed his strongest skills. His deadly shadow clashed with the avatar. Then, another lightning-fast slash landed, and the avatar's life energy dropped fast. A notification appeared. The Queen of the Waning Moon's avatar had been defeated, and the trial was cleared in a single strike. This time, Qin Feng used 3 clones and 4 deadly needles, a terrifying combo. The NPC praised her children, saying they had grown up brave and strong. She was especially happy with little Anna, who had become a young woman, and gave her daughter 9 divine books. Gu Lin's feelings were real because she truly missed her dead mother. MC Feng knew Virginia would keep mistaking players for her lost children, until the day she traded her life for a divine book, and finally found peace. Then Mommy turned to her son and asked what he wanted. He asked for the divine book and the connection bracelet. Virginia held the magic stones and said she now had a divine gift she was ready to pass on with her life. She gave it all to Qin Feng. He received the divine book and the communication bracelet, and in return gave Virginia 150 years of his life. Virginia was shocked and said she didn't need those years. The protagonist insisted she accept them. After that, the children said goodbye, and Virginia told her daughter to stay close to her brother, because he would protect her. Gu Lin started to feel that MC Feng really was like a brother to her. She ran after Shadow and asked how she should call him from now on. Master or brother? Qin Feng answered right away. She could call him anything she wanted, just not brother. Gu Lin didn't press him, but she guessed that word brought back bad memories. He Feng then got a message from An Yu, asking who was on his friends list. It sounded urgent. An Yu explained that a serial killer was in Shanghai. 7 people were already dead, and rumors said Shadow was behind it. The murders happened at the exact times Shadow entered the real world. The killer also knew the investigator well, and hid the bodies to delay discovery. Most people thought Shadow did it, but An Yu knew he would never do something that vile. More likely, one of his friends was trying to frame him. Qin Feng said that aside from An Yu's team, his friends list included the Temple Keeper, the player White, Yu Shili's granddaughter, and a member of the Ghost Spirit Guild. The captain said she'd have them checked, but the protagonist Feng first asked where the bodies were found. When he learned they were scattered across the city, Shadow said he wanted to investigate himself. MC turned to Gu Lin and told her to log out. He had a job for her. He gave her a communication bracelet that linked the game and the real world. Riding a wolf, Gu Lin headed to Shanghai to hunt the killer. Someone had set Qin Feng up and timed the murders to match his online sessions. It probably wasn't one of his friends. Wang Min's team and the government always know when someone is in the game, so the leak was most likely there. Gu Lin could track people through their soul print with her touch skill. She was the best at this, so they sent her all the murder details. Using that information and her mental skills, Gu Lin had to find the killer. That same night, in a hotel in the magical city, someone still couldn't sleep. The players finished the mission and brought Su Kun-san to Mr. Theodore. Theodore thanked Tony for handling the job. The man with the cigar turned to the prisoner and said they'd talked at the party before. Theodore hated how unfairly Su Kun-san had been treated, so he asked his friends to bring him over. Su Kun-san recognized him at once. Theodore was from the government. He also recognized the men who captured him. They were some of China's most wanted criminals, tied to Shishi's disappearance. The only mystery was who Theodore really served, the Shadow or the Chinese government. But to Su Kun-san it hardly mattered, since everyone knew those two were basically the same. Su Kun-san shouted that his family was dead, and the government wouldn't hand him over to Shadow. They wanted to lock him up as a military officer. What he still didn't understand was why Theodore wanted him. Theodore said the gentleman could help him find what he needed. After all, everyone knew who Su Kun-san worked for. Su Kun-san had no idea what Theodore meant or who he was supposed to find, especially when he was about to be arrested. It turned out Su Kun-san had a secret feng shui weapon. His first skill, Yin and Yang Harmony, let him control enemies and also dealt passive damage. His second skill, Perception of the Earth, could locate treasures and monsters. Still, that sounded pointless when he couldn't even handle Shadow. Su Kun-san activated Yin and Yang Harmony. At once, the two comrades started screaming at each other, calling each other idiots and useless trash. The shouting got worse, and soon they were threatening to crack each other's skulls open. A second later, they were actually fighting. Su Kun-san said those two idiots would keep going until they dropped dead. Though the skill didn't work on enemies above level 5. Theodore loved the show and applauded, saying this was exactly what he wanted. Then he pulled out a card and told them to stop fighting. In the end, they shared the same enemies, the government and Shadow, so turning on each other made no sense. The card was called God's Color of the Moon. Theodore activated it and aimed it at the entranced men. The skill broke, and both players snapped out of it like waking from a trance. Theodore said he liked how the gentleman handled things, then told Meijin not to provoke anyone, and to be more understanding, especially knowing what could happen. Su Kun-san was stunned because Yin and Yang Harmony couldn't be removed by normal purification. That only made Theodore's true identity even more important. Theodore introduced himself as a seer from the Priest Guild. His skills were card casting, strengthening, purification, and teleportation. Gu Lin arrived in the real world with the wolf, and reached Shanghai. She checked one of the murder sites, used Touch of the Soul, and found the killer's soul imprint. She jumped onto the night wolf and rushed after the trail. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, at Qin Feng's old home, Xiao opened the door and greeted the visitors. Her friend stood there with an unfamiliar man, and Xiao assumed he was a buyer for the apartment. But her friend said he wasn't here to buy anything. He was a fortune teller who could help Xiao find her brother. Xiao honestly didn't get why she should look for him, but her friend said she'd be leaving soon, and didn't want to leave her alone. She explained that the city had taken over the gold-level church sanctuary, and an official had invited Yang Yang into the guild. That was why she was moving. The fortune teller was named Ren Tu, and his predictions were said to be very accurate. With his help, they could find Qin Feng. After a long silence, Ren Tu said her brother was underwater. Xiao got angry. She understood her friend meant well, but she had no plans to make up with the brother who had rejected her. She spent every day watching Xiao's hideout and saw him constantly. Sooner or later, he would see how strong she was and invite her into his guild. Yang Yang answered that Xiao was a stranger, not her brother, and he wouldn't take her side so easily. She told Xiao not to refuse the reading so quickly, then went off to pack. Qin Xiao still refused. She said again that she did not want to look for her brother. Ren Tu asked if she still had any of his personal things. Without waiting, he stepped inside and said that even if the items were gone, the protagonist's energy still lingered there, and that would be enough. Xiao tried to stop him, saying she never let him in and he needed to stop. But Ren Tu warned that this meeting was fate. He wouldn't charge anything, though the answer might not be what she wanted. Then he took out a card and used Heavenly Sign to search for Qin Feng. The card showed a dark figure moving through the deep sea. Ren Tu couldn't be sure, but he guessed brother Xiao had been burned alive and then drowned at sea. Meanwhile, MC was at his private hideout, giving instructions to his mechanical maid. Xiao felt a little shaken at first, but then decided her brother had it coming. He had no right to laugh at her, and she still had a bright future ahead. The fortune teller offered his sympathy for her loss. Then he brought up something Xiao had told her friend about Shadow. By chance, he claimed he knew where Shadow was and could take her there. All she had to do was accept a teleport card. Her brother was gone, he said, but Shadow could take his place and make her happy. Qin Xiao agreed right away. She said her brother would regret dying so young, and Shadow would surely reward her if she served him well. A moment later, Xiao teleported away with the seer. She had no idea where they had arrived. The protagonist Xiao looked around for Shadow, but saw nothing. Then the fortune teller told her she was the one who needed to show him where Shadow was. In an instant, he changed form and grabbed Xiao before she could react. He flipped her upside down and demanded every last thing she knew about Shadow. Xiao cried and screamed, insisting she knew nothing and couldn't help him at all. He answered with a punch to the stomach and warned her not to lie. Qin Xiao had already told her friend she was guarding his gate. The hit knocked Xiao out cold. The man was surprised this foolish girl had never brought her game skills into real life. Ren Tu dragged her by one leg like a sack and told someone over the phone that the bait was caught, though he didn't know when she'd finally break. He dumped the limp girl on a table. He hadn't killed anyone in 2 days, and his knife was hungry. The voice on the phone said he could do what he wanted with the girl, but he was not allowed to kill her without permission. Since killing Xiao was forbidden, he decided to stretch out the fun instead. A man in military uniform checked his phone and immediately frowned. Xiao had been offline for 2 days. Since players still needed food, she couldn't stay away that long on purpose. The only thing that made sense was that someone new had warned Xiao people were trying to track him down. After greeting his coworker, the man thought he needed to find Xiao fast. The policeman hoped Xiao would finally stop keeping quiet. Everyone already saw him as a twisted killer, and if this kept going, public pressure would force the government to go after Shadow. Riding her night wolf, Guoling finally reached the killer's location. The soul trail led her straight to the room. Guoling turned invisible and moved in for a closer look. Through the window, she saw a girl hanging by her hands. Both legs had been cut off, and blood kept pouring down. A man stood nearby, clearly enjoying it, saying he hadn't felt this good in a long time. Qin Xiao couldn't understand why she had fallen into a madman's hands. She only wanted to sell her apartment, and now no one could save her. If her brother were here, he would have. She remembered all the time MC had spent with her, but it meant nothing now. Still, she cursed him for leaving her behind. Xiao believed her brother should have protected her. Instead, she was bleeding to death. Then, she felt a healing skill start working on her. Someone had come to save her, but the man finally introduced himself. In the game, he was known as Ren Tu the healer. He told her not to worry. He wouldn't let her die so easily. He was healing her only so he could torture her longer. That was his favorite kind of fun, keeping victims alive while he played with them. That's why he chose the healer class. Ren Tu promised that once she healed, he'd start cutting pieces off her again. The horror made Qin Xiao pass out. Guling couldn't watch anymore. She rushed in and struck with the blade of yellow spring. Her spear pierced him, and she demanded to know why he had started killing people. More than that, Guling wanted to know why he pinned all those crimes on Shadow. Ren Tu tried to trigger a healing effect and recover, but Guling put him down fast. Standing over him, she warned that she'd cut off his legs unless he told her everything. Ren Tu gave in. At the same time, Wan's team talked over the case with Shadow. They noticed the murder stopped once they quit reporting, when Shadow logged out, which meant someone had been using that info to time the killings. Dark Plum was furious. She could never believe her beloved Shadow was a murderer. It just wasn't like him. Quan agreed. But the public saw it differently, and that rumor could throw everything into chaos, which was likely the killer's real goal. Even if they knew Shadow was innocent, the authorities might still have to arrest him just to calm the panic. Of course, no one in the government could actually beat Shadow, so he wasn't really in danger. Still, trying to arrest him would create huge trouble inside the government, weaken the country, and put it at risk. Wan said they had to prove Shadow was innocent. It was clear now that the real criminal was someone inside Shanghai's power circle. After thinking it over, only one name came to Anquan's mind. It was Mana Ling, the one who disliked Shadow from the start, and was always jealous of him. Mana Ling kept checking his phone, but there was still no update on Shadow. If this dragged on, Ren 2 might lose control and kill the girl too soon. Then Mana Ling worried that his beloved Anquan might have figured everything out. He wished she'd stop thinking about that bastard Shadow. He could barely hold back his rage and jealous tears. More than anything, he wanted Shadow gone, so he could have Anquan. For Anquan's sake, he was ready to stand against the whole country. His thoughts were cut off by a phone call. He hoped it was news, or maybe word that Shadow had logged out. Instead, it was Ren 2. He said Xiao had gotten away. He needed to buy a new tracking skill, and Mana Ling had to bring exchange energy. Realizing he had no real choice, Mana Ling headed to the meeting spot. He still couldn't understand how a bloodthirsty maniac like Ren 2 had let some girl escape. But when he entered, he froze. Two people were hanging from the ceiling, Qin Xiao and Ren 2. Before he could react, someone attacked him and hung him up beside the others, the same way. Guoling demanded to know how he dared frame her teacher. Mana Ling tried to threaten her instead, saying she had no idea who he was or what trouble was coming. Guoling said Ren 2 had already confessed everything. The man before her was Mana Ling, son of Shanghai's leader, and he had tracked Shadow's logout times to frame him. He had almost pulled it off. As his reward, Guoling said Ren 2 could have a little fun with him. She ordered Ren 2 to kill Mana Ling, and said the maniac could do it any way he liked. Ren 2 was thrilled and thanked Guoling, while Mana Ling shouted that he wouldn't dare. Ren 2 only said he had no choice, so Mr. Ma should forgive him. He cut the ropes with his knife, ready to butcher the crooked cop, but Mana Ling activated fire. He hurled it at Ren 2, and a huge explosion shook the room. Mana Ling said he had prepared for this meeting because the girl was Shadow's assistant. Then he used the skill Power of the Sun God. He meant to strike first. The skill boosted all his stats, and he planned to kill not just Shadow, but all of Shadow's followers too. He raised his golden bow at Guoling, and unleashed a storm of fire. Guoling used Expose Shadow, and Mana Ling realized this stranger was an assassin too. Just like Shadow, Guoling attacked again and knocked the golden bow from his hands. She quickly saw how weak he really was, and that the skill card wasn't his. Guoling demanded to know who was backing him. Mana Ling turned out to be a coward. He couldn't handle the pain and instantly broke down, crying that he'd confess everything. He said the people behind it were foreigners working with Chen Shishi. They found a police officer and offered help to kill Shadow. They gave him a powerful card and said someone very important was supporting them, so Mana Ling didn't dare refuse. Still crying, he said he had no idea who that powerful person was. Then he begged her to spare him, promising his father would reward her. He kept screaming that his father was very powerful and would give her anything she wanted. Guoling was done listening. Besides, her master had taught her never to show mercy to enemies. Both villains were killed, but Qin Xiao was still there, hanging from the ceiling. Guoling said the girl's legs had been cut off, which was tragic. The authorities could rescue her, but living through it would depend on her own will. Not long after, officers from the Shanghai police arrived. They rushed in, saw the slaughter, and called an ambulance right away. Inside, police found two corpses, one of them Mana Ling, and an unconscious girl they didn't recognize, still alive. One officer called the captain and said he had found a message left behind. A note was left on the wall. These two were behind the murders and tried to pin it on Shadow. The proof is in their phones. Handle the rest the right way. After checking the phones, the police confirmed Mana Ling had ordered the girl killed and meant to blame Shadow. They also learned someone tipped him off about when Shadow was offline, so that person had to be tracked down too. Qin Feng finally logged out for the first time in days, and immediately tried to deal with how hungry he was. NU contacted him with news. The real killers had been found, Mana Ling and Ren 2. NU added that both men were already dead. Their phones still held all the evidence, and the girl meant to be the next victim had been found beside them. The police were now sure they had the real killers. The girl had lost both legs and was in intensive care, and they were waiting for her to wake up and identify the people who kidnapped her. Qin Feng understood his assistant had handled everything perfectly. Then NU shared one more important update with Shadow. 5 strange monsters had shown up outside Shanghai, flying around and hunting players. Even after the police killed one, 5 more were still out there. Most likely, those monsters were guarding something valuable. He guessed another ancient god tablet had appeared, so they needed to act fast. From NU's report, the protagonist figured the tablet was high in the sky. Since flying took a very high level, he would need some kind of flying mount or vehicle. Back in the magical falling tower, MC had found a key tied to the city of Cherubov, a place in the Morega Empire, and the home of the Dragon Clan. He decided that city might have what he needed. The problem was getting there required level 20, and he was still level 19. He was very close, and not long after, Qin Feng reached the beach near the city of Cherubov. The shore was covered with energy exchange capsules, and the bones of dead monsters and players. There, Shadow noticed a group of players battling a giant lobster. Li Qi stared at the strange bubbles in confusion, unsure what kind of skill she was seeing. Her teammate had activated a hidden class, Soul Guide, one of the strongest support classes, and the enemy couldn't hurt him. But he couldn't attack either, so he relied on buffs to help his team turn the fight around. He yelled that after this attack, the monster would be left as nothing but an empty shell. The whole group kept pressing the giant lobster, trying to bring it down together. Qinfeng recognized them from his past life. Theodore and Zuma had once tricked the authorities in the City of Magic, setting off riots that lasted 3 months and got many people killed. Li Qi warned everyone to stay sharp. The monster was about to enter its second phase. A moment later it happened, and the giant lobster called in a swarm of minions that rushed the players. She quickly told Zuma to use soul transformation on the smaller monsters, while the rest focused on the boss. That was their best shot at winning, but Zuma didn't answer. He just stood there in silence and did nothing. Li Qi had no idea what was wrong. More enemies kept pouring in. The team was getting overwhelmed, and Zuma still seemed to be waiting for something. The shrimp-like monster lunged, its jaws on its belly about to tear Li Qi's head off. Then Qinfeng's shadow slash changed everything in an instant. Li Qi survived. Lying on the ground, she could only watch as Shadow went after the boss. One sweeping strike from the Ring of Night was enough to kill the monster, and Zuma couldn't understand why Shadow was here. Qifeng had no interest in explaining anything. He just killed Zuma on the spot. Li Qi thanked Shadow for saving them and killing the boss, but she couldn't understand why he had just killed her teammate. Qinfeng answered with a question of his own. Why was that foreigner on her team? She explained they hired him because his hidden class was useful against the boss. Nobody expected him to panic at the last second. The protagonist didn't buy that. To him, it wasn't fear at all, and Li Qi should have realized Zuma was thinking about something else. She was still confused. Why would anyone do that on purpose? The idea didn't make sense to her. Shadow told them to figure that out for themselves and report everything to the City of Magic authorities. As for him, he was only taking the exchange energy and the assassin gear. He added that if they ever found bosses above platinum rank, they should contact him right away. Li Qi instantly sent a message through the guild, telling everyone to report any boss at platinum rank or higher, the kind that had nearly gotten them killed. Another guild member thought the authorities had finally come up with a smart plan. One battered player was thrilled, thinking this might finally give them a chance to get proper equipment. Within minutes, Li Qi received a flood of nearby boss coordinates that would suit Shadow. Qinfeng was pleased. He had helped Shanghai's forces, and their gear had improved a lot, but their teams were still having a hard time. Shadow headed out again at once, telling Li Qi to keep sending boss locations. The players were overjoyed. They thanked Shadow for the help, and wished him luck. The next boss, a giant minotaur, was far too strong for the players to handle. A group of girls hid behind a rock, covered in mud and blood, after hearing Shadow was coming to save them. They even hoped they'd get to see him, guessing he must be handsome. The others laughed and said nobody even knew what Shadow looked like, yet the girls had already fallen for him. They denied that right away. They were just curious. After all, if Shadow could kill emerald rank monsters, a platinum boss should be easy for him. Before they could say more, the giant minotaur was split clean in half by a single strike from top to bottom. Qinfeng collected the rewards, bonus energy points and the assassin skill smoke bomb, and moved on since the minotaur was already dead. The players were stunned. Shadow had one-shot the boss and kept moving before the girls could even get a good look at him. Then a huge explosion boomed behind the rock, shaking the ground. The shockwave threw the players in every direction. The source was another massive boss, this one carrying an enormous sword. Their leader yelled for everyone to stay back, but this emerald boss had a much longer attack range than the platinum one. The players thought they were finished, but someone else died instead. Chunks of the boss flew past them, and Shadow came right after. A fourfold shadow slash ended the fight. The noble rebel was dead. Along with exchange energy and mutation points, Qinfeng gained the assassin skill, dissolving in darkness. The stunned players could barely believe they were in the same game as Shadow. The gap between them felt like the gap between humans and gods. By repeating this for a while, MC wiped out many bosses, and quickly reached the level he needed. The cursed energy bar of the ancient god was now completely full, so he was ready to try again. Qinfeng used an upgraded shadow skill that could hide both him and his allies. It raised his stealth another level, enough that even diamond-rank monsters wouldn't notice him. He also spent mutation points to activate Smoke Bomb, creating a cloud that blocked the enemy's sight. On top of that, he now had Blood Spirit Devourer, which boosted his strength and lowered the damage he took. Now Qifeng felt ready to head for the City of Skulls. The only problem was getting there. There was no boat or portal in sight. The sea was packed with monsters, and Shadow couldn't walk on water. In this game, going into underwater combat unprepared was basically suicide. So the protagonist Feng opened the map he got from the magical falling tower, and looked for some clue about reaching the island. After studying it closely, he spotted a locked door marked along the coast. Even though the area only seemed to have caves, he decided to go check that door for himself. Qinfeng found the hidden door, but it was locked. It quickly became clear that the key from Cherubov was meant to open it. That surprised MC. He hadn't expected to use the key this early, but if that was its purpose, so be it. The door sat right on the coast, and it made no sense how it could lead someone to the other shore. He went inside and found a dungeon passage winding downward in a spiral. As Qin Feng kept descending, he finally understood what this place was. Light appeared ahead, and sure enough, it was the exit to the underground tunnel. He emerged in the Marega Empire, in the city of Cherubov. This area was under the Berserker's power, making exchange energy drain 100 times faster. He immediately noticed that Cherubov itself was a very strange place. Who would have guessed there was a tunnel under the sea connecting both shores? In his past life, some madman had once claimed a tunnel lay beneath the ocean, but nobody believed him. They thought he was mixing this game up with another one. Before long, Qin Feng ran into Cherubov's guardian, a 1,000-bladed centipede with a human upper body. Below the waist, it had become a huge monster, covered in wounds like the white dragons. The protagonist Feng guessed this guardian might be tied to Cthulhu's curse. Then the creature opened its huge mouth. Looking closer, MC Feng saw scars all over the human half, like it had suffered terribly before becoming this. He activated Gift of Death to make his throat slash hit harder. Then he stacked Thirst for Killing with a 4-fold Shadow Slash. Most of Shadow's hits got blocked, so Qin Feng triggered Gift of Death again. That finally did it. The Guardian of Skull City went down. He kept moving, killing the 1,000-bladed centipede and collecting mutation points in exchange days. After dying, the boss returned to her old form. The protagonist gave Moshawa a quiet farewell. Next, he easily took down the cursed spider and got plenty of gear along with several skill books. Qin Feng realized every monster here had a human upper body, a beast lower body, and even human names. The skeletons scattered around were so damaged they were hard to identify. One skull caught his eye. It looked like a dragon skull, but with many eyes and strange growths. The whole city felt like some horrible lab. To win the war, the Mariuga Empire had called on Cthulhu, and that ancient sea battle cursed the city. The curse spread through everything, turning the people into monsters. The deeper Qin Feng went toward the city's center, the stronger the cursed energy became. Then the captain of the city guard appeared before him, a level 25 platinum monster named Marion. Marion looked massive and tough, like living stone burning with fire and energy. MC sized him up and wondered why something like this was only platinum rank. Marion attacked first, but Qin Feng dodged a strike that could have crushed anyone flat. He answered with his Shadow Blade, landing several clean hits like usual. Then came a click. All the damage bounced back and slammed into him instead. The protagonist Feng understood right away. This enemy could reflect damage, and its real threat was far beyond a normal platinum boss. It seemed to return all the damage it took. Without the Dark Light Shield, MC would already be dead. He knew he couldn't relax for even a second. Qin Feng shot high into the air, and even his opponent seemed caught off guard. He layered on more Dark Light Shields, activated Shadow Blade 10 times, and went back in. First, he used weaker moves to set up the finishing strike, trusting the shield to block the backlash. Once his gauge filled completely, he was ready to use his strongest power. Qin Feng unleashed Gift of Death with the Crimson Blade, and landed a direct hit. The counterattack still came, but the damage he dealt gave him the upper hand. Now that his shield could take huge punishment, the reflected damage wasn't as dangerous. Soon Marion fell, and the protagonist claimed mutation points, exchange energy, skill books and equipment. But when the guard captain died, the whole city guard went on alert. Monsters started crawling in from every direction to protect the city. A full ring of creatures closed around Qin Feng. He had triggered a monster wave and had to wipe them out to move on. MC Feng had never seen a monster wave mechanic before. Even for him, this was new, but that just made the fight more fun. He used the Blade of the Ring of Night, wiped out the swarm, and cleared the path to the City of Skulls. Yet he got only 1 year of exchange energy. That was way too little, which meant the cursed city's people had kept losing life energy, even after turning into monsters. Qin Feng watched that life energy gather into one stream. Then it changed shape and formed a bridge. The glowing orbs dropped by the monsters became a bridge leading into the city, and he had to cross it. At that moment, his blessing from Cherpov's residents upgraded. By freeing their restless souls, the protagonist earned their thanks, and the chance to use dragon power inside the city. He guessed the source of the curse was inside the city and needed to be destroyed, and the dragon power bonus sounded very useful. Soon he reached a pit covered in the same red sores seen on the monsters. Qin Feng jumped into the crater and landed in Cherpov's huge sewer system. Down there, life energy drained 1,000 times faster, and the whole place felt like bloody sludge. Bits of dead monsters still floated in it, and it looked like people had once tried to escape. One monster tried to speak, but the words came out in the language of an ancient god. Somehow, Qin Feng could still understand it. The creature kept repeating the name Mo Wei-er. Then another monster appeared. Achilles, the last guardian of the City of Skulls, an emerald rank boss. MC melted into the darkness, hoping to turn invisible. It didn't work. The guardian attacked the exact spot where he was. He was shocked that his enemy could see through the veil of shadow. Then the monster opened its throat and shouted Mo Wei her name in that ancient language. Maybe it was yelling that name because Qin Feng had killed Mo Xiaobei heir and taken her life energy. That energy had likely once belonged to her, letting the monster track where it was now. The protagonist noticed the same spikes on this enemy's body as the guard captain's, and he quickly confirmed they also reflected damage. Achilles let out a huge roar, making it clear the fight had entered a new phase. Eggs suddenly appeared all around Qin Feng. They could reflect damage too, and elite minions were about to hatch. Each egg took 3 Shadow Blade strikes to break, costing MC 3 layers of Dark Shield apiece. Even with the shorter cooldown, each shield layer still took about 2 seconds to recover. There were too many eggs to destroy, so he knew he'd have to fight whatever came out. Right then, the cooldown on his best skill finally ended. The protagonist Feng fired off Crimson Blade, and his defensive shield was strong enough to handle the reflected damage. But at that same moment, the first creature started hatching. Reaching out with a monstrous paw, a level 20 emerald cursed snake emerged, followed by more of the same. Qin Feng crouched in the middle of the hatchery and activated the Blade of the Night Ring. With the blood shield protecting him, reflection didn't matter. He instantly killed 9 cursed snakes. Then the monster warned him not to even think about wiping out its clan. MC Feng teleported at once, trying to throw off his opponent and stop its attack. Right after that, he used Shadow Slash. But every spot that should have been cut was completely untouched. Qin Feng realized the enemy was fully immune to damage, and then it attacked. His shield barely held against the next blow, which was both fast and brutal. Now the shield couldn't restore its layers anymore, leaving him almost defenseless. The monster declared that as long as its people lived, the City of Skulls would stand. Qin Feng knew only epic rank monsters or higher were supposed to speak, yet this one was only emerald. Then the monster pointed at him and began casting a curse. To protect its people, the boss unleashed Demon Dragon Cannon. The protagonist Feng struck with Shadow Blade again, but still couldn't break the enemy's defense. The monster answered with a blood and flesh prison. MC felt his life energy being drained as years of strength slipped away one after another. He knew this skill couldn't be blocked or dodged, and if it kept going, all his energy would be gone. Qin Feng reached for every strongest skill he had, then remembered the power of the White Dragon Adius. At once, he boosted the White Dragon abilities and added Shadow Slaughter to them. Now he hurled both Dragon Power and Shadow Slaughter back at the monster. He attacked with overwhelming speed and force, giving his enemy no time to react. At last the monster started weakening and was swallowed by blazing flames. Still, it fought on, screaming that it couldn't die because it had to carry on the dragon bloodline. Qin Feng shot back that this wasn't protection at all. Cthulhu's summoning had trapped them all in a curse, and now Achilles had to pay for what it had done. The protagonist Feng poured dragon power into the Crimson Blade and killed the last guardian of the City of Skulls. He received mutation points and bone rank equipment. After turning off the dragon power, MC saw he had gained 1,000,000 experience. The city's monsters had given him energy, but only 40 points were left, meaning most of it had already been sent to Cthulhu. He also got bonus rewards for defeating the enemy with dragon power. Those rewards were bone runes and a mountain bell. The bone runes were one key to the bone god's tomb. Qin still needed 2 more before the way would open. He was also happy to get an epic item, the mountain bell. Then Osiris appeared before him, the king of hunters and one of the city's former guardians. Osiris was shocked that a human had cleared the City of Skulls and killed Achilles. Qin asked if he knew what had happened there, and Osiris told him the story. Long ago, Osiris had guarded the city, but he died many years back. Later, the people of the Morega Empire used necromancy to pull him back and make him fight for them. When they started losing the war, Achilles, the city's ruler, chose to use dark magic and call on Cthulhu. The price was the life of the person he loved most, so he chose his own daughter. But at the last second, Achilles changed his mind. He saved his daughter and sacrificed the whole city instead, including himself. That curse gave them huge power, but turned them into monsters. Morga won the war, yet its people lost their humanity. His daughter was the only one who stayed human at first, but she couldn't survive like that. The monsters blamed her for the curse, and in the end, the princess became one too. Osiris wanted to thank the one who had finally given the city's souls peace. He also sensed a familiar aura from Qin, said he wanted to follow him forever, and asked his name. He introduced himself as Shadow. Osiris lowered his head and swore loyalty, calling Shadow his new master. The protagonist noticed that Osiris, like other epic creatures, had very unusual stats. An epic boss should have at least 10 million HP, but Osiris had only 100,000. Qin guessed necromancy was the reason. Osiris had been dead too long, so his strength was likely badly weakened. His skills were simple, bone shields and bone spikes, but he could also summon 12 emerald-ranked pterodactyls for scouting from the sky. Since Osiris was made of bone alone, he was very light. That made him insanely fast, which made up for his weaker combat power. MC was more than satisfied with that. He had also met every condition to upgrade his class, which came at the perfect time, so Qin started the upgrade right away. After a short wait, the system confirmed his class had reached rank 3. All his bonus stats increased, and he gained a new passive skill called Shadow Light. Shadow Light let him reflect any attack while in stealth, as long as he reacted fast enough. In his past life, no one with this hidden class had lived long enough to reach this upgrade. If they had, they would have been nearly untouchable in both the game and real life. A 1-second window might not sound like much, but at higher levels, faster reactions and better defense would make that timing easy to handle. He also got a diamond weapon, which was a great extra reward. It boosted his attack and helped him break through physical resistance. Chin was especially pleased with the Bone Spike's armor-piercing effect. It was a very useful upgrade. After checking all his new skills and bonuses, he climbed onto Osiris's head. He used Dissolve in Darkness, and Osiris prepared to take off. To the protagonist's surprise, the dragon's stealth was even better than his own. He had no idea how, but he gladly took the bonus. Chin knew future missions would bring even stranger things, but for now, he just wanted to test Osiris's speed. Osiris understood at once, and was ready to prove himself. The result was amazing. They shot up from the sewers at incredible speed. Osiris moved so fast, MC barely had time to react before realizing just how absurdly quick the dragon was. He considered hunting the monster Anu had mentioned to get another ancient god tablet, but first he needed to reach the ruins of the City of Magic. From there, he could teleport to the City of Luck. The trip would take hours, so he could let his mount handle it and rest. Elsewhere, a group of players was desperately trying to bring down a monster. A mage gave it everything she had, casting Divine Fireball at the target. Instead, the spell bounced off the boss and slammed into another player. That player burned to death, and the girl had no idea how it happened. At the same time, a swordsman was still thinking about his next move when the boss suddenly ran onto his blade and died. Chin told Osiris to head back to the ruins of the City of Magic. It should take only 10 minutes. At the Demon City teleport point, a couple met, and the man admitted he had only seen another girl once, but never stopped thinking about his true love. She made him promise to forget that other woman, and the two leaned in to seal it with a kiss. Then, something slammed into them, sending both flying apart. The protagonist climbed down from Osiris. The man assumed they had just been bumped, but the protagonist didn't care. He stepped onto the teleport platform and got ready to go to the City of Luck. MC was annoyed that the cost to teleport to the newcomer city doubled every time. He thought it was a total waste. Even with plenty of exchange energy, he decided to avoid teleports unless he really had to. After arriving, he headed up the steps toward the city. There, he noticed a large number of government people. It looked like they were helping players hunt monsters, level up, and keep fights from breaking out. In Chin's past life, the authorities hadn't cared about newbies until months later. This time, they had learned early that helping them paid off. Because of that, even older players could survive here now. His thoughts were cut off by a cry for help. Outside the gate, a huge flying monster had grabbed a player in its claws. A girl quickly cast a sacred shield to stop the monster from hurting him. Her teammate jumped in with a leaping slash. At the same time, the mage launched a fireball at the creature. They still couldn't hurt it badly, but they did manage to save the man it had carried off. Killing these monsters barely mattered anyway. Another identical one showed up almost right after one died. Chin went outside to look at the 5 golden monsters. Any government squad could beat them, but if they weren't killed in time, they would just fly off. The players then went to check on the old woman they had rescued, wanting to see if she needed help. Instead, she opened her toothless mouth and started yelling, calling everyone useless idiots. She demanded to know why players even existed, when these flying monsters had been blocking people from hunting for days. The mage tried to calm her down, saying the government had already asked for help, and Shadow would arrive soon. Her partner told the old woman to show some respect to the people protecting her, but she wouldn't stop. She kept complaining that players were useless if they couldn't solve a citywide problem. Soon the talk shifted to Shadow. Everyone knew he was busy and couldn't come every time, but many still felt he should help his own people first. Government workers tried to settle the crowd, saying Shadow would come soon, and if they didn't want to wait, they could log out and take a walk. That only made things worse. The crowd shouted that they paid taxes, yet still got no protection, and if the government couldn't handle the monsters, it shouldn't dump the problem on others. One young man finally snapped. He pointed out that the government had already raised these elderly newbies to level 3, and they still kept demanding more. The old men fired back that level 3 was useless to them, and if he wanted to hit an old person, he should try it right then. Right after that, one of them suddenly acted like he had been slapped hard, though no one saw who did it. He dropped to the ground and started screaming that an old man had been beaten and his heart might give out. The government worker broke into a sweat, apologizing and insisting he hadn't touched him, but the crowd had already turned on him. Voices rose from every side, saying no one cared about the elderly, no one helped them, and people would rather see them all dead. The girl flushed with anger and shouted that if they were so bold, they should come attack her instead. Someone from the crowd swung at her, but missed. The next instant, that man was thrown aside and hit the ground hard. The girl had no idea what just happened. She only felt someone touch her. The crowd snapped and stopped holding back. The elderly mob was ready to tear into the officials behind the barrier, and the whole thing had turned completely crazy. Then the same old woman the youths had saved from a flying monster walked up and spit right in the girl's face. Off to the side, Chunfeng watched it all. He could see the raging mob getting ready to tear the government workers apart. He climbed onto the dragon's head and turned invisible. Then he took off on the dragon. Its wings whipped up a huge windstorm that sent the old men and women flying. The boy and girl finally caught their breath. Right away, they understood Shadow had saved them. Standing on the dragon's back, Shadow studied the strange enemy, 5 flying monsters all linked to one core. Now it was Shadow's turn to fight. As he headed off to destroy the monsters, the officials watched with huge relief. As he got closer, Chunfeng looked over the monsters, which glared at everything around them. Chunfeng used his skills and went straight into the fight against the fast-reacting monsters. Meanwhile, the old people had already regrouped under the city walls. Furious, they shouted that someone had dared to kill them. The officials knew the nightmare was starting again, because the pensioners demanded all the lifetime and exchange energy spent on reviving them. Some of them had completely lost it. The authorities tried to calm them, promising their energy wouldn't run out, and the state would cover the minimum exchange days for life. The shouting stopped when one of the monsters dropped out of the sky, dead, and crushed several old people beneath it. Right after that, Osiris landed with Chunfeng riding on his back. The boy couldn't understand where all this life energy came from. When he'd only killed 5 bosses, one old man instantly started yelling, furious that Shadow had dropped such a huge boss corpse from the sky at all. Chunfeng hadn't seen this level of ingratitude in a long time. For a second, he didn't even know what to say. The old woman shouted that he was ignoring her, then called young people rude and ungrateful. Chunfeng did his best not to answer, but the old woman rushed up, grabbed the item in his hands, and screamed that without the elderly, young people wouldn't even exist. The moment she touched it, all the life energy drained out of the nasty old woman. Chunfeng turned to Osiris and told him to call the bone dragons. Osiris obeyed at once, and the sky filled with many smaller dragons like him. The officials watched closely, trying to figure out what Shadow was planning. Even after that, the old woman bounced back again and charged at Shadow, now accusing the authorities of helping him rob pensioners. The old woman insisted she had 1,000 years of exchange energy, and Shadow had stolen all of it. The girl tried to calm her down, pointing out she never had 1,000 years and shouldn't lie, but the old hag claimed her son had given her that energy, then accused the girl of defending Shadow because she wanted a bigger share for herself. Then she turned to the others and promised that if they helped get her 1,000 years back, she'd give each of them 1 year, because old people shouldn't be humiliated. The toothless elders jumped on it at once, chanting that Shadow was a thief and had to give back what he stole. Watching this shameless scene, one official said he wanted to arrest them all. His partner warned that the old people had become too helpless in the city, so it was better not to touch them. By now, those helpless people had turned into full-blown protesters, demanding the government and Shadow return their energy. Then claws suddenly dug into all their backs. Flying dragons lifted each old person into the air and carried them high above the ground. The elders were stunned. They had no idea who grabbed them, where the monsters came from, or where they were being taken. The little dragons were following Osiris's order. They carried the old people away from the city and dropped them. As they flew, the old people screamed and begged not to be thrown. Shadow explained that players couldn't lose HP here, but physics still worked, so they could still smash into the ground and die. He added that bone dragons would stay near the City of Luck and toss out anyone who acted like this. The officials could rescue them, or let them die. Chin said the flying monsters were gone, so he was leaving the city. He also left all the loot from the fight to the government. The official was shocked. Shadow really was as generous as people said. Gold gear was now scattered around the City of Luck. He turned to his co-worker and told her to pick any item she wanted, but her mind was somewhere else, and she didn't hear him at all. She had fallen into a dreamy, romantic mood, like her heart had gone away with Shadow. To snap her out of it, he had to bonk her with a gold item. She yelped that it hurt, and got mad at him for not understanding romance at all. He shot back that she needed to stop dreaming, because Shadow would never notice someone like her. She was like a toad trying to swallow a swan. That set her off right away. The two started fighting over who was the toad, who was the swan, and everything else. The girl picked up one of the exchange energy orbs, and then a bold thought hit her. Maybe her co-worker was in love with her. While the bone dragons kept hauling away the old people, something softer started between the two young officials. In the end, they agreed to have lunch together, and maybe see where it goes. Back in the real world though, things were much darker at a hospital in Shanghai. Shen Xiao finally woke up after everything she had been through, and the surgeries at the clinic. She reached under the blanket, and felt nothing where her legs should have been. They told her the doctors hadn't been able to save her legs, and they were sorry. On top of that, the treatment cost 50 years of exchange energy. Insurance would cover 10, but she still owed 40. Jin Xiao said she didn't have that much, but maybe she could mortgage or sell one of her 2 houses. The staff told her the homes had already been valued. Together, They were worth only 3 days of exchange energy. She was stunned. She had spent 200 days of exchange energy and another 2 million yuan on those apartments, and now they were worth almost nothing. Desperate, she offered the money still left in her account. The clinic staff said cash was no longer accepted, only exchange energy. They gave her 3 days to come up with the rest. If she failed, treatment would stop and she'd be sent to community labor to work off the debt. There, she could hunt monsters, gather materials, cook, or help rebuild damaged buildings. The work would be 15 hours a day, but at least her life wouldn't be at risk anymore. Qin Xiao finally broke down in tears. Without her legs, how was she supposed to do work like that? They told her she was only disabled in the real world. In the game, her body still worked, just with lower stats. And someday, new treatment might restore her legs. Qin Xiao cried, and begged them not to send her there. She didn't want to live in the dirt. She had hit a dead end. Her life was falling apart. She had lost her legs, and in her mind, none of this was her fault. The hospital staff stayed cold and calm. When she finally stopped crying, they asked her something. Did she have any friends or family? If someone would guarantee the debt, the bank might approve a loan, as long as she could give the hospital a repayment plan. The only family Chen Xiao had was her dead brother, and her only close friend was Xu Yang. But she didn't know if Xu Yang could help. Chen Xiao sank even deeper into despair. She had no idea what to say, no idea who could save her, and finally understood she was alone. Then the hospital room door burst open, and someone shouted, "Chen Xiao, I'll help you." It was the guild president. He said her treatment only cost 40 years of exchange energy, then asked for her phone number. Chen Xiao could hardly believe what she was seeing. By now, she didn't trust anything anymore. The guild president assured her it was really him. He knew what she had gone through, and he said it was awful. Chen Xiao was deeply grateful that he came to her in her darkest moment and saved her. The president sent 100 years of exchange energy to her phone, more than enough. Chen Xiao thanked him from the bottom of her heart. The man told her not to thank him. If the money still wasn't enough for treatment and rehab, Yao could call him again. Chen Yao had never seen numbers that big before. Then she noticed something else, a 30% commission. The guild president said he covered everything so Chen Xiao could heal fast and get back to work as soon as possible. He added that their guild would always support her, and she should remember this was her home. Then he said he had to go handle other business, but asked Yao not to forget one thing. As he left her room, he said he'd missed her and was waiting for her to come back. Chen Xiao started crying again. No one had said something like that to her in a long time. One of the guild members who came with the president filmed the whole thing on a phone. Once they left the clinic, the president told him to edit the video, so the girl looked as helpless as possible, like no one else could save her, and only their guild stepped in. The cameraman said he got it, and would use the edit to make it look as harsh as he could. The guild president had always been annoyed that this idiot caused so many problems, but now her disability might bring in new recruits. His companion praised the plan and said they should hurry back into the game to meet Shadow. In the Temple Knight's hideout among Shanghai's ruins, the player couldn't get why everyone was so shaken up about Shadow entering the game. But after reading the reports, he understood. Shadow had humiliated plenty of people. If he got the chance, he'd kill him himself. Right then, Shadow appeared in front of him and asked if the remaining Reapers were ready. The guild president prayed Shadow hadn't heard that last part. Startled, he dropped to the floor. He quickly offered Shadow the only seat there, a toilet, and asked why he was so quiet today. Chen Feng didn't plan to stay long. He ordered the guild president to gather every slasher. A few minutes later, all 200 players who had ever killed other players were lined up before the protagonist. Without a word, Shadow wiped them all out in one move. By doing this, MC was slowly lowering his cutthroat status. Now it was down to level 2, which he could live with. Shadow was about to leave the hideout when the guild president called after him with a question. He wanted to know who Shadow had offended, because several online posts were already accusing him of terrible things. People were saying Shadow stole their money, raped them, killed them, and even had help from the authorities. Qin Feng looked closer, and recognized the old woman from the City of Luck, the same one who had caused trouble before. There was also a story online about a poor girl who lost both legs, and how the Temple Knights Guild had helped her for free. He recognized his sister at once. He realized this was the same girl once saved from the maniac Gu Ling, and the coincidence was shocking. Without explaining anything to the Temple Guild president, the protagonist Feng turned and left the shelter. He flew off on his dragon, and contacted Gu Ling, telling her to find out who was spreading rumors about him. He didn't want to waste time on it himself, so he handed the job to his assistant. Go Yiling went into the real world, settled in Shanghai, and started digging through the information. It really did look like someone was trying to smear Shadow. The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would anyone claim Shadow attacked some helpless old woman? Go Yiling couldn't stand seeing her master blamed for something so stupid, so she decided to look into it right away. She swore she'd find the person behind it, and they would pay for everything. Go Yiling was fired up to catch the scumbag. All that was left for him now was to wait for punishment. She was already moving at full speed and had no intention of letting anyone insult her master. At that same time in Shanghai, someone was pounding on old woman Feng's door, trying to drag the nasty woman into the hallway. Her dog had shoved the man's son down the stairs, leaving the boy paralyzed, and the old woman was trying to dodge blame. The door suddenly flew open, and the old woman snapped that her neighbor had gone crazy. Then she accused him of using X-ray vision to peep on her while she washed herself, and said she was calling the police. She kept screaming that the man's son was an idiot and had nothing to do with her dog. The neighbor showed her hallway camera footage. It clearly proved the dog pushed the child down the stairs, but the vicious old woman kicked his hand, sending the phone flying away after his disabled son. Smugly, she said he had no proof now and couldn't show anyone anything. The neighbor stayed calm and told her he hadn't come to argue. He warned her that he'd keep watching her with eagle eye, and if she kept this up, he could kill her at any time with poisonous mist. The old woman started yelling for the neighbors to come hear how this second-rate actor was threatening to kill her. What kind of world was this, where people bullied pensioners? The man activated Eagle Eye and said he'd do whatever he wanted. Eagle Eye let him track a target non-stop, and any skill he used would automatically hit that target. But suddenly, he felt his skills fail. He had no idea why. Old woman Feng just looked at him and mocked him, asking what was wrong. She kept laughing, asking why his skills had suddenly stopped working. The neighbor was stunned. He never expected his powers to become useless. He tried again and again, but none of his skills would activate. Then the old woman said she was going to explain something to her brainless neighbor. Her son, she said, was a secret forbidden magician, and his forbidden barrier protected the apartment. Inside it, no one could use skills. Just then, a huge figure stepped out of the apartment. It was her son, asking what was going on and why she was yelling again. The old woman told him the neighbor had been harassing her on the landing, and even the dog could back her up. No son would stay calm after hearing that. He attacked the neighbor at once. The mad son of that mad old woman beat the neighbor to death in front of his wife and child, and no one could stop it. When he finally threw the man down, the wife rushed to heal her husband. Then the neighbor's wife was grabbed by the collar, as the thug demanded to know how trash like them dared disturb their peace. He lifted her up and said he usually didn't hit women, so she should grab her things and leave. Hurt and furious, she asked why her family should have to leave their own home when they had done nothing wrong. She stared at the lunatic and said he'd answer for what happened to her husband and son. The thug threw her down and called her stubborn and stupid for not understanding the situation. Then he raised his fist to beat her too. Another lesson that, in this world, the strong win. The poor woman shut her eyes and covered her head, knowing she had no way to stop the blow. But at the last second, something changed. She slipped out of the way, and the thug's punch slammed into the wall. Everyone froze. The woman thanked her rescuer, Gu Ling, saying she'd finally found these disgusting idiots. Gu Ling didn't bother introducing herself. She knew exactly who they were, the ones spreading lies about Shadow, and now they'd pay. The man stared at her in shock. Since he'd never seen Shadow before, he briefly thought Shadow himself was standing there. His nasty old mother told him not to panic. This definitely wasn't Shadow. The man said that even if Shadow really showed up, it wouldn't matter. He was already level 16 and had poured all his points into his forbidden magic barrier, making himself untouchable. After hearing that nonsense, Gu Ling said she'd show him just how stupid he really was. She activated her abilities and drew on Shadow energy too. The man insisted he was invincible in here and got into a fighting stance. Gu Ling rushed him so fast the big brute couldn't even see where she went. She leaped up and drove a hard kick into his chest. The only thing he managed to think was that she was insanely fast, probably an assassin. After avoiding several attacks, he finally caught Gu Ling by the fist and realized something. Her speed was amazing, but her strength wasn't that impressive. Without her skills, Gu Ling couldn't break through his defense, and he smashed her so hard she went flying. The rotten old woman stepped into the hall and hyped up her son while he flexed and bragged about how strong he was. Gu Ling was in bad shape after that hit, but she forced herself to stay conscious. She served the Shadow, and dying here wasn't an option. Then the son walked over and said Gu Ling had killed his mother many times in the game, so now he had to kill the Shadow. He grabbed Gu Ling by the throat, held her up with one arm, and gave her 10 seconds to tell him everything about the Shadow, or he'd rip her arm off. Gu Ling stared right at him and stayed silent. She was completely calm. That total lack of fear threw him off, and he started studying her face more closely. That was his fatal mistake, because the second he locked eyes with Gu Ling, he fell under her control. He suddenly felt trapped and filled with poison, but had no idea when it happened. Gu Ling told him he didn't understand the game at all. Even though he acted invincible, she had used deadly poison magic, and now every hit could poison him straight through his shield. Han panicked and started yelling for his mother to help, but Feng Shaolin had no idea what to do. Looking at the two of them, Gu Ling said she knew exactly what kind of family they were. Feng Shaolin loved doing cruel things because she thought she'd never be punished. Her son Han Bingsheng was a healer and a secret forbidden magician, but he hated healers and spent all his points on strength instead. The only skills he bothered to learn were forbidden magic barrier and silence. Most of the time, he hunted other players and stole their life energy. If he had learned even one curse removal skill, he might have lived. Then Feng Shaoan started shrieking that her son was dead, and she was calling the police. But before she could, someone kicked the phone out of the old woman's hands. It was the neighbor, now healed by his wife. He said her son was dead, and with him gone, the barrier was gone too. Now it was time for Feng Shaoan to pay for everything she had done. The old woman started screaming for help. The neighbor told her not to worry, he would call the police, just a little later. First he was going to beat the old witch. Then he activated Deadly Eye, which boosted the user's power. Meanwhile, his wife kept healing him and cheering him on. Feng Shaolin would have gladly died right there, but no one gave her that easy way out. By the time it was over, the hallway was covered in blood, and the old woman was somehow still alive. Only then did they call the police. The man had finally let out his rage, and his wife patched him up again. The young couple wanted to thank the girl and the person who had saved them, but she was already gone. Gu Ling was already on her way back to her master. She sent a message saying the mission was done, and the shadow praised her for handling it so fast. About 300 kilometers from the ruins of the City of Magic, a group of players had gathered. They were near a volcano, and poisonous gas filled the area. One wrong move could cause serious internal damage. Their instinct was right. There was a cave nearby, and what they wanted was hidden inside. The group reached the cave entrance. To get farther, they had to go in and climb down. Zuma was ready to follow any order his master gave. Theodore told everyone to stay sharp, and if anything suspicious showed up, they were to turn invisible at once. With that, the players went down into the cave one by one. Their long, hard trip had paid off. At last, they found what they had been searching for. There it was, the hellflower the villains planned to use against the shadow.